make up some bullshit like I used to, like some crazy conspiracies.
What's up, my friends in film fandom? And it's New Year's Eve. We're here to celebrate. We're here to maybe raise a few bucks for a very worthy charity. What is happening? Starting with the four of us right now, other people are going to kind of come and go over the course of the stream. Plenty to talk about. Just to point out real quick, the pinned comment in the chat is where you can send your donations to support the Abandoned Pet Project. Those will all come here, and then either tonight or tomorrow when I wake up, all that stuff will be sent to the Abandoned Pet Project. So we are supporting a killer charity tonight. And doing that with me here is, well, apparently not Casey. Casey decided just to go ahead and bounce as soon as I hit go live because that's what Casey does. But I wouldn't have introduced him first anyway. I always start with the Dower Chicago, this lady Cora. What's up with you tonight, ma'am?
I'm great. I'm baking apple turnovers. I'll be passing them out soon. And fuck you, Casey. You beg to be here. You get here, and you fucking leave right when he goes live.
Well, I guess he decided
why.
He wasn't done with us yet because he came back.
He must have heard you, yeah.
Casey wants to make an entrance.
Oh, God.
He wants to do something. And then, of course, with us is...
We should call him Diva is Raw. There we go.
No, I still like Thurman is Raw. But and joining us for at least a little while tonight is the man who stalks the Northeast, the American werewolf in New Jersey. What's up, my brother?
What it is, man. Thank you for having me on board. Happy Sunday, everybody, and happy New Year's Eve to everybody out there in internet land.
A lot of fantastic comment over on Werewolf's channel. A lot of great movies and TV shows. He breaks them down with a lot of cool people. Go check him out. If you would also put the link to your channel in the description. I don't know if I have you in my description or not, but go put the link in there. Go check out his channel. A fantastic channel. One of many amazing YouTubers that are kind of part of this community. And of course, with us is Thurman is Raw. What's up? Tell me he just died out again. Tell me he just took another crap. Oh, Casey, come on. You're killing me here. He did. But you know what, though? We can replace him fairly quickly with this guy, the Shape Lone Star State.
Hey,
what's up, brother?
Thank you, Tex. Casey gets into the call. He disappears when Frank goes live, and then he comes back, and then he disappears again.
Somebody needs to hit the John Cena music because the champ is here, guys. That's all I got to say. I am the winner here, so hit the John Cena music.
All right.
What's up?
I have
Did you win the big of the Year award or something?
I have had 3 solid fantasy years since we started doing this in the Derailed community. I have had 3 solid years. Won the first one, made it to the championship game in the second one, and made it to, I lost last week in the playoff of this, and I've had 3 solid years in the Derailed Fantasy Football League. I have not had a bad year yet. I'm pretty confident that's going to continue on in the future.
But who is that knocked you out of it? Who is it that knocked you out of it last year? I think it was this guy. I think that was me too. But I just say
Casey back. As soon as I bring Casey back, God.
Anyway, what's up, everybody? Werewolf, good to see you, my friend. I haven't talked to you in a while. Hope you're doing good, sir.
Yeah, same to you.
What's up, everybody?
And he must be using his phone as his hotspot. Here he is. We'll try it one more time.
This motherfucker is just spinning wheels, man.
You know, he was fine until you went live. Just saying.
Casey,
stage fright or something.
No, he needs to go knock on his neighbor's door and tell him to refresh the router so his internet works. Is what he needs to do here.
Yeah,
but
yeah. But you know, if we can't get Casey's pretty face up here, we always got Thurman.
No.
All time's sake, just put Eugene up over his fucking face.
We could. Casey, are you finally here? I'm guessing not.
That's some low rent internet.
Casey, my lord.
That's
Casey's
like
running,
dial-up. You must have some dial-up shit going on.
20 up and 20 down. But let's go to the chat real quick. We go to the chat. Cora leads it off saying hi, everybody. Foxtrot there. Foxtrot will probably be on at some point later tonight. Steve Callan, what's going on, my man? Good to see you around. You got American Werewolf in there saying hey. So yeah, more people will be coming in and out as the night goes on. But I mean, let's talk about it. I know we won't have text for the entirety of the night, but I do want to get one of the things. Look, I said we were going to save this because I wanted to have a nice long discussion. I'm thinking we're going to get at least a good hour out of this. But
here we go.
We chase this question all the time. What makes a movie a Christmas movie?
Why
here's what I'm thinking.
First?
Now here's what I'm thinking. We'll have a debate. We'll talk about certain movies. Obviously, Die Hard's going to come up, things like that. But what I want to try to do is I want to try to set a criteria of anywhere from 5 to 10 things that we can finally kind of put out there to say, if you meet a certain amount of these criteria, you can actually be called a Christmas movie. And lots of movie fans here, me, Tex, Werewolf, Casey, eventually when he decides to get his internet, refreshed or whatever. You do a hard reset, Casey, you'll be fine. But, Alex will be in here later. I'll probably pose this question to him as well. Dr. Nick, Marcus will be in here. So let's get the discussion going now. I'll go to you first, Tex. This is something I know you're very passionate about. For the last month or so, we've been having this conversation. What makes a movie a Christmas movie, in your opinion?
Well, there are many films that take place many times of the year. I mean, there are Halloween films that don't take place at Halloween. There's all kinds of things here. But if you want to, what is a Christmas movie? Just because a film is set in December on Christmas, that does not make a Christmas movie. Let's look at the prime example here. We'll just go to Die Hard. Okay, this is an action adventure film. This film is more of a family drama of course, with the action set tones here. This takes place at Christmas. This is much in the vein of a Lethal Weapon, a Batman Returns. These are films that take place in December, happen to be on Christmas, but you could change the time of year and the entire movie stays the same. That could be a Halloween party, a 4th of July party. It could be any of these things. To me, what dictates a Christmas film would be something like National Lampoon Christmas Vacation, where Christmas is integral to the plot on multiple levels. You cannot have this film without it being at Christmas time. Something like A Home Alone is a Christmas movie. The Santa Claus with Tim Allen that you saw right there. Many other of those films right there are Christmas films. But Die Hard, no. Die Hard is a film that takes place at Christmas, not a Christmas movie. And I know what Cora's going to say, so I'll just go ahead and throw it out there. Technically, anything you watch at Christmas is a Christmas movie. I get that and I understand it completely. But if you want to dictate what is and what's not, Die Hard isn't. Gremlins would be. This is something we talked about a couple weeks ago, though, Frank. You know what I mean?
I don't know. Werewolf, what do you think? What constitutes a Christmas movie to you?
I would go in the opposite direction from Tex, actually. Maybe it's just the Northeasterner in me. But I would say the opposite of what. Oh, here he comes again. Oh my God.
He'll be leaving in a minute. Don't worry. He'll be in and out.
The guy's a menace, man. Jesus Christ. All right. I would just say anything like for us on this channel, what we covered was Batman Returns for Christmas.
Okay.
We're having a rough Christmas. We covered Lethal Weapon because Die Hard's played out as far as I'm concerned. Like everybody knows.
I agree.
There's nothing new to be extrapolated out of it. And I can't remember what the third. We did Invasion USA, which actually takes place at Christmas. The old Chuck Norris movie from 1985.
I forgot about that one.
I have a very low bar for what constitutes a Christmas movie because I think in that movie there's like one scene in a mall where kids are going to meet Santa, and that's the only really reference that they make to Christmas. But I have a low bar. I mean, obviously, you could go all the way up to like A Christmas Carol, which obviously is like the Christmas movie. Any version, George C. Scott, Patrick Stewart, Scrooge, whatever. But I keep it simple for Christmas. If it takes place in December, so on and so forth. I'm watching Mel Gibson put that gun in his face while he's watching Bugs Bunny and Bugs Bunny is walking, deck the halls, joyous Yuletide, this sort of thing. The police are trying to sing Silent Night, and one of them is hitting the other one with the nightstick because he keeps screwing up. That kind of crap. Gary Busey's, watching the Scrooge movie while he's invading the house, and they're like, "What day is it, sir?" And he fucking empties out that gun. He's like, "It's goddamn Christmas." So, yeah, I just keep it simple for that. The other movie we were going to do, but we didn't have the heart for it, was Jingle All the Way, which is obviously a Christmas movie. But yeah.
100%. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, but I have a low bar for it. So, yeah, that works. If it's December, there's a Christmas tree somewhere, I'm not saying anybody's right or I'm right and somebody else is wrong, but, that's just the way that I
It's all an interpretation. It's one of those.
Yeah. It's all.
Oh, no, Lady Cora, I'll go to you next. What do you think constitutes a Christmas movie?
Anything that makes me feel Christmassy, has a positive,
Christmas?
uplifting
What's
message. And let me tell you something. Die Hard is more of a Christmas movie than Krampus, because Krampus is a horror movie where people die and are, at least
Wait,
in Die
people
Hard,
don't die in Die Hard?
positive reunion of
It's in the name.
people in a strange marriage at the end, and there's snow falling on the ground, and most people survived a terrible thing except for the bad people. So Die Hard is a horror movie compared to horror Christmas movies, and so to me, if positive, uplifting happens at Christmas, it makes me feel Christmassy. And there is a Santa Claus in it, by the way. So it's okay. It's Christmassy. It's not horror. So
hang on. I since you want to pose that question, I'll ask you this question: is there already not a built-in kind of spooky element to Christmas with the whole Christmas Carol?
No.
Ghost stories at Christmas, the ghosts of Christmas past, present.
That is a classic
Is
literature.
Okay, it can be classic all it wants to be.
Compare that with 80s, 90s, and current horrible horror plot trying to capitalize on Christmas.
Didn't say that. I said spooky, not horror. That's two different things. What I'm saying is,
it's Christmas.
If you're being visited by a ghost of Christmas past, that's a spooky element. They're creepy ghost stories. What's the Christmas song that has creepy ghost stories as a line? I can't remember the name of that song.
I know I'm right in my area, and I know Texas is in its own little insulated world down there.
Well,
and
hang on, we're trying to have a discussion here.
Doesn't breach that wall that you've built around yourself. It's okay.
The last personal shots of 2023. Good grief.
Well, this is what I'm saying.
Last digging for the year, you fuckers.
There has always been a spooky element to Christmas, and to mention the Krampus thing. Is Krampus not a evil version of the Santa Claus myth? So if you really want to compare Die Hard, which has die in the name,
the positive spirit of Christmas.
I got to agree a little bit with Tex here, because, Jacob Marley scared the shit out of me as a kid. When he first comes in there and you hear those chains clanking, you're like, what the fuck is that? And he's screaming, because he's all fucking tweaked out, because he hasn't talked to anybody in, 10 years. You're like, what the fuck is this? Jesus Christ. And then Scrooge tries to say there's more gravy than grave, and he just starts screaming, and you're like, holy shit.
But Christmas movies can be whatever the fuck you want them to be. How's that?
Yeah.
Well, I think there's two ways to look at it. Is there a movie that's about Christmassy themes, or is it just a movie you like to watch at Christmas? Because I kind of see things a little bit of both ways. When I think of a Christmas movie, I think something that is, for the most part, it's not just the location, it's not just the time of year, it's the message. So that's why, It's a Wonderful Life, Miracle on 34th Street. There's messages that tend to resonate, or that at least get pushed a lot more during this time of year than they do, let's say during June or July. It's like in July, nobody's talking about the spirit of giving. We're all getting ready to blow shit up to celebrate America. But this is the one time year kind of message is pushed a lot. But I do think it is about more than that. I do think that, and I'll go into the next kind of half of this, is exactly what constitutes it. Is it time of year? Does it have to take place in November, December, January. Let's call that 3 months the Christmas area, because that's late fall into winter. Are there Christmassy characters? Does Santa Claus have to be involved? Do elves have to be involved? Does the reindeer, does Rudolph have to be involved? Does it have to be characters that are specifically known for being Christmas characters? Again, location. Does it have to take place in the North Pole? Does it have to take place somewhere where it's snowing? You could very easily do a Christmas movie based in Miami where there's not a lot of snow. It could take place at Christmas time. People decorate palm trees in the tropical environments all the time. Or is it all those things that kind of coalesce into what is commonly referred to by most people as a Christmas movie? Or is it just something you like at Christmas? Because let's say, Tex being the big horror fan, let's say one of his Christmas time traditions is to sit down and watch Friday the 13th, the original. It's not a Christmas movie, but if it's a Christmas tradition to you, it certainly embodies something about Christmas to you. That's your Christmas tradition.
I would argue at the bare minimum, and then you can narrow it or widen it as we each see fit. I would argue you have to be set somewhere within November, December, something along those. I
agree.
I wouldn't watch Point Break and call it a Christmas movie. I love that movie. It's a fun movie to watch. You don't take it too seriously or anything like that. But I wouldn't say that that's a Christmas movie any more than I would say, I don't know anything, whatever. You have to have it set somewhere in that holiday season.
Okay, so we agreed that to be called a Christmas movie, you have to be set in that time frame of November, December, January, right?
Does anybody agree with that? Yeah.
Yeah, no. If it's not at Christmas time, it's not a Christmas film. I'm sorry. That's that. Yeah, that is a must, 100%.
Yeah. Well, would you consider the Santa Claus?
Yeah,
that's a Christmas film, right?
Yeah, it's all about him becoming Santa.
A part of that film takes place in the year between
the Tim Allen.
Yeah,
the original
Tim Allen Santa Claus.
Part of that.
Oh yeah, no, of course that's a Christmas film. Yeah.
Like pretty much that entire second act takes place during the summer.
Well,
because he becomes Santa Claus, and then there's that year
role.
that goes between
when he
becomes Santa to when he goes out.
Well, okay. The majority. Okay, here's how, and this is. I'm trying to. I know what I want to say in my head, but my brain is not spitting out to my tongue for some reason. What I'm trying to say is, at least 55% of the film has to be Christmassy, meaning time of year, plot devices within the film. If 55% of the movie, which would be majority, or 51%, whatever you want to call it, if 51% of the film, if you took that away and it's not the same movie, then it's not a Christmas movie. This is why, like I say, with Die Hard, you take away the Christmas element and plop it in 4th of July, nothing changes in that movie. No. It just happens to be at a Christmas get together.
You know what I'm saying? You can say the same thing about Home Alone. What if it's summer vacation?
But for Home Alone,
they go on their summer break and the kid gets left behind. And then, robbers come in the summertime.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I think the Christmas element is so high in that movie, even greater than Die Hard, that I still think it counts, though.
Okay.
I don't know. Like I said, this is all what, 6 or a half dozen other or whatever. I think
everybody's got their own criteria for it.
I don't know. Like, I put Die Hard and Lethal Weapon very similar in that Christmas movie vein. There's just about the same amount of Christmas in both of those films. Now, they're obviously both awesome 80s films that, Die Hard, it became the cliche. This film is Die Hard on a boat. This is Die Hard on a bus. That was the saying that became the thing. But when you look at a film like Gremlins, this is one of the things that we talked about earlier. Whenever the dad goes and buys the Mogwai for the present, the film is opening up. He's going to buy his son the Christmas present. Everything is set around the Christmas time. There is so much Christmas packed into that film that if you took that away, you don't have a movie, because dad went to go buy that present and starts the whole film off. You know what I'm saying?
I only saw that once, like when it first came out. I've never seen it again.
Really? You hadn't seen Gremlins is pretty good. Gremlins and Gremlins 2, they're both pretty good. I like both of them.
Gremlins 2 doesn't get a fair shake. It's not as good as the original.
Yeah.
It doesn't get a fair shake. But so we're okay. So we're agreeing on a time. What about the characters? Does it have to involve Christmassy characters like Santa Claus, elves, reindeer, things like that?
No, I would say no.
No, it doesn't have to have Christmas. Like, you don't have to have Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer show up to be a Christmas movie. Like, that's not a prerequisite. That, I mean, if that was the case, then the only Christmas movies would be Santa Claus, Rudolph, and Frosty Snowman.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, there'd be nothing to watch. You'd have like 5 movies.
Right. Yeah.
What about location? Because I feel like the location.
I don't think location matters.
I feel like that should be one of the least important things to a Christmas movie, because it can happen in New York, it can happen in LA.
Yeah.
You know.
Well.
Yeah, I don't think location should matter a whole lot.
Christmas is everywhere.
Yeah. If you're telling, telling a story about Santa Claus, I feel like there needs to be some scenes at the North Pole. Maybe not the entire movie, but I mean, just to kind of set up the character a little bit. But
I'm sorry, Frank.
No, go ahead.
There's a war movie. I forget. It's the true story of World War I, where the German soldiers and the French soldiers take the day off for Christmas.
Where they called peace or whatever?
Yeah, and they cross the lines. They cross the line for like a day. You know, and then like that literally takes place in the middle of the snow in Europe at Christmas time. I don't know if it's a Christmas movie, you know, but the setting,
like I said,
the setting is certainly there, you know. I don't know.
For me, I go by the 51% rule. I guess I'll call it. If 51% of this movie is no doubt or undoubtedly Christmas, it's a Christmas film. But if you can even argue that it's not, well, you know what? It's probably not. That doesn't mean this is kind of like what me and Cor were just talking about here, between spooky and horror. You know, a film can have horror elements without being a horror film. That is a double standard here that you're playing with. So there can be Christmas elements to a film that's not a Christmas movie, which is what I would classify like Die Hard and Lethal Weapon as. Still great films. You can watch them in December because it's got the Christmas element to it. I just don't consider it a Christmas film. You know what I mean?
But now, to me, the most important part, and I think you guys will probably agree with me for the most part on this, is storyline. There are certain points, certain things that are very Christmassy kind of things to put across. I think that's more important. Does the storyline need to be either something now? Obviously, if it's something like Tim Allen and Santa Claus, that's very directly related to Santa Claus. There's no other holiday where Santa Claus is really prevalent. But I mean, does there have to be other storylines involved, maybe not including Santa Claus or elves, that could potentially make it a Christmas movie, or does that or does that not matter as much to you? Or what do you want the storylines to be? Go ahead, Werewolf.
Like I said, I put Invasion USA as the first movie in my Christmas month of movies. So I mean, you know, I have a very low bar for, you know, if it's set during Christmas time, you know, there's some reference to Christmas in there, I'll put it in there, because I was looking for Christmas movies and I didn't want to do things that, you know, hit on the nose. Before, I had done A Christmas Carol with George C. Scott, and then I did Miracle on 34th Street years before, and then I did It's a Wonderful Life, so on and so forth. Wanted to do something a little bit funny, so I just opened the bar up. You know, and when you do that, there's a wider variety to pick from. So, yeah, it doesn't happen.
So I mean, so far we've got time. It's got to be set November, December, January. Let's see the characters. It doesn't have to involve Christmas characters. You can do it all. You can kind of be anybody. Location doesn't matter either. I agree with that. I think that's
everywhere has Christmas.
Right.
Well, you've had
Christmas in Texas. LA. Christmas in Texas looks much different than Christmas in New York. I mean, it was like short sleeve weather down here this year, so very different. But it is what it is.
Yeah. So you have the location is what matters.
This was the first year that it didn't snow in Minnesota around Christmas.
Yeah,
like,
we just actually this morning got the first kind of decent snow we had, and it was barely enough to stick to the cars. But storyline, what should we just say? Something
uplifting.
Uplifting.
I don't know.
Well, no,
focusing on
I wouldn't
love,
agree to that.
generosity,
Yeah, I
faith,
wouldn't say uplifting.
redemption.
I wouldn't. Christmas is not necessarily uplifting. Christmas can be sad.
Okay.
Christmas can be anything here.
What he's saying.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, like
here's the thing: like you can watch a Charlie Brown Christmas. That's a rough fucking
Right.
show, man. That's rough.
right,
Like, he just doesn't get why everybody's so happy. All of his friends shit on him all the time. He's got like
Right.
one person who's nice to him. His own dog doesn't want to hang out with him most of the time. You know, it's
Oh,
It's
Christmas is
emotionally
good.
evocative, whether it's good or bad.
what's that one about the
emotions.
long-eared donkey? I can't remember the name of it right now.
Is that the little drummer boy?
No, it may be a little drum, but there was like an old claymation about it. It was like a long-eared donkey at Christmas. I can't remember what it was, but that's very similar in the vein of like Charlie Brown, where it's not necessarily uplifting. And if you want to look at it that way, Christmas is a Christian holiday. So if you really wanted to go that way, go to the Charlie Brown Christmas. What do they cap that off with? Reading the Bible verse about Jesus being born. So if you really want to go that way with it, with being uplifting, does a Christmas movie have to have a religious element to it?
A Christian element,
You know,
because
or a Christian element. Excuse me. Yeah.
I watched the Chosen Nativity, the Christmas special from the Chosen. And
Right.
that, you know, Mary and Joseph. You know, they're trying to make it to to Bethlehem. There's no room at the inn. You know,
Right.
and so that's that checks all
Right.
the boxes. That's everything.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean,
if
you want to go with a Christmas movie, let's just boil it down to nuts and bolts here. Story of, Mary, Joseph, the baby in the manger, the whole la-di-da. But,
The Christmas has become
that's,
a cultural thing, not religious thing, over the last, I would say, 20
No, I get
years.
no, and I agree with that. And I'm not saying everybody has to take part in a religious
Right.
element to it. Many people don't care about the religious stuff. That's fine. But, I mean, would you call a movie? What was that one with the Adam Sandler, since he's Jewish, the 8 Crazy Nights movie? That's technically Jewish. Does that count as a Christmas film, even though it's for Hanukkah?
Movie.
See, I would say
it's a
no
Christmas
because
movie.
I would
That's a
say no
Hanukkah
because the
movie,
Jews
yeah.
it's only
Right.
It's a Hanukkah movie. It's a totally different holiday.
Like
Right.
movies about
Well, this is-
Thanksgiving and other holidays, they're just
But-
holiday movies.
If you go to like Walmart, because I saw this a few weeks ago, they had like an end cap of Christmas films, just for, to use the term. 8 Crazy Nights was sitting right there with them, even though it's a Hanukkah Jewish film. Technically not Christmas, but you know what? They still
But it
sell
is
it.
seasonal. It's seasonal. I mean, I think
Right.
they're
Right.
approaching it as stocking a seasonal shelf. But yeah.
Right.
And there are people who celebrate both. But
I do want to jump in here
Oh, of
real
course.
quick because I was thinking to myself, I think we'll be lucky to raise probably about $100 tonight. And then Sith Negan comes in here and does Sith Negan things.
What's up, Sith?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sith Negan. He texted me just a minute ago. I know. I hate to
Oh,
interrupt
that's
conversations
awesome,
that are going
Sith.
very, very
Thank
well.
you.
I know
Yeah,
Drew will
awesome.
stop the entire show to look
That
at
is
the
awesome.
I do want to make a point. Sith Negan is one
Hell
of the most
yeah.
generous people in this community for a long, long time.
I
So
didn't
we're on
see
the
that.
way. The link is pinned in the description on YouTube. Go check it out. And I was trying to get to Casey to bring him back in because he had popped back in for a second, but maybe he.
That's a lot of shots for you, Frank.
It is a lot of shots for me. As a matter of fact, I need to reach up there and get one of my shot glasses real quick. I forgot to grab one, but yeah, that's Sith Negan doing Sith Negan things, man. That's just what he does. He's one of
Hell
those
yeah.
generous guys
That's awesome.
in the community by far. So we're on the way. Let's see if we can get 600. Just another $100, guys. That's all we need.
Happy
I
New
already
Year,
consider
Sith. Hope
this
you're
night
doing
a
well,
win,
brother.
thanks to Sith Negan. So yeah, I text back and forth with him, pretty frequently. We're kind of in contact. all
Here
the
we
time.
go.
He's a good dude.
Cheers, Sith.
So we are on the way. Sith Negan, yeah, AJ's got it right. Sith Negan's the guy. He really is. He's one of the coolest guys in this community by far. But continue.
Hell
Go on,
yeah.
real quick, please.
But yeah, like I was saying, for me, what it boils down to is if 51% of a film's plot, characters, devices within the film, if you take out 51% of that, what is it still Christmas or is it not? It can be themed all kinds of ways, but like with Batman Returns, okay, what are the Christmas elements in Batman Returns? Well, since you just watched it, what would you say are those? Like, what are the Christmas elements of that film?
The date and the time. That's it.
Now, even like when Like the main two Christmas scenes I can think of is when they're lighting the tree and the bats come out of it. And
very Christmassy.
When realistically, if you just take out that whole tree plot of it, the rest of it's gone.
That's why I said that the bar is low enough for me. Where if you set it up somewhere in that in that time frame between Thanksgiving and Christmas or New Year's, I'll allow it. Like I said,
right?
So yeah, I mean, like I said, in previous years, I've done things that were much more conservative. I did, the original Miracle on 34th Street. I did It's a Wonderful Life. I did George C. Scott's A Christmas Carol. For my own personal viewing, I watched, The Chosen Nativity Christmas special. But I mean, those are, bedrock. But as you go up, the parameters widen out for me. So, I'll allow.
What Christmas horror would you say, or like what have you seen, or would you recommend? Would it be something like A Silent Night, Deadly Night, Black Christmas?
I would say
Trapped by the Devil. I haven't seen that.
Trapped the Devil. This is the ultimate Christmas horror movie. It's about a man who believes he has literally trapped the devil in human form in his basement behind this big ass wooden door with a cross on it. And
wait a minute.
Just at the moment that he's trying to figure out
the Beast, I'm thinking of.
No. What he's going to do about it, his brother that he's kind of estranged from and his sister-in-law show up because it's Christmas. And it is a fucked up, dark, midnight movie. I love it. I try to tell as many people as I can about it, and I Trapped the Devil.
Have you seen A Christmas Horror Story, the Canadian anthology film that has William Shatner as the DJ in it?
No.
That's another one that I would recommend. That one is basically it's a anthology film. It's all centered around William Shatner playing a DJ, and he's kind of telling different stories. There's a Santa Claus storyline. There's an elf one. There's like 3 or 4. Like one of them sucks, but the rest of them are pretty good. But to kind of touch on what Cor was saying about like Christmas, what the horror side of Christmas, there is a ton. I mean, obviously Krampus is the go-to name. You know what I mean? You've got. See, and here's another one that I would not say is a Christmas movie is Black Christmas. If you set that film at any other time of the year, it's still crazy guy in the attic of a house strangling sorority girls. You know what I'm saying? It's not necessarily a Christmas film. It's in the name. It's not like National Lampoon Christmas where that whole movie's chock full.
So you're saying just in a general broad sense that there should be some Christmas themes.
100%.
Story. Yeah, there should be something related to the actual holiday. It's not just an issue of the calendar date.
Well, I would say the perfect example for my point is, okay, I say Black Christmas is not a Christmas movie, whereas Violent Night is a Christmas film because you've got Santa Claus. Hell, he's using ornaments from the tree to kill people. Right. So you're using Christmas plot devices and elements to execute your story. You know what I mean? With Black Christmas, it's different.
What about Mel Gibson and Fat Man?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. It's been years since I've seen that movie. Holy crap.
Yeah, where that kid pays him to kill Santa Claus. Santa Claus gives that kid a lump of coal, so he pays him to kill Santa Claus. Is that a Christmas movie? I mean,
I need to go back and rewatch that one before I made judgment on that one. I can't even remember that one well. I'd have to go back and see it.
It's on Tubi right now, but it might have halted because tomorrow's January 1st and the holidays are over. So.
Oh, no. Who freaking knows? I don't know. Oh, that's what I'm saying. I like conversations like this because it makes you think, you have to go outside of the box of what is, just because something is called Christmas, that doesn't mean it is. I mean, if you I'm trying to think of another good example here. Okay. Have you seen the Jack Frost movie? Not the Michael Keaton one, but the horror film version with the killer snowman. No. See, just because it's a killer snowman, I'm not even sure I would necessarily classify that as a Christmas film. There's a lot of these movies like this that can go either way. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I hadn't seen. I haven't seen Violent Night.
Violent Night's pretty good. You need to watch that one. That one's
It's
pretty
a fun
good.
movie. Yeah, we just reviewed that one a couple nights ago. It's a fun
Yeah.
movie. I think
Oh,
it's probably even more of a Christmas movie than Die Hard, but the main reason I say that is because Santa's actually involved.
It's head and shoulders above Die Hard.
Warrior
Yeah,
Santa.
100%.
Badass warrior Santa. But
well, the fact that he throws Die Hard on Blu-ray or whatever, he chucks the DVD across the room.
Die Hard on Blu-ray.
Yeah, they even call out
inside
Die Hard.
Yeah, he makes fun of it all. So I don't know. Tex, what about you? What are your top 5 Christmas movies? What you consider Christmas movies? Not what the kids are, what you consider Christmas movies.
Top 5. I got to go Silent Night, Deadly Night 2, if not for anything but the line of Garbage Day. God, I love that freaking movie. That's one of the classics. National Lampoon, Christmas, of course. A Christmas Horror Story is really one of my favorites, with the one I was just talking about with William Shatner. That one's really good. I like Krampus from 2015. And maybe I want to say Christmas Story, but I'll be honest with you, that movie's kind of played out for me. I've seen that movie so many freaking times. I mean, hell, back in the day on TNT and TBS, they'd run that 15 times on Christmas Day. It was just on a loop. So maybe to replace that, maybe Bad Santa. Bad Santa, I really like that movie. The first one, not the second one. But I think that might be my list. I mean, I could think more, but that's just off the top of my head.
Okay.
Yeah. How about you? What are your top 5 Christmas movies of all time? What you think?
Now, in that sense that I went broad, now I'm going to go narrow and probably go with A Christmas Carol. George C. Scott is my favorite. Then I'm probably going to go with the movies that I've talked about already. The original Miracle on 34th Street. That would probably be my number 1. And then It's a Wonderful Life. I'll probably go with that. Charlie Brown Christmas. To widen it out, I'd probably go with Lethal Weapon. Lethal Weapon. I think Lethal Weapon is a far better movie than Die Hard. I mean, it came out the year before, but I think you got a better story. I think you got a better cast. You got a soundtrack that's greatly overlooked with Clapton on the guitar there. I was happy. I had just seen it for the first time to cover it here on the channel, probably in about 20 years. And I was a little worried that when I put it in, I wouldn't be interested in it, and it still held up. So, yeah, those would be my 5.
Oh, no, Lady Cora, how about you? What are your 5 favorite Christmas movies?
I would say White Christmas for sure. My mother loved that movie growing up, and we watched it every year. Bing Crosby, fantastic. I would say the rest of them. I don't really have a top 5. That one's kind of my favorite, but I'm a sucker for the sweet, heartwarming ones, and there's like 25 of them I like, but I would just say White Christmas is my favorite. I couldn't give you 4 other ones specifically, but
Now, could you say that the upcoming Terrifier 3 is one of your most looked forward to for Christmas there, Miss Cora?
Bad Touch.
Come on. Arthur Clown loves everybody.
I don't watch horror because Jurassic Park gives me nightmares. I got issues. So,
Hey.
Because it's so possible that a velociraptor starts chasing her around her town. But
Hey. It is terrifying to think about being eaten by a dinosaur.
And had a panic attack coming home. I think I was in 4th or 5th grade. I don't fucking remember. And there was a pile of boxes in the dining room because they were about to move. And I screamed so loud because I swear there was a velociraptor behind the boxes that I literally took me an hour to calm down. So I got issues. But I don't know. I mean, if you like horror, you like horror, I hate Hallmark movies, so I think I'm one step up from most people.
Could we get Art the Clown in a Hallmark movie where he just butchers everybody?
That, I would watch.
That would be tremendous.
And he
There's
meets
all
a
kinds.
woman.
There's all kinds of people
horror
doing funny
meets
fan edits
Hallmark.
on YouTube. Someone needs to make this happen.
This
Oh,
should be a YouTube channel, horror meets Hallmark, and just where you just write out the plot and just talk about it of mixing a horror movie with a Hallmark movie.
You know,
if I ever get to make movies, if I ever get to be a director, I'm just going to remake Hollywood classics, and just every film I do is just going to have Art the Clown in it. And he's just going to kill everybody. I'm going to take Hollywood standards like Gone with the Wind, and he just butchers everybody. That's how I'm going to make movies right there. That's going to be my style of movie making stuff. I can't wait.
people don't.
Well, let's see.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I'll say if I had to give you my 5 real quick, I would say,
Oh, yeah.
we just talked about one, Scrooged, which is a classic comedy in and of itself, to say nothing about being a good Christmas movie. I would say National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. I just think that period of Chevy Chase, he was at his peak, he was fantastic. I would say the, what was it, 2001, How the Grinch Stole Christmas, the Ron Howard film with Jim Carrey. I like that movie. I always have. Maybe it's because I don't particularly enjoy the Christmas season, so I kind of identify with the Grinch a little more. To go kind of traditional, I would say Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, the old animation claymation, whatever the hell it was, from 1960, whatever it was, or 70, whatever it was. That's still a great show to watch. I don't care. But man, I went back and forth between 3 of them, but I wanted to stick to 5. I was between Charlie Brown Christmas and Violent Night, but I ended up going with Home Alone. It's just the first Home Alone is still very, very good. And I struggled because I wanted to put Violent Night in there, but I was just like,
Home Alone is a classic.
It is a classic, and it's been a classic for quite some time now. But I do want to point out that if you go to Christmas movies of all time, number 1, this is how they're rated on the site, by the way. Number 1 is It's a Wonderful Life, not a big surprise there, from 1946. Number 2 is, hold on to your butts there, Texas, Die Hard.
Oh, Jesus.
So the
Frank,
world
what's
says
wrong
the
with you?
Christmas movie. Hey, this isn't me. This is the movie viewing community at large. So don't blame me. It's everybody saying this. But then, of course, you got A Christmas Carol number 3, Home Alone number 4, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer at 5, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation at 6, You Get a Christmas Story, Miracle on 34th Street, Elf, Gremlins is actually on here as a Christmas movie. So is Bad Santa, the first one that we just reviewed. Edward Scissorhands, which I totally forgot even happened at Christmas because I'm not a big Tim Burton fan. Then you have Scrooge. Then you have the Santa Claus with Tim Allen, the first one from '94. Trading Places. I don't know if I call Trading Places a Christmas movie.
That took place at Christmas?
I would say yes.
Okay.
I would say yes, and I do love that movie. But you can watch it outside of Christmas or at Christmas. It's like Die Hard. It's like,
It's one of those things where it's like if it takes place in the winter in New York, is it a Christmas movie? Because it could have because like I wouldn't consider Hawkeye a Christmas series on Disney Plus. Because it just happens to take place on Christmas. It has nothing to do with Christmas. I mean, Christmas is actually the time of year. And then after that, you have a Charlie Brown Christmas. Then you have some foreign film that I'm not sure I've ever heard of called Joyeux Noel. Yeah, I've never heard of that. Then you have The Nightmare Before Christmas. Then you have some other crap, a couple more other crap movies. And The Family Man with Nicolas Cage.
Nightmare Before Christmas is not a Christmas. It's Nightmare Before. It's not a. And I know that's a whole nother argument in and of itself, but that's kind of like a before. But yeah, I don't know. It is what it is.
Then you got Shop Around the Corner, Love Actually, which I don't even really think is a Christmas movie, whatever. 8-Bit Christmas, Silent Night. Violent Night is actually on here at number 25. Polar Express is a Christmas movie. Let's see, The Christmas Chronicles, which actually wasn't bad. I actually just watched that for the first time last weekend because my daughter watched it. That's actually not bad. Let's see. Then you've got Night Before, a bunch of other crap I never heard of. They actually have Batman Returns listed on here as a Christmas movie. I think it's funny. Black Christmas is on here from 1974. So let's see. How the Grinch Stole Christmas, the TV movie from 66 is on here. That Dennis Leary comedy, The Ref from 94 is on here for reasons I don't understand. Krampus is on here. Prancer, God, I forgot about that.
I love Krampus.
Let's see. Jingle All the Way from 96. White Christmas.
I love that movie.
Let's see. Santa Claus is Coming to Town from 1970. The Bishop's Wife, which I never thought was a Christmas movie, but okay. Just Friends, that terrible rom-com with Ryan Reynolds and Amy Smart is on here. Serendipity is not a fucking Christmas movie. I'm sorry. That movie
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
It's the same thing. It's a rom-com. I watched it once because this girl that I was dating at the time really liked it. But
it's not even about Christmas. They just happen to meet during it begins and ends at the Christmas season, but it has nothing to do with celebrating Christmas.
Yeah. The Nativity Story, which is very Christmassy. What do we got? Christmas with the Cranks. Let's see, a bunch of crap.
That's another Tim Allen one, isn't it? Or was that somebody else?
No, that was Tim Allen and one of your favorite people in the world, Jamie Lee Curtis.
Oh, then that movie's dog shit.
Let's see, another Prancer movie, A Christmas Tale. I never saw that one. A bunch of stuff from the 50s and 60s, and half of it I've never seen. Harold and Kumar, a very Harold and Kumar Christmas from 2011 is actually listed at number 74 for whatever that's worth. Let's see.
I didn't
Frosty
know
the Snowman is ranked number 79th. That has to be top 10.
Huh.
This is a shit list, Frank.
Well, I mean, again, remember, these are the highest rated on IMDb. So, and that one's 7.3. The highest rated one is 8.6.
If you've got Frosty the Snowman like ranked way below like Violent Night or like half these other movies, then yeah, I don't. This is like for modern audiences, like something like that. I don't know. This is.
Well, there is also, you got to remember, a lot of the people that vote on this stuff are the 12-year-olds who have this recency bias. Like at number 100 is Jack Frost with Michael Keaton, by the way. But a lot of these older movies are getting pushed down this list because a lot of these 14 to 20-year-olds have just never seen them. So
kids don't watch TV anymore. Kids don't watch TV anymore.
Well, and on top of that, they're trying so hard to like erase some of this shit. It's like I'm surprised they haven't tried to cancel Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer for one reason or another. But I mean that's still top 5. National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation is still 6.
Get your physical media while you can, man.
Hey, I'm with
kids
you.
don't watch TV anymore because
stuff on physical media. I scour eBay for stuff and I'll take DVD if I have to because at least I fucking have it.
Yeah.
Hey. Kids don't watch TV anymore because there's nothing on TV. Everything is exclusively on some streaming service, and you have to sign up for 15.
Live on TV in New York. I'm watching him in the background.
Well, I mean, think about it. Back in the day, you paid one bill for cable or satellite, and you got everything. Now, if you want to see The Office, you have to subscribe exclusively to Peacock, whereas it used to be at least on Netflix.
It's full of commercials.
You know, I mean. Right. Well, this is what I'm saying. It's
Charlie. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, you're fine. I was just going to say, this stuff is broken up so much nowadays. It's going to cost you 3 times what it used to get the same amount of content. This is the problem.
All of the Charlie Brown, year-round Charlie Brown is now available only on Apple TV. So if you don't have Apple TV, you're not watching Charlie Brown unless you own them all on physical media. So, and who knows, some licensing agreement, it may disappear from there one time. Who knows?
Well, they'll always be available on physical media, so I don't worry about it too much. Sith Negan chimed in with his top 5. Let's see. He's got his top 5 are Scrooge from 1970.
Oh, with Albert Finney. That's a great one.
Yeah, that's a good one. National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, It's a Wonderful Life, Miracle on 34th Street, the original from 47, and Home Alone 1 and 2. I can't really knock that list. I don't know. What do you think, Werewolf?
Yeah, that's a good list. That's a good. I'm not a big National Lampoon's fan. I mean, it's okay. I wouldn't be in my top 5, but the rest of that is pretty tight.
I love the vacation movies, that entire series, except for that last one that came out that was supposed to be like a whatever. I don't. That movie was not good at all. Not the same feeling, not the same thing. Let's see. AJ just gave us his real quick. He says his top 5 Christmas movies are Christmas Vacation, Bad Santa, Harold and Kumar Christmas. He actually likes that one. A Christmas Story, and Christmas with the Cranks. I don't know if I would put Harold and Kumar up there, but I mean, I don't know. What do you think of that list, guys?
I didn't know there was a Harold and Kumar Christmas movie. I knew there was 2 of them, but I guess they made more that I just never caught.
It might have been the video or something.
Yeah, they made a couple of them. I think this one may have been one video. But someone who is hold on a second, hold on. I gotta bring someone in. Someone who is not going straight to video. He is opening in theaters nationwide. Is Alex the Garbage Man? What's up, brother?
Alex, what's up?
Hey, thank you all for having me here. I'm not going to be here for a long time, unfortunately. So good time, not a long time.
Hell yeah.
We got the classiest people from the community in here right now, so I'm pretty happy about that. I don't know. Alex, give me some of your quick thoughts on what makes a Christmas movie.
Well, to troll text, Die Hard. No.
We can't be friends anymore. We're done, dude. You were cool, but if you want to come in here with that crap, we're done. We can't be friends.
Wait. Why are you and I still friends over this, but he can't be your friend?
Well, then we ain't friends either. Hell with all of you then. Shit.
All right.
My God.
I think one of the things that makes a Christmas movie is being set at Christmas time. That's one of the things. A Christmas release would be nice, but that would exclude Die Hard. Something to do
Christmas release is what you do at nighttime.
Something to do with what the spirit of Christmas embodies. It's not specifically giving presents or that kind of thing. And that's all down to subjectivity. So I think that's where a lot of us will go one way or the other. Spending time with family, of course, giving more than getting, that kind of thing we can agree on.
So, I mean, because kind of the criteria that we set forward is time of year. It needs to be set in November, December, or January. I don't think that's a hard thing. I mean, you could definitely, like you said, I mean, Die Hard did not come out in that time frame. But I think depending on how the movie is structured, coming out in that time frame, that time of year for a setting is important. The characters, it doesn't have to be Santa or an elf or something like that. It really is more about, that's one of the less important things. Again, same thing with location. Doesn't really matter where it is. It doesn't have to be at the North Pole. It doesn't have to be where there's snow. It could be in Miami or LA. But the storyline seems to be the one thing that everybody seems pretty hardline about, that it has to be a Christmassy kind of message. Like you said, giving more than getting, family, unity, things like that, and not just about, whatever. I mean, even Bad Santa kind of got there at the end, even though most of the movie had nothing to do with anything about the Christmas spirit. It got there at the end. But I don't know. What do you think of the criteria that we kind of set forth on these so far?
I'd agree with that. As time goes on and things change culturally, I think, and I don't know that this is going to apply to Christmas in the next few years, but some things with Christmas may change as well. I would hope not. I would hope that as advanced as we become, there are still some traditions that should remain traditions that we carry with us. I don't know what else I would add to that, but as time goes on, we've got to tell different stories. We can't tell the same story over and over and over again. So I think in the next 10 to 20, maybe 30 years, how Christmas stories are told, Christmas movies, that's probably going to change somewhat significantly. There may be some elements that we retain, but everything's got to, gradually shift at some point, perhaps.
I'm with that. Well, real quick, Alex, what are your top 5 Christmas movies? Again, movies that are Christmassy to you, not necessarily to the rest of the world.
Die Hard, E.T., Home Alone, A Christmas Story, and one of the Christmas Carol movies, I think with goddamn, who was the guy who was in The Changeling from 1980? Good old actor. Yes.
Yeah, it's my favorite too.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
I never realized E.T. was a Christmas movie. I know there's a part of it at Halloween because he dresses up like the ghost. Because there's that scene where he sees Yoda and all the Star Wars fans freak out because they're like, "Oh, he recognized Yoda." But did any part of that movie take place at Christmas? I don't remember when that movie was released.
It did not take place at Christmas. However, because my parents would watch it at Christmas time and it was an annual thing, I associate that movie with Christmas. I should have replaced that with It's a Wonderful Life, but E.T. for whatever reason came to mind first.
But you see, that goes to what I was saying earlier. Is there could be a Christmas movie or a movie that is Christmassy to you, a Christmas tradition to you that may not be about Christmas because it was released. Yeah, it was released in May 26, 82 at Cannes Film Festival and June 11th and wide release in 1982. So yeah, nothing Christmassy about that, but if that's about the film itself, but if it is a Christmas tradition to you to watch a certain movie, Does that make it a Christmas movie? That's kind of a lingering question too.
It makes it a personal Christmas movie to you, but overall, as a whole, it does not make a Christmas movie. I mean, you could say, I mean, to take this, and this is not a Christmas argument, this would be more of a Halloween argument. You could say the 2003 and the 2006 Texas Chainsaw Massacre films, they came out in October. But that I don't watch them in October. I'll watch those in August or whatever because it feels like a summer movie. You know what I'm saying? That's not a Halloween film to me, even though it comes out in the month of October. I mean, like Jeremy and I had. Well, I know Jeremy had made this point, but he said, "Hell, if I watch Texas Chainsaw at Christmas, does that make it a Christmas film?" You can watch anything anytime that you want. Doesn't make it a Christmas movie, but you know. It makes it a December movie, if anything. You know what I mean? Because when you fucking watch it.
Maybe. I don't know. But I'll leave it up to you guys in the chat. You guys watching. Go down in the comments below. Let us know. What are Christmas movies to you? What are the criteria it needs to meet for you? And do you think Die Hard is a Christmas movie? Let Tex know that he's wrong, that Die Hard is, in fact, a Christmas movie. It even says
it's not a Christmas movie.
If you go to IMDb and look at the top 100 Christmas movies of all times, it was updated last 5 days ago, and Die Hard is number 2 with a rating of 8.2 on the website, right behind It's a Wonderful Life rated at 8.6. And A Christmas Carol is right behind it at 8.1, and then of course Home Alone and all the rest.
How can you put Die Hard above A Christmas Carol? That shows you who's on this fucking list to begin with. Jesus Christ!
Now I would say
you can challenge.
Ranker is a way worse fucking website for ranking anything. I notoriously
there should be tons of Ranker because of this list.
I have bitched incessantly. Whenever Drew brings up lists like this, he would bring up, like we were doing the derailed stuff, he would bring up Ranker just because he knew it would piss me off because it's like a bunch of 12-year-olds that are voting on that. So it's like best music video of all time. They have some Beyonce bullshit up there. And then but then it's like Thriller is like 20th in the list, and I'm like, you guys are fucking insane. Thriller's best music video ever. But these guys have probably never seen the Thriller music video, so whatever.
I'll leave it at this way. You know, since this is the holiday season, and you know, Jesus is the reason for the season, right? Jesus stood on his own. He had the world against him. All of you over here can say, "Oh, Die Hard's the best Christmas movie ever." Blah 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 blah. I'm over here telling the truth, people. Not just me, but Jeremy and myself are both stalwarts over here, standing proudly, telling the truth, getting crucified over here for you bunch of cultists. Because if 100 people came up to you and said, "Hey, go jump off that bridge," would you do that? I don't think so. Neither is Die Hard a Christmas movie. I like Die Hard. I'll watch it any time of the year. But it ain't a damn Christmas movie, people. All of you wrong.
Didn't Bruce Willis say it himself? It's not a Christmas movie?
Yes. Yeah. Bruce Willis said it is not a Christmas film. So if Bruce Willis, if John McClane himself is telling you bunch of idiots, "Hey, this ain't a Christmas movie," y'all are wrong.
Did you just call me an idiot?
If you think Die Hard is a Christmas movie, I will leave that judgment up to you, ma'am. That is up to you. So,
you should tell your girlfriend you called your friend who's a lady an idiot. See what she thinks.
She'd probably kind of roll her eyes and expect that behavior. But, you know, it is what it is. So, it's all good.
Go down in the comments below. Let us know what you guys think makes a Christmas movie and what your favorite Christmas movies are. Let's break away from the movie talk for a minute. Let's have a deeper philosophical talk about something.
Oh, I can't wait.
Here's the question. If you could take a pill and be immortal, would you?
Ooh.
Now, we've had this. I know we had this conversation kind of in shorter form on Derailed once, and there was a lot of caveats that were placed on it, like, are you invulnerable to anything that can kill you, and blah blah blah. I'll let you attach those to whatever your point of view may be, but I'll start with you first, Lady Cora. If you could take a pill and be immortal, would you do it?
Maybe for my love of books, so I could read every book in the world. However, I don't want to pay my taxes every year for eternity. I hate doing my taxes. So reading books, doing taxes, it's a toss-up.
If you can't figure out in 500 years how to avoid taxes,
Taxes may not be a thing 100 years from now.
Yeah,
so
come
we'll do it
on.
forever.
Right.
You gotta
Then I would
think,
say yes,
a little
because I
forward
could
thinking
literally
here.
just read every book I've ever wanted to read and then some. So I can only read, 5-10 a month now, but it'd be great to do every book. So I'd say yes.
I don't know. Werewolf, what do you think? If you could take a pill to be immortal, would you do it?
I can't answer that with certainty. I'd probably lean against it. I've covered so many different films and books and things that have to do with this sort of thing, and in the end, it always seems to be a very miserable prospect. Eventually, people just get tired of living, and you see people that you care about die. I hate to take the fun out of it, but yeah, probably not. Yeah, probably. I mean, I have no desire to croak anytime soon. Don't misunderstand me. But yeah, immortality. I don't know. Like the closest I can think to something that would be upbeat is kind of the like doing the Dorian Gray thing. I guess you live to be rich, and you figure out over the centuries how to amass wealth.
And then you have to hide your painting from everybody and all your enemies. Like
It's a fucking painting. No one would expect me to have a painting anyway, so I wouldn't have any trouble, with that kind of thing. But I mean, there'd have to be a lot of things to click for that to come to pass. I mean, am I eternally young, or do I just keep getting older and sicker? There's a lot to work out.
What if you were at the age you are now and you didn't get sicker and you were exactly as you are?
I don't know.
I would. I'm only 42. I'm in a good place.
Right, but so what if next year there's a huge apocalypse and you're the only one who's still around, and then you're like,
I still have
you're
books.
like the last man on earth.
I'm not going to mind. And then I would never have to fight anybody for the first editions. I could have the most beautiful library.
So the scariest.
I would turn like the White House into a giant library.
Isn't this a Twilight Zone episode with like Burgess Meredith?
That's what I was about to say. Cora's scary. Cora's scariest.
Milk them so I can make yogurt in my Instapot and read books. It'd be fucking fantastic. There you go.
Cora would be the last person on Earth her glasses would break, and there she'd be screwed. That's what would happen.
Yeah, I'm good.
Well,
I don't know. Yeah, no, probably not. Probably not.
If somebody came up to me right now, as I currently am, if I could become, like I said, sitting at 36 years old as I am, if somebody said, "Hey, eat this magical bean and you become immortal for the eternity," I think I'd do it. Why not?
Only if you had a woman. Let's just be very honest. You without a woman to I think you'd be so bored with life. You need a woman next to you.
Well, see, this is the thing. See,
there's no shortage of women.
36
you couldn't.
This is what I'm saying right here. Well, no, I couldn't. I couldn't. Thank God I've got somebody here to take care of me now, because I couldn't live on my own.
I know what kind of man you are.
I've gotten used to a certain way of life here.
No football.
Right. No
pussy. You wouldn't want it. Let's be honest.
Oh, no. But see, here's the thing. If I've got eternal life from like going forward, I can find happiness. There's always going to be some pussy walking around. I can find a sport to watch. By God,
he's like Connor
you know
McLeod.
What I'm saying?
Yeah, he just keeps going through the centuries, and he picks up the forensics.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe like every 100 years, I change my name and I become somebody new somewhere else. Yeah. I can make my own fun. You know what I mean? I'm not just gonna
from Oregon.
No, then I would just cut my head off. I'd rather just die than have that happen.
Did you guys used to date or something? I mean, Jesus Christ, this is getting like mean-spirited.
No. See, here's the thing.
So wrong. People get us so wrong. It's
well. See, here's the thing. I like to pick at her ultra libtardiness and bad touch. You know,
right. Minnesota. I forgot Minnesota. Yeah.
See, that's why I say libtardiness, because it pisses her off and she says something about it, even though I know she's not really liberal. That's the secret. Either way, my point is, no. Obviously, I could thank God for my other half, because without her, I'd be dead right now. Just all cards on
Yeah,
the
I
table.
should send her a fruit basket for keeping you alive.
Hey, she knows keep enough whiskey in the house and keep that pussy on tap. I'm good to go. That's all I really need. What?
Fuck you, Dad. That was
It
Low
is what it is.
goddamn.
Hey, if you can't appreciate the simple things in life, you have nothing. But no, if I could be immortal, I would. Why not? I mean, depending on what your beliefs in the afterlife are, you either reincarnate or you go to hell or heaven or whatever you're into. That's your personal business. I don't really care. But, I think it could be a fun experiment. Why not? I'd give it a shot. What about you, Alex? Are you taking that pill with me? Are we going to be eternal friends, or am I going to your funeral too?
Tex, Alex, immortal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Damn right.
Now,
I love it. There we go.
keeping in mind what American Werewolf said, and it's very nice to meet you, and you did make some good salient points, and I appreciate that. I would like to see how humanity evolves and the culture as well, or devolves, as I think we are going in that particular way, and just watch. And it reminds me of a music video of the planet just slowly destroying itself and then floating off on some rock off into the cosmos somewhere. That'll be eventually my fate if I become immortal. And yes, I would choose to become immortal. And as Frank was saying, there were a bunch of caveats when they discussed it on Derailed. And yeah, I would love to see what those caveats are. And hello to Casey in the chat. And Cora, we've never been on a show together, so it's very nice to be here with you.
Hey, Canadians are better than Americans, so you're already,
Hey, you know what?
there.
You just get the hell out of here then. If you like being a slave that much, just leave. All right? If you don't love it, leave it, buddy. You
Youth
get the hell out of
leadership
here.
stuff with them. I went on Canadian retreats. Canadian people are better than Americans, okay? You don't know until you go there and spend time with them.
You wait till I'm president. I'm ex-naying you first. You're out of here first, girlie. You just adios.
You know what? I'm immune to Texans. It's okay.
Well,
I love my guns
all
and all,
y'all
but
bunch of-
I'm not a Texan. I'm okay.
All y'all bunch of Americans think Texas is going to secede. We're going to invade because America
Maybe
ain't
we'll
doing
just
so
blow
hot.
up the
we're
border
gonna-
and
we're
let
just
you
gonna
go
go
off
ahead.
on your little island in the Gulf there. Anyways,
Ooh, I do like an island vacation.
I wonder if Frank would be immortal, but I have a feeling.
I don't know. I'm going to say he probably would. 'Cause I think he's going to be more aligned with what Werewolf was saying. Well, never mind. There he is. He can answer for himself.
See, I just figure what's going to happen is it's going to be like I'll be immortal, and then I'm going to like spin off into Cormac McCarthy's The Road, or like fucking Planet of the Apes, some shit like this,
See, you guys are looking at this all wrong. You have to just imagine yourself being immortal and go create this hideaway fortress away from whether life's good or bad outside of you and just live it up and enjoy the little bubble you build for yourself.
So you're talking about like an ivory tower.
Filled with books? Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Well,
Maybe on
think
a
about
Kindle,
what you could
so don't have to
start
read at
though.
night.
I mean, I'm not saying that you have to keep your immortality to yourself. Like, think of this in the most humane way as possible. Okay, well, let's say Alex and I, we take our pills, we become immortal for all of eternity. Us having that knowledge, we could start a society, a group that.
Oh, there goes Casey. No.
No, I'm not saying no. I'm saying that we, if you had the immortality, the capability of it, and you knew that, you could then plan for the next 1,000 years. And if you saw something bad going on in the world, you could go confront that knowing, hey, even if this goes bad, at least I'm going to be around to pick up the pieces and rebuild.
Let me ask you something. As a book reader, there's no reference in any book that I've ever read where this turns out well.
Well, dystopian books typically don't always end well, but there's always like a silver lining at the end usually. So, I don't know.
So wait, if you had immortality, you would just want to read forever? You wouldn't give back and rebuild?
I would build the.
Okay.
I would go on missions where I would bring back books like you couldn't believe, and I'd have this amazing library, and I would just build enough of a little garden and have some goats or whatever, and eat and read and sleep and hike or whatever, and that's it. I'd feed my brain.
Isn't that kind of a waste of immortality, though? Wouldn't you want to do more with it?
Oh, no. Do you understand what my brain would be like in like a millennia?
Well, think about it. If odds are,
I'm sorry.
go ahead, man. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry.
You
Go
have
ahead.
to appreciate reading to really want to do it. It'd be like you. I don't know. It'd be. I can't think of something we have in common to compare the books to. But yes, I would literally hide away from everybody that I didn't like, which is most people in this world, and I would, just read books and grow beans and make yogurt and go hiking. What's wrong with that?
I don't know. Alex, what about you? I know my computer was messing up for a minute. I don't know how deep you got into yours, but I mean, would you take the pill to be immortal?
Yes, I would, in short. And to add to that, when a person becomes immortal, do you remember Interview with the Vampire?
Uh-huh.
It became
movie.
Eventually the apes would take over this world.
Planet of the Apes, that's where you're headed, buddy. I loved you in the second one, scrambling for a pear.
I think if a person were to become immortal, then at some point in time, people would notice that, hey, this guy is not aging. This guy continues to exist. So there would be some kind of inevitable fame on down the line. And unfortunately, it might mean a lot of living in a lab with scientists trying to figure out why I am immortal. And that would be a downside if that were to happen. But
you would have to keep a low profile for sure. Like you couldn't just go on national television and be like, hey, I'm 55 years old, but I only look 13. Like you couldn't say something like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep. But that's a problem because if you're paying taxes and on your tax form, it's year after year, age 42, age 42, age 42.
You're like, honey, why are you guys still sweating taxes? You're immortal. Come on.
I was gonna say, if I figured out immortality,
I know.
Uncle Sam ain't getting a dime. I got news for him. Jumping
Here's there's a great movie called it's a great vampire movie with Tilda Swinton and Tom Hiddleston, and she's like 1,000 years old, and they're a couple, and they've been together for so long that they don't even live together. And she lives in like Tunisia, and she's like you, Cora. She spends all of her nights reading books. Yeah, she spends the entire night reading books. But Hiddleston, after 300 years, he's ready to eat a bullet because he's an experimental musician. Like in Detroit, he lives in like an old abandoned house that he's renovated, and he's got like two friends who they're not really his friends. They just give him what he needs. But like after 300 years, he's ready to eat a bullet because he's just there's nothing left to do.
With sex after in an eternity, I think he
bored with sex. You must be doing it wrong. You shouldn't get bored.
I'm allergic to it, so I don't do it. But it's all good.
If you get bored from that, you need find somebody else to do it with because you're not doing it.
You see, it doesn't feed your brain. Listen to what he said. Anyways,
your brain's not. You're worried about in sex. That down lower, other parts. Maybe we need to have a talk offline. I don't want to. I'm not having the birds and the bees on New Year's Eve.
Anything you're going to tell me.
Take this to the private chat, please. Yeah.
Right. We're not doing this on New Year's Eve, by God. That's we actually have company on this channel, by God. Have some decency about it.
It's not all my fault. Come on. Anyway.
Here's what's going to happen. You guys are going to be eternal. You're just going to spend the next 1,000 fucking years arguing.
Well,
that'll be.
Here's the thing.
This is not.
Obviously, Frank.
Conversation for 1,000 years.
Obviously, Frank didn't set. Obviously, Frank didn't set like a set of rules with this immortality. Is this like just because you're immortal? That doesn't mean you can't reincarnate. So maybe you live like 100 years and then you die, and then you become reborn as a baby or something. Which,
well, I think I think it's kind of set in there to where if you take the pill, you're not going to die. That you are going to live forever in your current form. You're going to be immortal in your current form. So not some spiritual, because like reincarnation is a spiritual thing. It's not necessarily living forever. It's that your body.
So basically, you're kind of like
the same thing.
So pretty much, it's like Steve Rogers in the. You're kind of like Steve Rogers after the super soldier serum thing in the MCU. You're like, he looked like that in the 40s, and then when he came out of the ice, he was still that version of Steve Rogers, basically.
Yeah, but I
think
is that
what you're saying?
Yeah, but even in that, I mean, the fact that he gets old in the end, which we see at the end of Endgame, means that he's not immortal. Right. He will eventually die. So
Wolverine. Eventually, he aged and died.
Well, the only reason that Wolverine died was because of the poisoning of the adamantium.
Come on.
That was
that turned out. Look how that turned out.
Right. Eventually, you're going to get stuck with a bald guy in a wheelchair that causes everybody to have their heads explode. Like it's just going to end badly for everybody.
Down in Mexico, living on some fucking, fucking farm, with the government on you. Texas finally got to pay some taxes after like 150 years in back taxes.
And y'all may not get this reference. I don't know how big of a DC Comics nerd y'all are, but the character of Vandal Savage, he is basically an immortal. He's like, he was a caveman. I can't remember exactly his origin story, but Vandal Savage's origin story is basically he was like a caveman, and some asteroids from Hawkman and Hawkgirl's planet hit the Earth, and there was like this nth metal that he touched, and it basically made him immortal. So he's hundreds of thousands of years old. He has lived through all of this. That's why he has amassed the wealth and everything that he has. And obviously, this is another comic property. But if you did it right, you could fake your death and disappear for 50 years or so while you're still off doing your thing on the other side of the world somewhere. If you've lived that long, eventually you're going to figure out how to get rich and do whatever. It's not going to be that hard. Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're going to figure it out eventually. I mean, you're not going to be broke and poor for the next 1,000 years. So, ideally anyways.
You could be immortal and financially illiterate,
If you're immortal and poor, you're God bless you. Like
what if you don't
help,
care about money?
Eventually you gotta get something right if you're
steal all those books, Cora?
Right.
What?
You're gonna steal all those books?
Right.
No, I'll work enough to, pay for the books, but not work more than I need to.
If I'm immortal, I'm not fucking working. Like that's
no.
To go to fucking work. I'm not doing that. No. Yeah, I'd have to get like some sort of gig or something. That'd be the most that I could fucking manage. One day a year to make $1 million or something like that. I don't know.
Well, the reason why like I said, weighing it from both perspectives. Like,
what about you?
There's this line in the MCU that I really love where Vision looks at somebody and says a thing isn't beautiful because it lasts. And I think that's one of the things that makes human life so beautiful in the form that it takes, is that there's a beginning and an end. And all that stuff that happens in between is what makes that life beautiful. But at the same time, and maybe this is me being a little selfish, it would be cool for me to live long. I mean, I think at some point in my life we're going to set foot on Mars. I'm not 100% sure. It's kind of on the fence as to whether it will happen or not.
Casey?
We can send him to the sun. Casey can be the first person to walk in the sun, but or to try anyway. But I mean, I would like to see us eventually like colonize other planets, or to send a human being out past the heliosphere outside of our solar system. I would like to see these cool things happen. I would like to see us build the USS Enterprise and to travel amongst the stars. I would like to see that. There are some things that I feel will one day happen that I know will never happen while I'm alive. But I feel like they're going to. I would like to see humanity one day pull its head out of its ass and stop killing one another over sometimes stupid shit. But I don't think it's
so. You basically want us to live like we're in Star Trek. That's kind of what you want.
Yeah, the United
Is that so bad? I think something like that will happen.
Society.
I think something like that will eventually happen. I don't think it'll look exactly like that, but I think eventually something like that, similar to that, will happen. I mean, we probably will never get to a point where we don't use some kind of money or currency. We will probably never get to a point, at least not in anything close to our lifetimes, where all countries kind of live. They may have different borders, different ways of doing things, but kind of all figure out a way to coexist. It probably won't happen anytime in the next 100, 200, 300 years. But I mean, I think eventually we'll find something like that. Maybe not exactly what Star Trek is, but something akin to that. You know what I mean? I'd like to see that happen someday. I'd like to see. I'd like to see a lot of cool shit happen.
Frank, if they were
taking fuck yeah. Oh fuck yeah! Put me on a rocket to Mars right now. I'd do it.
Nope.
I'd go in a heartbeat.
Nope.
I'd do it.
Frank, you know where you're going to go. LV 426. That's where you're landing.
You know
Frank.
what? You know what? How many people can say they've been there though? There's a reason why the colony has been built there. They were trying
nobody's alive.
They were true explorers, and that's what happened. That's the risk you take when you become a true explorer. Is you go out there to do some crazy shit that nobody in a million years would have ever thought that they would ever have in their lifetime. Those are the true explorers. Those people that died on LV 246, true explorers.
Right
What's the risk? I wouldn't take my kids with me or anything like that. That seems a little stupid. I wouldn't knowingly put them in a place. I'd rather them stay here where they have a better chance of surviving. But I still think it would be cool.
I will say this though. I don't think if you were to go immortal, I don't think you could do it alone. You would need another person to go with to kind of help keep you sane. Because look at it this way: the whole myth of Superman. If you're immortal, you basically become a walking god. Now, you didn't breathe life into anything. You didn't make anything like a capital G god would do, but you would become basically a little g god walking the earth. So y'all seen Watchmen, right? The movie, or based off the comics, whatever. Kind of look at what Dr. Manhattan does once he becomes the kind of creature monster that he becomes. He loses all of his humanity. So would you not be worried about losing your humanity once that happened, because you separate yourself from the rest of everybody else?
Well, no. I mean, the minute you choose to be immortal, you automatically disconnect your own humanity, because humanity is finite.
Right.
Humanity is finite.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. The last thing I would want.
No, I was saying the last thing I would want is like only one other person's company. That would drive me over the edge.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You couldn't do it by yourself. Like, you would need.
I would do it by myself.
I think I would need another person there to just help keep me straight. Like, help. I mean, to be fair, what Cora was saying, I think she's kind of on the right track. I know how my head works, and if I'm left to my own devices and I'm immortal, eventually I'm going to become like the supreme leader of the entire earth, because nobody can kill me. I'm just going to be like, haha, you can't kill me. I'm your leader.
Hiding with my books to stay away from your regime.
Or I could go the other way and be like, become like a real life Jason Voorhees and like just kill, camp counselors out in the woods, and I just come back every Friday the 13th. Could do that as well. That might be a fun way to live out my life. But I don't know. It's an interesting question of, I mean, obviously if you live forever, I don't think I'd want to go to space. I don't even like flying in an airplane, much less going to Mars or LV.
There's like 100 people in this one Dutch program that are actually in a finalist process to decide which 4 are going to go to Mars in 10 years or less than 10 years from now. Like, there are people who are actually vying to go to Mars.
The rate that Elon Musk is going, I don't think it's going to be 10 years before he's trying to send somebody there.
This is an international program, not.
Oh,
yeah, there's been an international one going for a long time, way before I think Musk even really put his toe in the water. But real quick, I want to say thanks to the Rose Gaming for donating $5. Let me see what he put in here. He donated through Streamlabs, so I have to read this. He said, "Happy New Year, everyone! Big congrats again, Frank, on hitting your goal. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for being a part of it." He said, "Let's crush 2024 and reach even greater heights. Here's a small token for the animals who need our help." Thank you, brother. We very much appreciate it. We also had an anonymous donor drop $200. So again, we're already well beyond. I didn't know if you wanted to be named. It said anonymous when it came up. So, but But yeah, thanks to the anonymous donor who will not be named. So he's got that bald guy energy going on. But thank you to Alex, of course. I didn't know if you wanted to be named or not. That's why when I put it in there, I put it as anonymous. I didn't want to assume, but since you raised your hand when I mentioned it, we'll just go ahead and go with it. But yeah, so we're on our way. We've got $705 we've raised, which is $605 more than I thought we were going to get tonight. So we're on our way to help the Abandoned Pet Project. All that will be sent in tomorrow as soon as we're done with the stream here tonight. But yeah, like I said, I mean, selfishly, I was actually talking with my youngest son about this today. He was asking me what we were doing in the stream tonight, and I was telling him the questions that I had. And he was just like, I wouldn't want to do it. I wouldn't want to watch, all my friends and relatives die and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, I get it. That makes sense. But I mean, the families you have right now is not the only family you'll have. Eventually there are other kids, grandkids, great-grandkids that come along. So your family will always be replenished, I want to say. I don't know if that's the correct word for what I'm trying to get at, but it's like, yes,
I think you're right.
It sucks to see family pass away, to see your friends pass away, but there are always people kind of coming and going from your life anyway. So whereas your grandmother may pass away, you have your your father-in-law who becomes a part of your life when you become an adult, things like that. And then obviously your kids will get married, and then
but some people like me don't have children, so that wouldn't apply.
But that doesn't mean that you don't have other family members that will bring people into your orbit. A brother and sister that bring in someone who get married to, and then in turn their family, friends that you have that aren't blood relations but become very tight with you that you consider
like
family.
You guys.
It's not like those people won't always kind of find their way into your life. So if I'm going to be here where I sit right now at 47 years old for all of eternity, there's always going to be people that I'm going to come across that are either in my age group or in my interest groups or at my job or at that have the likes that I have, that will always be around there to give me some form of companionship at some level or another. So while because I was thinking, I was like, yeah, I get it when he says that it sucks to lose people. That's kind of a part of life anyway. Yeah. I mean, if you're lucky, you don't deal with it frequently. If you're lucky, you don't deal with it a lot at a young age. But I mean, you will deal with it at some point. So, I mean,
can you imagine how many dogs you could have over eternity?
Well, you're working on 2 of them right now, right? So, I mean, there's 2 for every average dog life, which is what, 11, 12 years. So over eternity, you may as well just buy the Abandoned Pet Project. You're gonna need their help anyway.
I'm the only one that doesn't want to be immortal.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I like I said,
Kudos
I would probably
the unique one.
I would probably. I mean, I understand
have your
your
physical
point of
media
view.
collection when you die.
Yeah, sure.
Perfect.
I like I said, I part of me very selfishly, I want to see these things. But one of the things that I've asked myself recently is, like, when you die, I mean, assuming there is an afterlife and all that, I don't know. But when you die, do you get to move around between space and time? That's one of the questions I've been asking myself a lot lately. It's like, like if I were to pass away tomorrow, it's like, would I be able to say, okay, I'm going to go forward 50 years to see what's happening on Mars? Or I'm going to go, or even better, I'm going to go back X amount of years to go witness this important point of history, like see it as it's happening, not just read about it in a book, not just hear somebody tell me stories about it that maybe over time have been kind of twisted
kind
in
of
the
like a
head,
Q,
which is
like
what
in
happens.
Star Trek, where you can go observe humanity.
Yeah.
Being a Q would be so dope. Oh my god,
that would be dope.
Yeah, we're on a live stream with Gene Roddenberry over here.
I would be nice to Jean-Luc Picard, though. I would not be an asshole to him. I'd be nice to him.
He actually likes Picard. He just has a weird way of showing it. But like I said, I mean, I would love to be able to see the stuff that is coming, because I feel like there's good things coming, and I want to be around to see those things and experience them. But I mean, but wouldn't it be cool? I mean, imagine being somebody that was born in like the late 30s, who you were a kid and you kind of saw through a child's eye World War II and everything, all the effect that had. But then you grow up and you get to see something really cool like man land on the moon, and then you get to see whatever you might be into, how it progresses from its rudimentary, very early stages into something very advanced. Let's say you were one of the people that was like, computers, what are these computer things? We have no idea what computers are. The next thing you know, you get to see the evolution into the kind of stuff that we have today. I mean, wouldn't it be cool from where we're standing to be able to see 100 years in the future to see where things are
But
going?
what happens if
No.
you have no out option, like say 2 millennia from now, and the plan is just gone, and you're just floating in space, just looking around? I mean, at some point, I mean, you still need oxygen to breathe. I mean, where's the end? I mean,
But again, that's what Drew was trying to say a while back. It was like there's a difference between immortal and invulnerable. I don't know that those things generally coexist. I mean, because like if someone drops a nuclear bomb on you, I mean,
and your body blows up.
You're not invulnerable.
Well, to be fair, you asked this question without putting stipulations on it. I mean, if you were to just say, "Oh, okay, you become immortal the age and health you are right now," does that mean that if I have a pre-existing heart condition, do I still have that? Even though, like, can I still die? Like is the only way I die from being shot in the head or something? Like, I mean, there's some
mean like the difference
other
of
rules
like stopping aging and actual immortality.
Right. I mean,
Gotcha.
This has to be classified in deeper terms here that
we signed basic immortality. So basic immortality means that you live forever. So I guess like McLeod, when he gets into that duel and the guy stabs him a bunch of times with the rapier, and he just keeps getting up again. Sorry.
You get stabbed like 50 times and you just walk up and
yeah, he just apologizes to the guy for what he said about his wife, and then he just leaves.
Oh, that's great.
So, but I'd be willing to bet, you go through, the length of about 2 or 3 normal lifetimes, and most people are going to be looking for the door. So yeah, I mean, I just. No.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's one of the things we should kind of approach this the way we approach the whole Christmas movie thing. Should we put like rules on it? Like you can take this pill, but you could die from like an adamantium bullet. Let's just say, since we watched Logan recently, you could die from the adamantium. You've got an adamantium bullet, and it's always in like a locket around your neck. And if you ever want to check out, that's how you check out. That's the only way you're going to do it.
That's what happens with Hiddleston in that vampire movie I was telling you about. He ends up he asks this guy who's a gunsmith to create like this. Is it Coco Bolo or like a very high density Jatoba hardwood bullet, because that's the only, like a wooden stake. He's so damn old, and he knows the only way, and he starts to design bullets that can kill himself after 300 years because he's just done. He's just done.
Or maybe we should put like a hard cap on it, like he will live for 1,000 years or something like that.
I could do that. Like, it'd be cool if you get to a certain point and then you grow old. Like, I would live 1,000 years like this. And then, I have another, 50 years to go after that. That'd be cool.
Doesn't that happen? That happens in The Sandman. Neil Gaiman is The Sandman. It's that guy he meets.
That guy can write
I forget, like every 70 years or something. Or he meets him, I forget, like every 100 years he meets him in a pub. The guy's like 400 or 500 years old. That's an interesting sub-thread in that. I love those graphic novels. I have them all in hardcover over here.
I'm trying to remember. It was in X-Men Origins Wolverine, the movie. Let's see, Logan, he was born in like the 1800s, right? Because he fought in the American Civil War.
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly what year it was. So like he was like, yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen that movie. I'd actually like to rewatch it. But like, I think it's a harder question to ask if you just put loose terms and say you're immortal. Well, that can mean so many things. But I think if you really boil it down, like, with like the Steve Rogers argument with Captain America, yeah, he was. I don't know how old Steve Rogers is in the first Captain America film. We'll just call him 20. He's 21.
Under 25 he has to be.
Yeah, he's early 20s, whatever he may be, and he gets the super soldier serum, and then he stays in the ice for what, 40 or no more years than that. It was like 60 years he was in ice or whatever it was, and then he comes out and then he lives a whole nother life, and then obviously the whole time travel, whatever, you can't really explain. But I think a lot less people would say yes if it was just you're immortal and you'll live forever. because then, yes, you'll see family members die generation after generation.
You would see
I could see
humanity
where
die at
people would
some
say,
point.
right. Well, I mean, eventually an extinction level event, whether it's an asteroid or God knows what else blows this planet up, eventually something is going to happen. But if you put you can live 1,000 years, like y'all were saying a minute ago, I think a lot more people would say yes, just because I don't know.
I disagree with you. I think it works better in terms of just like in the Matrix, the red pill or the blue pill. Take your chances. Step off or don't step off.
I would still take it, even like I said, I like the idea of living forever. Yeah, it's going to suck watching all of my friends and family die. But like Frank said earlier, new family will come. Eventually, once I've been around a lot of death in my life, so I'm kind of not jaded to it, but I process it well, I guess. If you know it's coming, you can prepare yourself a lot better. And, I would rather do it than not, but that's just me.
Yeah, I as I sit here right now, I say that I would probably take the pill because I want to see these things. The reality is, it's like, if you actually put that pill in front of me, I'd have to. I don't know that I would. Like I said, there is.
Would it make a difference if Jennifer could or couldn't come with you?
Yeah, but again, it's one of those things.
When you have a partner, you have to think about these things.
Yeah, but it's one of those things. It's like I could say something now, but if you ever actually put the situation in front of me, it would be. I don't know what I would do. It would be a much harder decision. The hypothetical is an easier thing to break down than actually making the decision. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, very selfishly, I want to say yes because I want to see all the cool things that I think are probably coming for humanity in the future, in the next however many hundreds of years. But at the same time, I do agree there is something finite about the lifespan of a human being that makes it beautiful. They have that saying, like, don't pick a flower because as you pick it, it starts to die. Well, even if you leave it there growing, eventually that flower wilts. Something happens to that flower. Now, it may live longer if you leave it on the stem, but eventually that thing will stop. It will cease doing what it does to exist, and it will break down again into earth. So, I mean, I kind of dig the idea of just being a part of the cycle of life and whatnot. But I don't know. Again, I could sit here and say that, like, hypothetically, I would do one thing, but if you ever actually gave me the opportunity, that would be a very, very tough decision to make. I don't know that I would do it. But here's to the anonymous $200 tip. Cheers, Alex. I should have bought more alcohol when I had a chance yesterday. I have a feeling I hope you guys don't do me like you've done Drew in the past, where it's just like $50 tip, $50 tip, $50 tip.
Birthday? Oh my god,
that was bad.
Speaking
why I was kind of like, do I want to do this? I know this community is.
Unfortunately,
well, Tex should take some for you. How's that? You guys can take turns.
Oh, hey, we can do shots. I've got a whole glass right here. I mean, I'm down.
It's not all on Frank.
I'm not doing shots. I'm just constantly drinking. So I guess that counts. I don't really know.
Yeah, I'm sipping on some stuff. I'm saving the shots. What were you saying, Alex? Go ahead.
Unfortunately, my time on this show is not immortal, and I unfortunately have to go. I got people waiting for me. It sucks, but I hope we can do this a lot more in the future, meaning next year. And not just movies, but perhaps general discussions like this, especially with Cora and American Werewolf, maybe even The Rose. And I said it on my show, but I'm going to say it again here. I thank Casey for being the big smelly butt of all our jokes this year.
Thurman.
And we shall return in 2024. Well, I and Nick will.
God, that's disturbing on so many levels.
That's great. I like that. I'm going to steal that for my show next week.
Oh, please. It can be your profile pic for the show that week. It'll be great.
But I thank you very much for having me on. And
I look forward to being here in the future.
Happy New Year, man.
Happy New
Happy
Year.
New Year.
Alex,
Happy New
thanks
Year,
very
brother.
much for coming and giving us a little bit of time, Alex. I know it's a crazy day to come and do any YouTubing, but I promised everybody the charity stream, and I thought tonight would be the best night to do it. I'm very happy to have you. Very thankful that you're part of the community. Go down in the comments below. Check out Alex and the Garbage Man. They're live every Monday about 8 or 9 o'clock. Well, my time anyway. It's every Monday night. Go subscribe to Alex and the Garbage Man. Go watch them. They have good stuff going on over there.
Hell yeah.
And
Thank you
hopefully, Dr. Nick said he was going to try to pop on later on too. So hopefully, we'll have the other half of the duo on here at some point tonight. I know he was in the chat earlier, but thank you very much, sir. I very much appreciate you popping in. Always welcome on here, of course. You have a good New Year's, my friend. To you and your family, much respect, much love.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And to all you as well. Thank you so very much. Appreciate it.
Take
Hell
care.
yeah.
Toodles.
See you later, buddy.
But let's get back into some of the movie talk now. I mean, we've talked about Christmas movies. We've talked about, Immortal
Well,
Pills.
hang
We'll
on,
go
Frank.
back to what's that?
Before you do that, I don't have long here. If you don't mind, I will do my top list while I'm here, and then y'all can do whatever once I'm gone
Oh,
after
that's
that.
a good point.
But
That's
it's up
actually
to
what
you.
I was going to get to next. Is I was going to say, what were your
Okay.
10 best films of 2023? And I'll start with you, Tex, to make sure we get yours in.
Yeah.
I was going to try. I changed my
Yeah.
mind and limited it to top 5. I mean, but if you got 5 or 10, I don't care. Give me what you got.
No, I've got 10 for this year and 10 that I'm looking forward to next year just to be prepared. The number 10 for the ones that I saw this year, I actually just saw this film like 2 days after Christmas. A Creature Was Stirring. It's a new Christmas horror film starring Scout Taylor Compton. It's kind of a creature feature, low budget, practical horror effects. I'm not going to say much and spoil it, but you need to go out and find it. Number 9 was When Evil Lurks, and I don't know if y'all have seen this film or not. This was, I think it's a Portuguese film. I believe it's from one of the South American countries. This is like if you can imagine a zombie apocalypse mixed with the Antichrist and like demon possession all thrown into one on a low budget, this is actually a pretty good film to go see. Number 8, I know Frank likes Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. This movie was so much freaking fun. I adored this movie. I thought it would end up higher on my list, but it sits at number 8. The hot tub kill is one of my favorites, especially. Go find this. Number 7 was Hell House LLC Origins. We finally got more input into the Hell House backstory, the whole clown, the circus aspect, where a lot of this stuff comes from. If you haven't seen Origins, go find that as well. Number 6 is VHS 85. This was released on Shudder right around Halloween, I want to say. I don't know if any of y'all are a fan of the VHS franchise or not, but this is the newest entry into it, and it was a lot of fun. 2 particular stories in there that I really liked. The one plot about the very Friday the 13th like lake that basically makes you undead, and then the wrapping up plot about the police, the story that happens in the police precinct. Number 5 was Scream 6. This was a lot of fun. I like this one. We got back Kirby. I wasn't crazy about the core 4 and how basically Chad was basically inhumane. Like he got stabbed like 15 times in the chest, and he just didn't die in that movie. He should have died. But I still like, love me some Ghostface, and I got to rank it that high. Number 4, this one y'all probably haven't seen either. Bury the Bride. This was a Tubi original, another Scout Taylor Compton feature. Basically, it's redneck vampires killing women. That's basically the plot of the movie. Very low budget, but it's very on point. If you haven't seen Bury the Bride, go see it. Number 3 is Saw X. I got my boy Tobin Bell back. Amanda came back. Hoffman came back. I love this film. It was a return to form of Saw that I've been looking forward to. Number 2, Thanksgiving. I love 2000s horror. I like that era. I like the way that it was shot. I love the way that it looks. I love the way that it feels. Thanksgiving was amazing. I can't wait for the sequels to it. But number 1, I'm gonna let y'all guess. What do y'all think my number one was for the year?
Magic Mike number 3.
Definitely not.
Is that a movie? All right.
Barbie.
Yes, Salma Hayek was in it. Came out in February.
No. What horror film do you think I topped my list for this year's 23 slate?
The Terrifier one?
I think I know.
I think it's the Terrifier one.
Okay.
That you were really
Terrifier
excited
didn't come
about.
out this year. Terrifier came out 22.
Because this is
What,
actually,
what do you think, Frank?
actually, I think the movie's in my top 5 is Evil Dead Rise.
Yes, that is exactly right. I adored Evil Dead Rise. I was so nervous about a Bruce Campbell-less Evil Dead movie, but Beth, my God, she is just so freaking cool. I loved her character. Whenever she carved up that Marauder and then pushed it into the freaking wood chipper, that was just that, and that's kill of the year, by the way. But Evil Dead Rise is my movie of the year. Honorable mention: Cocaine Bear was on this list, but A Creature Was Stirring knocked off Cocaine Bear. So shout out to those guys. But yeah, that's
I don't know. Werewolf, what are your favorite movies of the year? However many you got, 5 or 10. What are some of your best movies you saw this year?
It's a good question. Well, one of them would probably be John Wick 4. That was just a ton of fun. About 3 solid hours of John Wick and some great fucking gun action happening there. You had Donnie Yen in there, and the Japanese guy whose name I can never remember. Some great sword action, and then just a great all-around great flick. I would go I don't know. Yeah, this wouldn't be in any particular list except maybe the number one movie, Evil Dead Rise. That was a top film. I liked Fede Alvarez's Evil Dead. So I prefer those.
I love 2013 Evil Dead. Great movie.
I'm not a big Bruce Campbell Evil Dead fan. It's kind of
really, wow.
Yeah, it's kind of too white noisy for me. The volume just goes up and up and up, and then it just becomes white noise, and I lose the plot. Yeah. And let me think. What else? Brandon Cronenberg came out with a film this year, Infinity Pool, which was really fucking good with Alexander Skarsgård and what's that chick's name from Pearl and X and
Mia Goth.
Mia Goth. Yeah, that was really fucking good.
Yeah.
That was
I've heard that movie's really good. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, that's a creepy body horror fucking movie.
Yeah.
There was also Godzilla -1.
Yes, I love Godzilla -1.
That was top notch. The creator, Gareth Edwards, that new sci-fi flick, that was really fucking good. One of the best sci-fi movies I've seen probably in the last 10 or 15 years. Equalizer 3 came out this year. That was just fucking great. It might be as good as the first one if you like the Denzel doing the Equalizer. We had Last Voyage of the Demeter. That was really good. The Dracula flick, which they based the movie only on 4 pages of the book in Dracula, which is the journal from when the ship leaves Transylvania and makes its way over to England, only for the crew, of course, to end up completely fucking dead. Oppenheimer was good. The Nun 2. The Nun 2 was a lot of fun. I don't know how many this is. The number one movie for me, though, this year was The Holdovers with Paul Giamatti, which was just the best movie I've seen in over that yet.
Those trailers.
That is a fucking Christmas movie, and long story short, it's the story of like a old curmudgeonly teacher working at a boarding school played by Giamatti, who gets the short straw, having to spend the Christmas break with 5 students that don't have anywhere to go. And it's him, the 5 students, and this black lady who's like the kitchen manager. And it's her first Christmas without her only child, who was killed in Vietnam that year. So it takes place in Christmas of 1970. And I remember in the first 5 minutes, I was laughing till like tears were rolling down my eyes. It was so funny. But at the same time, it's really just fucking poignant. And just a great fucking flick. I mean, I saw a lot more movies than that. The new Mission Impossible this year, Dead Reckoning. I thought that was fantastic. Extraction 2 with Chris Hemsworth. Yeah, I actually saw quite a few really good fucking films this year. But number one is The Holdovers, without question. Iron Claw. Saw the Iron Claw. That was good. We just did a show on that this past week.
Yeah, I spent the last.
I want to
probably
talk
4
about
days
that.
trying to catch up on stuff. Iron Claw was one I wanted to see. There was a couple I was trying to cram in the last couple of days before the year ended. I just couldn't get to them. I don't know, Lady Cora. I know you've watched several movies, whether you've been on here talking about them with us or not. What are some of the best films that you've seen in 2023?
Oh, there I am. Sorry. I've only seen
Nice.
a handful, like you said, but I really loved Oppenheimer, Equalizer 3. There was a short film. I can't remember what it's called, with the guy who played. Oh, fuck. Let me think what his name is. Anyways, I've seen a couple short films I really liked. It was the guy who played. Why am I fucking blanking? Sorry, my dog needed some help, and I have very needy dogs. Generally speaking, I caught up on stuff from 2022 because I didn't watch a lot over the last couple of years. But I really did like Oppenheimer. Like I said, Equalizer 3. Watched some short films. I watched some TV shows that I never watched before. So it wasn't made in 2023, but I'd never seen Peaky Blinders. I watched all of that. I watched all of Ozark for the first time, both for the first time.
That's a rough show. I hated everybody in that show.
Yeah, I hear you. So for me, it was more catch up.
I still need to catch the end of that.
And I refuse to watch Barbie because I think it's too like feministic. I will not watch it.
Believe it or not, I actually watched Barbie.
I heard it's good.
Think of it really. Oh, I did like the Magic Mike movie.
I watched it because my youngest wanted to see it, and I love Margot Robbie. So hey, an hour and a half of staring at her, okay, you got my attention. So I can't tell you if it was good or not, but I stared at her for a while. So it's all good.
I almost watched it the other day. I pulled up Max, and I was like, I said if it hit a streamer that I could see it for free, I would watch it. And then I was going to hit play, and I'm like, I went and watched an episode of The West Wing instead. I just couldn't do it.
I did watch Cocaine Bear too, like you mentioned with Tex. I did like Cocaine Bear. I love Carrie Russell. She's fucking. I like her.
Cocaine Bear was so much fun. I love that movie.
I love the 80s angle because so much of stuff these days, there's not enough, love of the 80s in movies these days, and so that was nice.
Well, one thing that Cocaine Bear did right was, and obviously this is not the only movie that does this, but I loved how there was so little technology around.
Yes.
It was the phone on the wall. It was they were driving the old Bronco with the top took off of it. It was just, it brought me back to whenever I was a kid. I was like, oh, I remember like living in that. But I was like, oh man, it's just, Cocaine Bear is a lot of fun. And the kill from where, it's just so cool.
It makes me feel very old that movies that are based in the 80s are now considered period pieces. Like when me and Cora talk.
That, Frank, but I didn't. What I was thinking is.
It's like me and Cora talk. It's like me and Cora both like Downton Abbey. It's like it's very much a period piece that takes place, back in the 20s and 30s. But it's like now anything movies that are based in the 80s, they're done up like period pieces now, and I'm just like, God, that makes me feel so old.
How long before the 90s is the new 80s? Like 10, 15 years? Like at what point does the 90s become the next decade?
I think we're already kind of there.
You think so?
I think so. I think the 90s looks incredibly dated. Like I said, one of my favorite TV shows, and this is one of my comfort shows that I watch whenever I want to watch something I know I'm going to like, is The West Wing. That show started in 1998 or 99. And I went back and watched one of my favorite episodes in the first season, and I looked at it, I was like, good God, that movie looks like 1990. Now, as the show progresses, it matures very well. It kind of grows into itself, and the later episodes hold up now. But like, God, like at first, like even some of the hairstyles and stuff like that, I was like, God, this movie looks like 1994.
I look at pictures of myself as a young girl being a young teenage girl in the 90s trying to look like a grown-up woman, and I'm like, oh my God, my hair, why am I wearing shoulder pads in that dress?
I'll have to talk to my mother, but she has pictures of me where I have the Troy Aikman mullet, as my haircut.
Oh,
Like
I
that
want
was the
that.
haircut I had.
I want
Only
that.
because Troy Aikman's hair was cut that way. So I had the Troy Aikman mullet.
You were in Texas. We'll let it fly. We'll let it go. We understand. we understand.
There are people who still wear mullets.
Oh
Yeah, they're lesbians though.
No, these are straight people that are. I see it.
You see it a lot
Hey.
on Saturday when you watch UFC on Saturdays. A lot of those fighters,
I'm here to-
young fighters, they have mullets.
Yeah,
Really?
it's a thing.
in the redneck culture, the mullet is still alive and doing well. I
It's
can send you
prestigious,
pictures of current day.
Yeah.
It is still doing well.
Oh, yeah, all these guys are from the middle of wherever, and
Right.
yeah.
Right. It is still a popular hair choice. So.
Yeah.
It seems like.
Yeah. I didn't necessarily rank my top films. I've got 10 of them here that jumped out at me. A couple of honorable mentions and a couple of big time disappointments. Pooh, Blood and Honey. I mean, that movie was just fun. I didn't expect too much from that movie. I just wanted it to be some good
I
kills.
love that movie.
Kind of a classic 80s slasher. I got that out of it. A couple of the kills. I know, Tex talks about the hot tub. I like the one where he runs her head over the car and the camera's right here. In her face.
Yeah. That crunch.
That was really
cool.
cool.
That crunch was cool.
The other one, a movie that really surprised me. I went to honestly, I had a free ticket from the Regal that I had to use, or I was going to lose it, and I had a free couple hours to burn. I was like, okay, I'm going to go check it out and see if it's any good. Gran Turismo is actually kind of fun. I mean, there are times where it's a shot-for-shot remake. There are times where it looks like a shot-for-shot remake of Days of Thunder, but I mean, it's got David Harbour, who I like a lot. It's got some emotional beats to it that are good. It was an entertaining movie. Was it one of the best movies I've ever seen? Not even close. But I left there and I was like, when you really I always try to say I leave my expectations at the door when I go into the theater. I just want to just show me a good movie and I'll leave happy. But I mean, that one I was just like, I don't really know what I'm getting out of this. It's a movie based in a video game, not a great history for things like that. And I was like, yeah, racing cars. I was like, it's since Days of Thunder, that's not really been a big thing in movies, but it actually wasn't a bad movie. I ended up leaving the theater kind of pleased. Another one was Saw X. I mean, does it have some holes? Sure, all the Saw movies do, but it brings it back in many ways to the core of what made the first couple Saw movies good. They just got a little too outlandish and weird as you get to like the 7th, 8th, and 9th movie. I'm just like,
They're making 11. It'll be out this coming year too.
But Saw X, it focuses on Tobin Bell again. That's where the movie needs to always be focused. Another one, I know I shit on the DCEU, and I don't really know how this is going to fit into things going forward. But I thought Blue Beetle was a lot of fun. I mean, like I said, I don't know where it's going to fit in moving forward. Is it part of the Snyderverse? Is it part of the new thing? I just kind of looked at it. I was like, I don't care what it's going to fit into, past or future. I'm just going to watch this as a movie, and it was a really good movie. I like Zola Mardena in the role. I think he's perfect for it. I really dug, coming from a Mexican family in California. Maybe I just kind of understood it more. But I mean, I love the family dynamic there. I thought it was fantastic. It was a cool superhero movie. Susan Sarandon was a great bad guy. I almost wish she hadn't gotten blown up at the end so we could see her more. But yes, that's that. Scream 6. I have said steadily that the Scream franchise is one of my least favorite horror franchises ever. I thought the first movie was pretty good, and then from then on out, it just got stupid. But the last couple of movies have really kind of brought it back to center a little bit for me. Scream 5 and 6. Scream 6 wasn't bad. Another movie that I smashed the original, and I still do to this day, is Avatar. I still think that movie is just way too overblown. It's way too overproduced, way too preachy. Avatar: The Way of Water wasn't bad. It was kind of a straight up war movie. He dialed back the preachy environmental bullshit and gave us more of the world, more of what it was like to exist in this world. Again, made it more of a straight up war movie. I mean, this was kind of like Apocalypse Now in certain scenes. I mean, even like the little helicopter airplane things kept flying against the sun. I mean, there was visuals like him coming out of the water, stuff like that. I mean, they gave it good war movie visuals, and they made it a war movie, which made it, I think, a better film than the original. Still a bit too long for me, but I didn't feel the length of the movie the way I felt it in the original Avatar. Another one was Cocaine Bear. It was one of those movies I was like, I think this movie is going to be stupid as hell, and I'm okay with it. But the movie actually delivered. I mean, again, good emotional stuff, great kills. What happens if a bear gets whacked out on cocaine? Let's find out. I mean, it's such an outlandish concept to begin with. And yes, I know for those of you who have actually read about what motivated the story, it did not actually go like this for real when a bear actually ingested some cocaine back in 1980, whatever. But I mean, it's still a fun concept to play with. And this is where some of the best movies come from. It's just some outlandish bullshit. Another one that I really, really liked, and man, I think horror movies have suffered for a long time, but in the last 5 to 10 years, they've made a step up. I loved Evil Dead Rise. I think that was a solid 80s horror movie, late 80s before everything went to turn into teeny bopper, teenage bullshit with the Scream franchise. I thought Evil Dead was a great movie. I cannot remember a horror movie where I've gotten emotionally invested in characters like that, like a straight up psychological horror movie that hits you from a lot of different angles. But I thought that movie was fantastic from start to finish. It's one of the best horror movies I've ever seen. Even the opening. I love the 80s style opening where she's floating above the water and then Evil Dead Rise kind of comes up from behind the mountain. That was such a very 80s
shot. Was a great shot.
I loved that shot. That was one of my favorite shots of the movie. And it was a great opening for a movie as well. Say what you want about Jonathan Majors. Give me 1 second, Rose, and I'll bring you in. Say what you want about Jonathan Majors, but Creed 3 I thought was a really good movie. I thought you were going to say Ant-Man for a minute. I was going to say, holy crap. No, I wasn't going to. No, as a matter of fact, I've got Ant-Man on my list. But
excuse me.
Look. Say like I said, his legal stuff going on right now, notwithstanding, the guy's a hell of an actor. I mean, this Devotion was a great movie, despite the fact that Ant-Man was not a very good film. He was very good in it. He also really brought a different dimension to Loki season 2. I mean, Michael B. Jordan, I think is kind of perfect for the role of Adonis Creed. I think he is the modern day Carl Weathers. He embodies everything that Carl Weathers was back in the Rocky franchise. I think that movie was fantastic, and I wasn't expecting it to be that good without Sylvester Stallone. But man, they really dialed it up a bit. My favorite movie of the year, hands down, and this was my most anticipated film coming into this year, was Oppenheimer. I mean, from start to finish, I was completely absorbed in that movie. That movie did not let me go for a second. And I usually don't like it much when movies kind of jump around in time. If you don't do it just right, it can kind of take you out of a movie. But the way that Nolan did that, the performances in that movie, everything about that movie works from the opening credits all the way up to the very end. A very interesting story to begin with. Oppenheimer, a very mercurial kind of person, very weird. But that is by far my favorite movie of the year. No, I have not watched Barbie yet, nor do I really plan on doing it anytime soon. I'm going to have to stumble across that movie one of these days. I'm sure it's got its good things, but I mean, to me, Oppenheimer was the best movie. But I mean, to go into some of my honorable mentions real quick, and before I do that, I'll bring in the Rose from the Rose Gaming. What's up, brother?
Rose.
Going on, guys.
Yeah, give me some quick honorable mentions. I don't think The Flash was as bad as a lot of people think it was. Is it not great? No, it's not great, but I think it's a decent movie. Exorcist Believer, like I said, it
garbage.
It was a decent horror movie. The problem is when you attach The Exorcist to your name, the bar goes from here to here, and if you don't get up there somewhere, your movie is going to be looked at as a piece of shit. If you would have called that movie anything else, I think it would have gotten a little bit more love, but I think it was decent. I really wanted to put this in my disappointments, but I still think it's a fun movie. It was Five Nights at Freddy's. It's not great, but I mean, I don't have the history with the game that Jeremy and Rachel do, but I mean, I looked at it and I was like, this is a fun, kids level horror movie. Something like Killer Clowns from Outer Space or something like that. It wasn't great, but it was kind of fun to watch. Also, another movie I didn't have a whole lot of hope in because I'm not big on prequels, and when you get away from the characters that made the franchise great, you can lose a lot. But The Hunger Games: Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, it was a decent movie. It was better than I thought it was going to be. Was it as good as the first couple of Hunger Games movies? Oh no, not even close. But it had its bright spots. Now the bad parts of the movie kind of drug it down a lot, but it was decent. I don't want to see a sequel. I say leave it where it's at, and then forget about it. Don't do a sequel. I know they want to, but I just don't think it's important. Another one I was really shocked at was Wonka. I mean, I profess to you, I think the original Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory with Gene Wilder from '71 is the best iteration. I don't care what Roald Dahl says. I know he wrote the book, but I'm sorry. 2 or 3 generations of people have grown up loving that movie. The Tim Burton version sucked ass. Him and Johnny Depp just ruined Wonka. They turned him into a pussy. But this one, my only problem with it is you have to watch it as its own thing in its own universe. Don't watch it as a prequel to the Gene Wilder thing. It's not going to fit in with that very well. Watch it as its own movie and you'll get it. My disappointments for the year: Black Panther 2. It's not because they didn't try. It's look. Everything was working against that movie. I mean, everything from not having Chadwick Boseman, who unfortunately passed away a couple of years ago from cancer, to Disney being in a really bad creative slump for the last couple of years. I blame Bob Chapek. Not really having a good plan in place to recast, which it blows my mind that they didn't. I'm really surprised. I agree. I think that because as far as I've read, Chadwick Boseman got diagnosed with his cancer right about the time that he was filming his first on-screen stuff in Civil War. So if he really cared about the role, which I believe he did, and if Kevin Feige really wanted to be kind of ahead of the game, they could have sat down and said, look, here's my deal. I just got diagnosed with this thing. We don't know what the future is going to bring. Let's have this is an important thing, not just for me, because the first African-American superhero in comic books and all that, the first big one that they're going to put out in a movie in Marvel. It's like, let's have a plan in place just in case. Are we going to bring in maybe this person? Give a couple of names that Chadwick Boseman says could step into his role. And they just didn't do that. And that lack of preparedness at that point in the MCU to me is mind-boggling. So I don't know why that didn't work.
Because they're too busy trying to make Shuri the Black Panther.
Yeah, it didn't work.
That's what they wanted. They wanted a girl Black Panther.
I love Shuri as Shuri in her character, in her place. Her as Black Panther doesn't work for me.
I never liked her. She's an insufferable know-it-all.
Yeah. The Marvels was another one. God, I wanted that movie to be
terrible.
So good. It just wasn't. Like I said, I liked the first Captain Marvel more than a lot of people did. I loved Miss Marvel. I thought that show was a great amount of fun. God, this movie just didn't do it. So much potential, and the musical number thing. I was like, it's slowing the music down. I don't get it. Another one, God, I really wanted this. Like I said, the Indiana Jones stuff was good, but the movie as a whole was a disappointment. Was Indiana Jones and the whatever. The Dial of Destiny. I almost watched that the other day, and I was like, I just don't want to. I'll watch the first episode of What If. I just look, like I said, that when Indiana Jones is doing Indiana Jonesy stuff, it's a good movie. I hate that female character. She brings the movie down. She is not the kind of character that Indiana Jones would have.
Phoebe Waller, whatever the crap her name is.
Phoebe. She's not a bad actress. That role was just terrible. That was a terribly conceived character from the jump, and it ruins the whole movie.
She goes from her character is just as bad as the Nazis are in that movie. Yeah, she's not even a good guy in that movie.
No, she's not. No, she's a psychopath. She's like a self-centered psychopath.
I wanted so much more out of that movie, and they didn't give it to me.
You know what I wanted?
If this was the last thing we were going to see, I wanted to see a shit ton of cameos. I mean, bring back Short Round. Why couldn't Short Round be the guy with the boat?
Just to say, it's like, why did they? He was on set with Harrison Ford.
If this is the last time we're going to see him, why not just go balls out, make it all fan like Avengers Endgame? There was so much fan service in that movie, but it worked because we knew that this was the last of everything that had been built up. This was it. This is the culmination. There is no tomorrow. So throw it all out there right now. Let's have fun with this movie while finishing up this whole story. And you should have done the same thing with this movie and didn't. So why didn't we see?
He should have just shot her at the end of the movie.
Yeah, you can't tell me you couldn't have gotten Kate Capshaw to come back for a cameo. I mean, you could have. I mean, why not? You could. Short Round couldn't be in there somewhere. I mean, come on. Nope, maybe not Kate Capshaw. We could have done without Kate Capshaw, maybe. But I mean, Short Round. Come on, you had to have bust.
That's it.
Yeah, but it was just bad. It's like I said, the Indiana Jones is the focus of that movie. It's a decent movie. But as soon as they get cut to her, I'm like, oh my God, just stop.
Well, she cut him off at the knees at every opportunity.
She left him for dead 3 or 4 times in the course of that movie.
Yeah, she just cut him off at the knees every time she was in the movie. She just one-upped him every time.
And so when I'm sitting there at the end of the movie and she's like crying, she's like, no, Indy, you have to come back with me. I'm like, what the fuck do you care? You were going to line him up to get him shot by the Nazis 5 minutes ago. And now all of a sudden you're worried that he's going to die? Bitch, get out of here. Get out of here. I couldn't get with that character at all. It was just not good. But we welcome the Rose Gaming now as we get into everything.
Hello?
Hello?
Rose, are you here with us today?
Yeah, the audio just cut out. I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, it cut out on my end too.
I'm here.
What's going on, guys? Yeah.
And while we're welcoming in the Rose, we also welcome in Marcus. What's up, brother?
I kind of rushed here from work to join,
yeah.
so if I randomly go dark just to change out shirts here real quick, you'll know why.
Are you suicidal because your Bengals lost? Are you okay, Foxtrot?
Honestly, I expected it. Like, I wanted us, don't get me wrong, I wanted us to win.
Dude, the
But
Eagles
not
are
realistic. Like,
team.
even if we won, we still had to beat the Browns in order to make it in, which I don't think is realistically possible. We already lost to them once, and we lost to everyone in our division. So I don't think we had the right to even go into the playoffs compared to everyone else. But I think, if anything, this year everyone's injured. Take the break, take a month or two to rest, relax, recover, figure out how we're going to do it.
Before y'all go any further, I'm going to get out of here. I got plans I got to go to. But before I go, I wanted to say thank you to Frank and everybody else for all of the fun we've had this year. For Rose, TSS, I've had so much fun in the Fantasy Football League, especially winning it finally this year after that mess at the end of it last year. Hey, like I said, hit the John Cena music, baby, because the champ is here. But
he's
you know, obviously,
we don't need to put the music on. We'll put
hey,
music on to celebrate you leaving.
even
You gotta
Corey
go-
and
you
all
go
her
have fun
bullshit that
eating
we
your
have to
steak
deal
and
with.
drinking your beer.
Hey, well, you know what? Hey, cheers to you, buddy. It's all good. But either
Don't
way,
worry, Tex, I'll get you next
like
week.
I said, hey, Rose,
Have
you
a
ain't
good
beat
New
me in
Year's,
2 years.
Tex, truly.
Line up, buddy. That's all I got to say.
Hope you and
Corey,
the
you
family
too.
have a nice New Year's. And the puppy.
You know,
I hope the
but
puppy
like,
has a nice New Year's.
I don't like the puppy right now because she's tearing crap up, so she's crated currently. But either way, Happy New Year to everybody. Hope blessings upon your homes and everything else. But I'm gonna get out of here. Y'all got a full panel, so y'all don't need me here anymore. So y'all have a good one. And hey, I'm gonna do a cheers with y'all, and I'm gonna find my way out of here. So
Happy New
it's
Year.
all good. So
That's
Happy
right,
New Year
Tex.
to you, my
Party, or are
friend.
you just
Thanks,
gonna drink all
thanks so
night?
much.
I mean, isn't
That's
that
right,
not
Tex.
a party?
Hit the fucking bricks.
Rose, is that how you speak to your champion? You piece of crap. Is that how you speak to your champion? Is that how, really? Good Lord.
I think
All
the
right,
Frank is
y'all
the
have fun.
champion.
In my
I'll
own
catch
right,
y'all next.
motherfucker. I did win one
Okay,
out of
later,
my
brother.
3 leagues this year.
All right, we all see y'all later. Have a good one.
Bye.
Later, Tex.
Later, man. Frank,
You can catch
I'm
Tex
going to
on
be
here all the time.
joining him. I'm going to have to skedaddle out of here. Thank you for inviting me. Everybody,
Shit, what did I do? Chase everybody away? Goddamn.
yes.
Well, that's what you do, Rose.
So
Yeah.
bearing that in mind, I'm fucking out of here.
I don't know if we'll see you again since you're the only one who's not immortal.
Well, let's assume that something's going to happen within the next 50 years, and then, there'll probably be a better than average chance that I'll see you if you haven't bunkered down in some fucking underground library or something like that. So, Frank, anytime, let me know, and hopefully we'll set it up, or I'll have you on the show, or maybe I'll see you guys to connect on social media or something. We can keep a dialogue of sorts going. But Happy New Year to everybody. Best wishes, and enjoy the rest of your evening. And
Happy New Year to you, my friend. Thank you very much for being a part of all this. We very much appreciate it. Best of luck to you. Continued success in the new year. Let's keep doing it, man.
All right, see you in 24, everybody. Later, Gators.
Yes, sir. Later, brother. Go check out American Werewolf in New Jersey. The link to his description is down below in the description. Link to his channel, rather.
And
I'm sorry.
Rose is here, so I'll leave too.
Jesus.
Oh, damn.
Kidding.
Don't leave me with Rose. Shit. I don't want to.
Well, let me go to the Rose and Marcus real quick. Rose, I mean, I know that you're not as big into movies as we are, but I mean, you've seen some movies this year. What are some of your favorite movies that came out in 2023?
I've seen one movie that came out in 2023, and I already know how you feel about it. So I don't know if I need to go into it.
Super Mario Brothers.
You're right. Okay, make that 2 movies. You're right. Make that 2. That movie, yes, Super Mario Bros. And Fast 10. And I did.
I watched Fast 10 when it came out on what was it on Peacock? It came out on Peacock. I watched it. Yeah, the only thing that makes the movie watchable is the bad guy. The rest of the movie is just so typical. I couldn't get into it, but I'm still not going to go to the theater to see the next one when it comes out. I'll wait till it drops on Peacock and watch it. But
yeah, I did want to see Gran Turismo, but I haven't watched it yet. Obviously, being a video game guy, you
it's
figured I would have by now.
It's on Netflix now, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah, it is.
Oh
Yep.
shit!
Yes.
Okay.
Like I said, it wasn't bad. I was really surprised. Like I said, I had some points I had to use at the Regal before I lost them, so I was like, I'll go see a movie. And I got there and I was like, well, I'll check out Gran Turismo, whatever. Like I said, I walked in there thinking movie based in a video game, but it's got a couple of actors I like. It looks pretty fast paced. I ended up liking it a lot more than I thought I would. If I would have just left there like not bored for 2 hours, I would have been happy. But I actually ended up liking the movie. It's not bad.
Yeah.
Now I tell you what, Frank, you could ask me the same question about video games, and I probably still couldn't even answer the question because while I do play a lot of video games, I don't think I played 10 games that came out this year. Because some of the ones I have that did come out this year, I either didn't start them yet or I didn't finish them yet.
Yeah, but you still know if you like them or not.
Yeah.
Well, the ones you started anyway.
Right. But yeah, as far as movies go, though, I'm looking forward to a handful of movies in 2024. Though there's at least for a few that I'm aware of that are supposed to be coming out. I think that's a topic that you have on this list, right?
Yes,
movies
it is. We might get to that
soon?
one here in just a second. But I'll go to you real quick, Marcus. You saw a few movies over the course of 2023. What are some of the best movies that you saw this year?
Top of my list would have to be Oppenheimer. I think when I went into it, I thought I've always grown up kind of enjoying historical movies, either depicting in a weird way an event that could have happened or did happen. And I went into Oppenheimer just thinking it was going to be just, okay, it's a cool event, so that's why it's going on the big screen versus just History Channel release. We're going to find out about it at some point. Thinking it's just going to be another documentary about this and that. And I didn't really see the trailers for it. It was Oppenheimer or Barbie at the time, and I'm not volunteering to go see Barbie anytime in my lifetime. So we went to go see Oppenheimer, and I loved it. Like the stomping scene, which honestly it's a big scene for everyone. It's like seeing the stomping scene for a trailer for a second was one thing, but each time they did it, it brought over a different impact on it. Second favorite would actually have to be Blue Beetle. Out of all the DC movies I've seen, Blue Beetle definitely took the cake for me. I think out of ones that really I remember them, but mainly because you guys brought them up. Flash, I kind of forgot that came out this year. I like the concept. Great concept, horrible execution. I kind of thought it would be a Flash movie, and it was, but at the same time, it really wasn't. And my second least favorite would have to be Thor. Honestly, Thor: Love and Thunder. I like the songs and that they all played. I did not like the movie. Out of Marvel movies that came out this year, Thor: Love and Thunder was not high on that list for me.
Yeah. Again, Thor is another one that is not that didn't work out at all. I mean, I like the stuff with Jane Foster. Just making him the third wheel in his own movie was just stupid to me. This really should have been. I mean, the stuff with Jane should have been the secondary story, and the primary story should have been him going back and forth with Gore the God Butcher. Dude, God, Christian Bale was so good, and he's in the movie for 2 minutes. I don't understand it. He was such a good bad guy, and they did not use him nearly enough. I really hope there's some director's cut of it that has him in more of the movie, because the way that his acting style really limped to this, because it's there was something about carrying the pain, that quiet internal burning pain of losing your daughter that he carries throughout the entire movie. Was on screen, but he's on screen for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You don't really get a chance to feel that from him in a very raw way until the very end of the movie when it's just too late. And I'm like, okay, that part's great, but it's like I could have had this all throughout the film and just gotten blown away by his portrayal of that character, of his pain. They just didn't do it. Yeah, they made him a third wheel, and Thor the third wheel of a Thor movie, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I don't get it. TSS, what's going on, buddy? We're not necessarily talking about the worst films of the year. We're just kind of talking about. We were actually going over our best films, started talking about some of our disappointments. But yeah, I mean, feel free to chime in with what you liked this year and what you didn't like, for that matter. But yeah, like I said, The Marvels was one other big disappointment for me. I really wanted that movie to be awesome. It just wasn't. There was some of it was them trying to push this girl power agenda, but it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be.
Yeah.
Like I said, I love not Tatiana Maslany. She's She-Hulk.
You did like that Marvel series on Disney Plus about the teenage girl, though.
Yeah, Miss Marvel was a great series. I loved it. I thought it was fun.
Yeah.
And I love the girl that plays Miss Marvel. Why am I drawing a blank on her name? God damn it. But yeah, she was good, and I like her. But I mean, sometimes that movie it seemed like it was starting to find its way and then would fall apart again. And it would seem like it was starting to find its way and then fall apart again. And I'm like, I don't get it. They didn't spend enough time kind of exploring the relationship between Carol and I draw a blank on these names all of a sudden. Between Carol and Lieutenant Trouble, her surrogate daughter. They didn't spend enough time examining that relationship. I just a lot of things that just didn't work in that movie again. But like I said, I blame Bob Chapek because he took a lot of the creative control away from the creators and gave it to these Ivy League pencil neck motherfuckers that don't know how to tell a story. They're all about crunching numbers. They're like, and their idea of being successful was, let's just make another Marvel movie. It'll make $1 billion. It's like, no, we have a certain level of expectations. And if you don't meet those expectations, we're going to let you know by not going to watch your fucking movie.
Yeah.
Here's where these movies make the money. You would think that just a lot of people go to see it. Movies like the MCU, Star Wars, DC, where they make their money is the people like me who will go see a movie 7 or 8 times in theaters. Because like people went and saw Endgame in theaters 3, 4, 5, 6 times. People went and saw Star Trek or Star Wars in theaters 3, 4, 5, 6 times. They go to see the Marvels and it doesn't look good. And they're like, I'm not going to go back and watch it again. And not only that, but I mean, there are a few people who are like, their friends will say, hey, you went and saw the Marvels. Was it any good? They were like, nah, not very good. Wait for it to drop on Disney Plus. And they're like, okay, I'll wait for it to drop on Disney Plus. And you don't get the money from them either. So you're not getting anybody to go back to these movies 3, 4, 5 times to see them and get that money. You're seeing it once and they're just walking away completely unimpressed with the product you gave them. You got to that's what Marvel had done so well in the first 3 phases. They gave people movies that they wanted to go see multiple times in theaters. These movies that are expected to be blockbusters, they don't do that. That's why they're failing. Like Indiana Jones, not a good Indiana Jones movie. Black Panther 2 didn't, like I said, a lot of stuff working against it. But I mean, you didn't give them enough to go back for a 2nd, 3rd, or 4th viewing. Go ahead, Cora.
I was gonna say, I remember when I first started doing shows with you and Jeremy, because I'd never seen any of the Marvel stuff except for Iron Man, really. And so when I really crunched through it all, and I finally got through to, what is the movies 1 and 2, Infinity War? Yeah. I remember you saying to me that you, and sometime after that, you thought that might be the pinnacle of, the quality of Marvel and in the movies. And I have to say that I think you were right back then, because you can't, you can add backstories to all these characters, but it's not going to have the same level of quality and dense plot that you really want to watch over and over again, like you were saying, to kind of understand it all. When it seems like most of the stuff that they're putting out just deserves to be on the streaming service and isn't theater worthy.
Well, yeah, the problem is, and I worried about this when Star Wars was starting to get big again, is you have to find that balance between quality and quantity. And it's one of the reasons why The Force Awakens hit the way it did is because it was a Star Wars movie that nobody thought we'd ever get. Yeah. So 3, 4 generations of Star Wars fans were excited over this movie. And they gave us a good movie. I still think it's one of the better Star Wars movies that's ever been made. And then all of a sudden it was, okay, now we know, okay, they said very clearly it's going to be the first part of a trilogy. So we know there's 3 coming. Then they come out with Mandalorian, which Mandalorian was very good. I think it's very good. Last season had its shitty moments, but overall it's been a great series. And then then Rogue One, then the Solo movie. No, I'm talking about Star Wars specifically. Okay. Then, it's that. Then it was Rogue One, which was pretty good. And then Solo, which had a whole lot of problems. And then Obi-Wan, then Boba Fett, and then all these Star Wars properties started coming out. It's like, wait a minute. We went from getting a Star Wars movie that we thought we would never see again in our lifetimes to now there's Star Wars shit everywhere. I was like, and I said even then,
the market.
You saturate the market. And when you saturate the market with a product, the value of that product goes down. So it's great to have the only gun that has ever been made. But once you make 5 billion more guns, that one gun went from being worth $1 million to being worth $10. So you make your product less valuable by putting way more of it out on the market, because now all of a sudden you've lost the exclusivity. And that's one of the things that ended up
who has time to
happening.
Watch it all? We have jobs, we have family, we have hobbies. Who has time to keep up with everything?
That's the thing with entertainment, though, is we will find time to watch it if it's good.
Yeah.
If Cora goes and sees a movie, and then me and Rose and Marcus get a hold of her and say, "Hey, what did you think of this movie?" She's like, "Oh my god, that movie was great." That's 3 of us that are like, "Holy shit! Next free 2 hours I have to go to the theater and see this movie."
Right.
But if we ask her that question, she's like, "It's kind of shitty. Didn't really do a lot of character development. It's not like the book or whatever." She says a lot of bad things about it, and we're like, "Maybe we'll wait until it drops on Netflix."
Streaming service, as you said.
Yeah, and that's 2 or 3 less tickets that it's going to sell. So, I mean, you have to give a good product. But on top of that, I mean, like, creatively, it has to work. And that's one of the things that Marvel did very, very well, through the first 3 phases of the MCU, is they didn't oversaturate. They went from making 2 movies a year, having 2 properties come out a year, to having 6, 7 come out a year.
Why is that with Marvel? And is this just a Disney problem, or is this a problem with Hollywood in general?
It's a Bob Chapek problem. It was.
Got it.
See, here's what happens. This is one of the reasons why I criticize Bob Chapek. Bob Iger retires, goes away, and they name Bob Chapek to replace him. Bob Chapek is not a creative. He does not understand how the creative really is what drives these stories. So Bob Iger would look at a guy like Jon Favreau. He would look at a guy like Kevin Feige or Dave Filoni and say, "Okay, you're running this thing. Give me good creative shit," because these guys are all really into the stories they're telling. Mm-hmm. These guys are storytellers. They craft narratives. This is what they do. Bob Iger understood. He's like, I got to run the business stuff. You guys run the creative stuff. So he gave them the license to do what they wanted to do creatively. And they were like, "Okay, take your time. Here's some business parameters all set, but the creative stuff is all you guys." And then Bob Chapek comes in, and one of the first things he did was he started hiring a bunch of, like I said, a bunch of Ivy League pricks who never have created anything in their lives. All they know how to do is crunch numbers, to start telling guys like Dave Filoni and all these guys what they could and couldn't do, what they could and couldn't create. And when you have not creative guys telling creative guys what to put in a movie, the movies suffer. That's where movies go wrong. And you can track the failure of the MCU through Phase 4 directly to Bob Chapek taking over, because WandaVision was something that was developed under Bob Iger. WandaVision was fucking amazing. Everything else, with the exception of a couple things here and there, have been garbage. Bob Chapek got lucky with things like Shang-Chi. He got lucky with I think the Eternals is a better movie than it gets credit for, but I mean, he got lucky with the Eternals, and a lot of people didn't like that movie. I thought artistically it was a beautiful film. There are some things that they haven't talked about yet in the MCU, which is kind of mind-boggling to me. I mean, you have that big, guy that was being birthed from the ocean, from the earth, just kind of out there, and nobody's talking about it. But I mean, we'll get to that eventually in the MCU, I'm sure. But it's the same thing with Star Wars. It's like you made the mistakes with the new trilogy about not having a plan in place for all 3 films. You just let J.J. Abrams come in and make one, and then it was like, after that, they were like, whoever directs the next one can do whatever the fuck he wants. No, they should have had J.J. Abrams around to quarterback that whole thing. But then, I mean, it's like you come in with Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan wasn't great. I mean, it had its moments, but it wasn't great. Boba Fett, one of the best characters in Star Wars history. Not a great show. Mandalorian was kind of a surprise hit. It's been great. But I mean, I have not watched Andor yet. I watched a part of the first episode and I got pulled away and never went back. I've heard Andor is actually very good because it gets into the darker, seedier side of the rebellion, the not so fluffy stuff with the white ships and Princess Leia, and she's such a good guy, and we're all the good guys, and it gets into that seedier stuff. It's a lot more hardcore and raunchy. But yeah, it shows the dark underbelly of the resistance. But I mean, yeah, it's you have to work really hard to strike that balance between quantity and quality. And once quality starts to slip, you got to look at yourself and say, okay, maybe instead of making 6 things next year, we're going to make 4. We'll draw that back a little bit so that we can give just a little bit more attention to these other things, to where the 4 things that we put out, we know are going to be high quality, instead of putting out 4 things that are pretty good and then 2 things that just absolutely suck ass. Dude, She-Hulk was awful. I've watched every episode of that. I mean, every episode, it had good. I love Tatiana Maslany in the role. I think she's perfect for it. And there were things about the larger MCU that it connects to that are interesting, and there were good moments in it. But I mean, I kept watching. I was like, okay, I feel like the next episode is going to really blow up. It's going to put all this perspective. Okay, next episode. Then finally, I get to like the 9th episode, the last one, and I'm like, God, you couldn't get me all the way there. It's like you couldn't get over the top with the show. It was so bad. but a lot of that comes from the fact that they just kind of think they have this cash cow. So instead of stopping to pull on the teats every once in a while to let the milk build up, they're just like, there's a drop of milk, get it out. And that's not a good way of doing it.
It makes them seem desperate, like they carry. So it's obviously true that they care more about the money than the content, and it almost is disrespectful to fans. It's like, you want our money, and you're to pay for the creative stuff that we enjoy as entertainment, but you're not going to give us quality, and it's just dismaying. That's what it feels like.
The fans will tell you very clearly at the box office what they like and what they don't like. And it's not just looking at Rotten Tomatoes and reading reviews. It's not just focus groups. It's like, if your movie underperforms, you have to say, what did we do to not impress the fans? Because like I said, especially when it comes to these big tentpole films, it's not just the people that go see it the first time. It's the people that go back and see it multiple times. Like, I went and saw Force Awakens in theaters 7 times. I thought it was awesome. The other 2, I was like, I went and saw Rise, or what was it, the Last of the Jedi twice, and I just didn't want to go back and see it again. And I went and saw the Rise of Skywalker once. They just weren't that good.
I mean, you watch them so you know what happens, but you don't watch them because you're passionate about the movie.
I watched them the first time because I'm passionate about that franchise. I mean, I grew up with Star Wars. I mean, me and Star Wars are both 40-something years old. That thing was born the year after I was. So I mean, I consider that my life. It's the thing that has been in my life as long as I've been alive. And I grew up watching it. I mean, I remember watching these things a long time ago. But I mean, you have to, like I said, you have to strike that balance between quantity and quality, and that's where Marvel lost its way. And again, that's one of the things I criticize about the DCEU and the Snyderverse is, like, they were trying to run before they could walk. And when they first announced that, okay, Superman they were going to do Man of Steel, and that maybe they'll start a new universe, their own shared universe with that. I'm like, why say maybe? I mean, we'll see how good the movie's going to do. I'm like, it's a Superman movie. You've got Henry Cavill, who's a good-looking, at the time, was an up-and-coming actor who had been in a couple of bigger things, but hadn't really broke out yet, but he was about to. It's like, you've got the right guy. It's like, all you have to do, you can have 2 hours of Clark Kent sitting on the shitter reading the Daily Planet, and that movie will make $1 billion. I mean, it's a Superman movie. Yeah. A lot of people are going to go see that movie just to see if it's any good. But it ended up being pretty good. It's grown on me over time. I didn't like it a lot when it first came out. I thought it was decent. It's grown on me over time. But then they were just like, well, we're going to see how this goes before we commit to a universe. I'm like, no, you got to commit now, son. It's like, and I told people when Iron Man first came out, that post-credit scene with Nick Fury where he says, you're part of a larger universe, let's talk about the Avenger Initiative. They were committed at that point to at least do the first Avengers movie. Like phase 1, they were locked in. They had ideas for phase 2 and 3, but they were like, we are locked in for phase 1, all the way up to the Avengers. And if these movies don't work, then we'll stop it there, and that'll be fine. We'll make a few bucks, we'll do good, and we'll have these movies. But it blew up to something huge. They were like, oh yeah, we're definitely on to phase 2 and then on down the line. But yeah, DC, they did that, and then then they're like, okay, we're gonna do Batman versus Superman. They're like, wait a minute, you haven't even established Batman in this universe yet. You're gonna run to that now? And then it's like, okay, next movie is gonna be Justice League. And like, wait a minute, you haven't given us the Justice League yet.
Yeah.
And that was DC and Warner Brothers trying to get back in the game with Marvel with one swing. And I was like, I thought to myself, I appreciate the guts, I appreciate the balls it takes, but you're not gonna do that. Like, if they would have made movies that were awesome, they'd still be playing second fiddle to the MCU. I was just like, take a minute, establish your universe. Don't worry about Marvel. You're gonna be darker, grittier, you're gonna have more deaths, it's gonna be less kind of bright and cartoonish, and I'm with that. I was with that much darker superhero universe than Marvel's given us. I was all about that shit. But again, they kind of ran to just like, we need to catch up with Marvel. I'm like, no, you don't. You just need to be DC. Be DC is all you need to do. But they were in such a hurry to try to catch up, but they lost track of what they needed to do to begin with. They should have done a Superman movie, a Batman movie, a Wonder Woman movie, and then maybe maybe you could have brought in Cyborg in the Justice League movie or something. You should have done like an Aquaman movie, and then had all this shit kind of coalesce into a Justice League thing. And you could have set up Darkseid or Steppenwolf or whoever is like the bad guy, and then that could be the one they fight. Kind of like how in the Avengers they're fighting Loki, not Thanos. Thanos is the one that's orchestrating this whole big thing. You're gonna deal with him later. He's the big bad of everything of your universe, and you're gonna build him up the way that they built up Thanos. But no, they had to run right to it. It's like, guys, take your time. You've got the two best comic book characters ever, and you are shitting on their heads. Take your time. Let's see. TSS says that he didn't see a lot of movies this year, but his best, in no particular order, would be Oppenheimer, Creed 3, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, Asteroid City, and thought Barbie was okay. Well, I haven't seen Barbie yet. Asteroid City, I don't know, man. I keep wanting to sit and watch that because it's on a couple of streamers. Paul Thomas Anderson is a weird filmmaker. Some of his stuff is way too highbrow, but I can't argue anything on that list, really. TSS agrees with me. A lot of the blockbuster films failed this year at the box office because clearly the audience they weren't trying to get didn't care or saw it once. They never thought to see it again. Yeah, like I said, there's no reason to go back.
Yeah.
Just no reason to go back. He also says Indiana Jones, Out of Destiny, The Flash, The Marvels, just movies that audiences from the box office showing that they don't want this. Hell, I love the Indiana Jones franchise and have yet to still see. I mean, it's like I said, it's the Indiana Jones stuff is good. The rest of the stuff is garbage and brings down the rest of the movie.
Yeah.
It was a decent ending for the character, though. I mean, it wasn't bad. I would like to have seen him die. I really actually thought the whole movie that he was going to die. I thought that would have been Harrison Ford's big motivation for coming back, because he's always said for years. He said he always wanted Han Solo and Indiana Jones to die at some point in the movies, but whatever. I mean, like I said, it was a fitting ending.
Well, he got it for Solo.
Because he says he hasn't seen Dial of Destiny because they think it should have ended with Crystal Skull. Well, I mean, I think they got a better ending for the character out of this movie than they got out of Crystal Skull. That's for sure. Crystal Skull, which is not a good movie, but yeah, it's I don't know. You guys continue on for me for just 1 second. I'm gonna step away. Okay, hold.
Oh,
okay. Well, I'm going to bring it back one step further then, unless one of y'all have a topic. I'm going to go back to the Immortal thing, because I was listening, but I couldn't really chat because I was at work. Because work's so much fun on New Year's.
yeah, we had a lot of squirrel moments in that segment.
You guys always have a lot of squirrel moments. Like, that's just you and text. Like, anytime I'm watching for any moment of time, it's like 5-10 minute timer. Oh, there we go. Squirrel moment. They're yelling at each other again.
I'll work on that in 2024.
I'm not saying it's a problem. It's actually kind of fun and entertaining, and breaks up some of the
He's like the brother I never had that annoys the fuck out of me, that I love deep down, but I just want to strangle half the time.
Yeah, like y'all very much took two different approaches to the same topic, and you guys like, okay, cool, we gotta be at each other's throats, even though neither one of y'all really argue or agree.
So what's your approach to immortality?
Well, when I originally put my answer in there, I said no, but obviously I had more time to brew about it and think over it. In a long scheme, it depends on how we're talking about the immortality and just living forever.
Mm-hmm.
It's part of me does, part of me doesn't. I like the thought process of, okay, cool. Like, my first thought process was, I can't, or I live forever without any way of dying. Like, yes and no. I
Mhm.
feel like at a certain point, I end up just either putting myself in a hole and withering away, or I'd see the world that I've come to know and love just completely change and either go mute and dead to it or just completely not care. But then also the thought process of, well, I wouldn't mind leaving a legacy behind. Like, I mean, great
Mhm.
scientists, authors, all that stuff. They, in a sense, live are immortal, like Shakespeare. Like, he did it back then. No one thought he was that great of a person, but he now lives on, and his stories are either being rewritten or they're just being reanimated. And I mean, his name is living on, but he's not.
Mhm.
And then in the end, I'm like, well, when you brought the whole book thing, I'm like, okay, so you're just gonna essentially create the great library. Is my thought process on that whole setup because you could do it at that point.
Yeah. I'd have a thirst for reading. What can I say? I hate that I have to work, so I can't read all the time.
I
Yeah,
walk away
my
for a couple
mother's the
seconds. You
same
guys are
way.
talking about Shakespeare and shit.
We went back on the immoral topic because you walked away without bringing up another one.
Yeah,
So
so
I
we're
went
seeing what
back
his
to
take on it is.
yeah.
Honestly,
there was a
I would say I wouldn't take the damn pill
talking
either.
about. I thought you
because-
guys would just carry on.
Well,
I
we
wouldn't
did. We
take the
went
fucking
back to
pill
carry
either.
on.
So, I mean, I don't like myself enough to want to live forever for obvious reasons. So, that's my answer.
I think I would have to have a goal. Like, I'd have to give myself a goal or something to achieve. Other than, oh, I want to live on. Because not having a
Mhm.
reason to do so at some point just becomes stale. Like, I mean, there's only so much repetitiveness you can get in humanity before, like, okay, I've seen this, skip the episode.
Mhm.
Like, I'd have to have a goal. I wouldn't try to interfere in any way if I were. Like, I'd just sit in the background and just, if anything, I'd just write it down. I'd become what's his name, the Watcher, whatever, the internal guy in Marvel.
Mhm.
I just be the guy in the background, just writing it all down, watching it, seeing humanity does whatever it does, slowly learning how to watch Gundams and make plastic models because that's what I do for real life.
Just so you guys know, we are about 13 minutes away from New Year's Eve in this time zone. I'm going to try to go through New Year's Eve for all the time zones, but I'm not sure that I'm going to make it quite that far because I
You
am
already
not
missed
used
Europe.
to staying up.
They were having theirs all day long.
Well, here's the thing,
Yeah,
Frank. In order
well,
for you to
that's
do
good.
that with the United States, you'd have to stay up until 5 o'clock in the morning.
And you should have
Yeah.
started at like yesterday.
No, just 3. 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock in the morning will be midnight West Coast time. So
No. Hawaii's a couple
I
hours
mean,
before
Alaska can
where
just
I'm
whatever.
at.
Hawaii,
So Hawaii, you gotta
Hawaii,
add.
Hawaii's
whatever. Nobody
5
watches
hours
this in
behind
Hawaii
the
as
East
far as I know
Coast.
anyway.
Hawaii doesn't want to be a part of the U.S. Like they
Well-
are, but they also don't.
Hawaii is
What are you
5 hours
talking
behind
about?
the East Coast, and
Okay,
Alaska
Hawaii
is
is
4
a
hours
part of the
behind
United
East Coast.
States in the same way that Alaska is, but they're also like, U.S. could completely drop dead, their economy could go broke, and they'll be like, okay,
Do you
cool.
know people in Hawaii? Because I do, and they're very much connected to the mainland. But I don't
I've
know.
seen enough videos on Facebook.
I mean, they have their
Okay.
own
There are
language.
different
That's
viewpoints and
different
all
for our
that.
fucking country.
I don't
I mean-
know. I think Puerto Rico is more likely to want it to be on their own because they're not really respected as an equal state because they are
Look, the government
technically
was
a
trying to
state.
make Puerto Rico a state, and Puerto Rico was like, no, we don't want any part of that mess.
Well, they're probably smart in a way. Even
They
though
get
we're the
benefit-
first ones they ask for help every time something happens, like a fucking hurricane.
Well, of course
They
they're
are-
going to want help. They had a terrible tragedy and they need infrastructure repairs. Same thing
They're still-
happens here.
They have representation in Congress.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find a good live stream of the Times Square that I can kind of put up in the corner while
Oh,
we're
I
getting ready
can
for the
get
ball
one
to
for
drop
you.
here.
It
I guess I
doesn't
should
have
have
any
planned this out a
audio.
lot sooner. But
I have one so it doesn't have. I have one that doesn't do audio. It just shows you what it looks like. Let me find it.
No, I don't give a shit about the audio. I just kind of no. I've got to. Oh, I'm getting ready to. I'm pulling up EarthCam to see what they got. So
I'm just gonna put on the New Year's Rockin' Eve party from New York in like 10 minutes, or
I
not
might do
10
the
minutes, like
Nashville
8
one.
minutes.
Don't let him play the sound. We had this conversation earlier.
No, I had to.
Don't
No.
let him play
My
the sound.
TV. No, my TV's muted. Come on, Frank. I've been around the block more times than enough. I know what to do.
Here, I got it, Frank.
Don't play the sound.
Although I already know when New York's coming, I'm already have a fight with one of my managers.
So
Shoot.
easy.
I'm watching Anderson Cooper on the HBO feed.
Well, I'm definitely not putting HBO up on the stream.
Yeah.
Would not. They would not like
Technically,
that.
it's CNN, but CNN and HBO merged. It's very odd. I don't have cable, but I can watch CNN on HBO.
You can watch CNN on YouTube.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, Frank, I know
They're
it's
not
one of the top-
exactly. Let's see. Put this right.
I know it's not one of the topics for tonight, Frank, but I was wondering if you had an opinion on the whole Warner Bros. Discovery having a 60% chance of going bankrupt over the next 2 years.
I don't think they will.
They'll get some investor.
It's not just about investors. It's like one of the things that Zaslav has been doing is he's been trying to, like, the whole reason why he wrote off the Batgirl movie and stuff was he's trying to get some of the financials back in order. Not only that, but I mean, you know what I found funny is click this. Hopefully this won't screw up the stream too much. But one of the things I found funny is that kind of hidden in the whole, killing of the Batgirl movie and all this stuff is some of the stuff that Zaslav has been doing with CNN, because Zaslav doesn't just run Warner Brothers, he runs CNN. So ultimately, he was one of the people that decided that Don Lemon had to go. He was one of the people that decided that CNN was going to make some changes. So really, all that was hidden in the fact that they were making decisions they were making for Warner Brothers.
Mm-hmm.
But that's neither here nor there. But nobody cares about that stuff unless you're actually in politics. But there is the start dropping the ball here in the next probably 5 minutes.
Damn, Frank, you pulled that fucking video footage up and you're lagging like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
Every time I try to share the screen, it does that. That's one of the reasons why I don't do a lot of screen sharing stuff on here. Because every time I do that, it kind of wears it down a little bit. But I didn't want to not have at least something up there. But here's EarthCam. I probably won't leave this on here very long either, because using other YouTube channel shit could probably get me in trouble. But so for now, we'll just get away from that. But yeah, every time I do that, that's one of the things I'm going to be doing this year is the new computer build. I'm already starting to make some plans for that. So the money will be there this coming year. So I'm hoping to get that.
LTT has a pretty good one.
Oh, the ball looks so beautiful. It's blue and white this year.
What's that?
Right now, I got a commercial on my TV. I don't know what it looks like. At least the one from New
It's
York.
color changing. It's not blue and white. It's keeping changing colors. I can't believe Planet
we got
Fitness
just a few minutes.
got their name.
I mean,
on
real
all
quick,
the
I don't
hats
think this is going to be too big of a topic because we have not. Yeah, we have not seen all decades of movies, but I mean, I'll go to you first, Lady Cora. What do you think was the worst decade for filmmaking?
I would say the first decade of the 2000s, because I was fresh out of high school and it was just a lot of stupid teeny bopper movies. Like a ton. I mean, there were some good movies from 2000 to 2010, but I would say that's the decade I least enjoy, and I find myself very rarely going back to watch movies from that 10 years. Yeah. Yeah.
I'd have to agree with Cora. Even though
what about you, Marcus? What do you think was the worst decade for filmmaking ever, so far, anyway?
I'd have to agree with Rose and Cora, like all the way, except if you removed anime stuff. Like the animated cartoon stuff, I enjoy that because that's what I was watching. But if we go like that live action movies and films, it's like none of those jumped out to me. Like none of those I remember that well. Like
Armageddon, maybe, but it might have been before then.
I don't even Armageddon. That sounds familiar, but I thought it came out well
So
before
like I
then.
said, there's only a few. I mean,
Well,
I mean,
Armageddon
honestly, the
came out in
problem
2000,
is
didn't it?
for decades, I'm only 25, so I've only been
Yeah.
around for 2 decades, so there hasn't been that much for me to learn and understand from watching
I'm 20
movies.
years older than you, so I hear you. Yeah. What about you, Frank? Maybe he's
I don't know. What were you about to say, Rose? What do you think was the worst decade ever for filmmaking?
I'd probably have to say the first decade of the 2000s also, for pretty much the same reason Cora said. I mean, I was still also, in middle school and high school in that time too. So at least for the majority of that decade, I was still in school, but I just can't recall many good movies at all. And then there was some of those freaking, movies out there that were clearly more aimed at like teen, like,
rich white teenagers who have nothing to worry about.
that,
Yeah.
and like old, like college students, like not another teen
Mhm.
movie and shit like that. Like those movies just didn't interest me. Like fuck those movies. If
Yeah.
I'm gonna, I don't watch much movies as it is, but if I'm gonna watch a movie, it's got to be a hell of a lot
They
more
were
interesting
stupid
than
funny.
kids
There wasn't any
partying.
substance to them at all.
Yeah.
I don't mind a comedy or something, or like a laid back slice of life movie as they call the genre in anime, but I don't know, like movies like that where it's just like all about partying and being horny and wanting to get laid and stuff. Like, no, there's got to be more to a movie than that for me to want to watch it.
Yeah.
And it just seemed like there was a lot of those kinds of movies in the early 2000s. Like, what the fuck? I mean, I'm only 34, but I don't remember a whole lot of the 90s, but I know the 90s are certainly better than that. And on top of that, in
Hell
the early
yes.
2000s, in the early 2000s too, video game movies were at their worst, especially
Yeah.
with Uwe Boll in the fucking picture. Fuck that guy.
Well, then you had like a lot of movie companies where
Yeah,
they
for
were.
me, it. Oh, go ahead, Marcus. Go ahead.
There were a lot of movie companies that I remember where it was, okay, cool. Here's a movie, but it's not a new movie. We have new technology, and we want to see this old. Like they were redoing movies, but they weren't redoing them well. And like even now, like some of them we're seeing now that they're trying to like, okay, we messed up this time. Let's see if we can fix it. Like, don't touch it. They were touching stuff they shouldn't have touched. Like there's shows that they're trying to turn into movies, and it's like, don't touch it. I just want to go over to whoever's doing it, take a newspaper, and be like, don't touch this thing. It was good where it was and where it
They're
left
looking
off.
for money though, because they know people will watch it because the first one was good.
See, I could understand that if they were just trying to look for the money, but then some of them want to push an agenda with it. Like, oh, okay, we're going to recreate this, but then we don't like the way it was done because it was a different mindset and everything like that. So we're
Or a
also going
different
to try to change
demographic
it.
represented.
Yeah, so we're going to
Mhm.
rechange the whole story to match today's modern movement and shit like that. It's like, you're just creating a new movie, but trying to keep it the same as the old one. It did not work well.
Yep.
We are now about 2 minutes or so away from the ball dropping. Hopefully,
Ooh, it is
sharing
blue
this
and
will
white. Wow, that's a
not screw
nice
the thing
ball,
up too
actually.
much.
It can make 60,000 colors with the LED light combinations.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, there's some red in there, yellow, some purple.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty fucking cool. I guess you got the same feed I'm looking at.
It's a little bit choppier.
I'm watching the Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve one.
There's a couple of them.
Yeah, it's a film. I know the New Year's Rocket Eve was playing on Hulu. I haven't had cable for probably 15 or 20 years. It's been all streaming since Netflix.
I only
came out.
still have cable
But,
because my mom watches.
yeah,
those
that's
fucking
on
The
Hulu.
ABC News YouTube channel is showing
There's
it live
multiple
right now.
ones on.
33 seconds. Oh, look at Kia got their logo right underneath it.
I don't know if you guys can hear it, but there's people letting fireworks off.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I've heard some of them in my area too, but I'm also not that far away from Frank.
Oh, nice. Oh, wow. We're getting close.
I also
10
don't know
seconds.
how delayed this is, so. Well, my computer just clicked
5.
over to 12, so you can expect Jennifer to walk in here any second now.
There we
20
go.
seconds. 18, 17.
To me, it's live now. The ball dropped completely.
So the live the cable feed is about 30 seconds slow.
Not surprising.
5. It's lowering. 3.
So we will stop sharing.
2, 1. Happy New Year, East Coast of
Oh
the
my
United
Happy
States.
motherfucking New Year!
My iPhone just exploded Happy New Year because a friend of mine texted me. You got fireworks on there.
Flashes from Dayton's fireworks.
Love you, baby.
Love you. Happy New Year.
Hey, Jen.
Bye, Jen.
Cora, Marcus, Rose says Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, I
sent
think
you a
next
text,
time we
Frank, so
do
you
a
can get
charity
the
stream.
fireworks on your phone.
All I saw was the text. The text came up. Hold on one
It
second.
didn't
let
show
me-
you fireworks in the background of the screen?
I haven't opened the text message yet, so.
Oh, once you do, you'll get fireworks.
Oh, it did. It
It's
did.
an
Okay, yeah, it did.
iMessage thing. There you go.
It did. Yeah.
I have
it did.
iPhone, so I don't think I got one of those.
It's iMessage. If you type, if you send or receive Happy New Year, you'll get the fireworks in the message screen.
Let me see if I can do that to some other people then. Let's see.
Messenger
I'll
isn't
text
doing it.
And it does it for Happy
Steph
Birthday.
Negan. Can't type.
Samsung doesn't
There,
do it.
I just
It's an app.
texted.
It's an iPhone iMessage thing.
Yeah.
I just texted Sith Negan. I think it probably did it.
If he's blue, then he'll get it. If he's green, he won't.
Yeah.
I miss Sith Negan this year, man.
He was in the chat earlier.
He came around to my extra live stream the last
Nice.
2 years. He didn't come around this year, though. Everybody, it sucked for me this year, man. Everybody during my charity stream was busy this year. Every single
I missed
fucking
it.
person.
Dude, I wish I remember Frank was doing this year, or for today, and I would have pressed the .work off sooner. I just forgot about it. and I thought I was going to wake up wasted because yesterday, or a few days ago on the 30th was my birthday. I was expecting on getting edibles and alcohol, and I did not.
Well, you can always celebrate later, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's now somewhat legal in Ohio, so I can hopefully get it a little bit easier.
Somewhat legal.
So I was watching that Earth Cam off and on today while I was doing random shit around my house, and I rewound it to early this morning to watch them set up. There were people right up next to those stages in Times Square, basically 15 hours ago, waiting for now. Who were
You have
waiting
to.
there for 15 hours.
If you want to get close to any of the good scenic spots where they're doing something, you're almost got to show up a day in advance.
How do
That's
you
all I
go to
can
the
do.
bathroom? How do you eat?
They usually, New York, a lot of places that do that, they'll set up a lot of the porta potties and stuff well beforehand. And usually you're with a group. So, like,
True. You can
that
take
group of
turns.
people have that area and, like, rotate it out on the schedule.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've texted a bunch of people that I think have iPhones, that I'm pretty sure have iPhones.
Take that and Bean.
I mean, Jeremy, Brady. I don't have Bean's number. Jennifer does. If I just need to get older for anything, I'm going to talk to her on Facebook.
I kind of feel a little bit bad, though, for my birthday plans.
Your mom and dad
and-
are out tonight anyway, though, right?
I don't know. I didn't ask them what their plans were. I knew I had to work, so...
Well, I know. Well, they went out because Sean's here right now.
Oh, well, there you go. They're probably at Jarhead's place doing something for New Year's.
They might have.
I was
But yeah,
expecting Jen-
As soon as I texted it like did it on my phone too. That's kind of wild.
Yep. Yep, it's cool.
My Samsung is lame then. Oh well.
You are. You're not part of the cool iPhone crowd.
I'm fine. I'm with the Samsung crowd. Like, I'm happy with my Samsung.
Well, that's good.
Otherwise, I'd be more bummed out for spending almost $1,200 on it. I think is what it was.
You know, I got my iPhone for free. For some reason, Verizon was on this kick of we want every iPhone 12 we can get, and if you give us your 12, we'll give you a 14 free. No contract, no nothing.
I haven't even upgraded yet.
And I'm like,
Okay.
okay, I
What do
don't
I
really
have?
want to upgrade, but okay.
I don't know what I have. Jennifer bought my phone because mine
I
broke.
like the
I needed a new one
minis.
really badly.
I have a I like the small phones.
No, I went with the 23 Ultra when I upgrade because it has the stylus so I can write.
How
And
big
since
is
I
it?
was
Is it
Oh.
huge like a tablet?
Okay, so 23.
Oh my gosh, that's huge.
This is the Galaxy 7 tablet, so it's about the same height,
Wow.
even with the case on.
Wow. Yeah, see, I like the mini phones that are so small they fit in the palm of my hand.
My problem is I got like big ass guy hands,
And I have
so
little
mini
hands, so the
doesn't
big
work.
phones, I'm fucked. I've told you hold the phone with two hands like I'm holding a tablet. So yeah,
Yeah.
you get the big phones, I get the little phones.
I mainly got it for the pen.
Nice.
I was doing a whole bunch of D&D stuff when I had gotten it, so being able to write down notes quickly on my phone or on my tablet,
Mhm.
it made me able to swap back and forth, helped out a lot.
Those pens are worth a lot. My Apple Pencil was $150. So
Jesus Christ.
My pen's only $50.
You know how much my pen
like-
is? Free because I use my finger.
Apple's just expensive.
ah,
Big spender there,
Yeah,
buddy.
My pen trying to write on this, I can't even see what I'm writing. So
yeah.
I got a stylus for 50 cents at Walmart, and it works just fine on my phone. I barely ever use it, but
Oh my. I'm West Coast,
Yeah,
and
Zoe, I
I
know
feel
you're
like I'm
freaking
tired
oh, it even does it
already.
on my watch.
Yep.
I just brought up a text message on my watch. My sister-in-law texts us. Text our group chat for the family. Oh, see, Drew put my name on it, so it didn't take it. Drew, damn it. Texted Drew.
I should text that
Yeah.
Milky Liquor, shouldn't I?
Yeah,
He's
back to what
out-
I was
he's
saying.
out- Drew is out for the first time ever on New Year's. Usually he stays home with the family and stuff, but this year he went out to people watch at some bar somewhere on his own. So
Yeah, I had reached out to him a week and a half ago or so, and I was like, "Hey, I'm doing the stream. If you want to come by for the charity thing," he was like, "Yeah, I got plans." He's like, "I'll try to pop in." He's like, "Oh, I got plans." I was like, "Yeah, it's cool." It didn't bother me much because I was like, he's single for the first New Year's, and I don't know how many years, so I figured go out there and enjoy single life for of all nights, New Year's Eve.
Yep.
But yeah, for me, the worst decade of movies, it's really hard for me because every decade's came out with a couple of bangers.
Yep.
But I mean, for me, maybe the 70s. I mean, the 70s were all kind of drab. I mean, again, there were some bangers, like my favorite all-time horror movie, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre,
That's
came
cool
out in
as fuck.
74. And there were a couple, like, I was just talking about Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, came out in 71. There were some good ones, but for the most part, it's like stuff was just so drab.
Didn't 2001 Space Odyssey come out in the 70s?
Yes, it came out in 78.
Yeah.
I think. Not 100% sure. But boy, this feed from on Earth Cam must be super fucking behind or something because they're all still standing there getting ready to drop the ball or some shit. So I know what's going on. So yeah, go away, Earth Cam. You guys are probably way behind because you don't want people like me pirating your shit and putting it on my stream. But yeah, I mean, I give a lot of shit to the 90s. I mean, me and Jeremy have this talk all the time, but the reality was I can't put the 90s out there because the 90s came out with a lot of really fantastic independent films. I mean, stuff like, not only did you get some blockbusters like Apollo 13 and Titanic and stuff, but you also stuff like Dazed and Confused, the Richard Linklater movies that were coming out. Clerks came out. That's when Kevin Smith got his start. I mean, that was the best decade by far for smaller independent productions. There were some great movies that came out. Also, some of the stars that are big now got their start in the 90s and some good stuff. Like Heath Ledger came out in the 90s. Jennifer Aniston and all the Friends crew started to get popular in the 90s before Friends actually became a thing. They had really started to kind of hit their peaks, before they all got cast in that show. But yeah, so I mean, I can't put the 90s out there because there were some banger independent films. But yeah, I mean, probably the 70s. I just feel like that's the one decade where things were at a weird lull. Again, some good movies, but just a weird lull. But let's stick with the filmmaking really quick. And we talk about this a lot. We argue back and forth. What movies do you think should be remade? I'll start with you first, Lady Cora. I mean, we talk about it all the time. Should a movie be remade? Shouldn't it be remade? Should remakes even be a thing? Is there a couple of movies out there that you think could benefit from a modern touch or modern casting? What are some of the movies you'd like to see remade?
That's a good question. I might need some time on that, but generally speaking, I don't usually like the remakes. I won't even watch the new Footloose and things like that, but some movies were like you said, a great concept but poorly made. It's hard to think of one because usually I just put those out of my head, but I'm pulling a blank here, but maybe some of the biopic ones that were just maybe either too heavy or too serious or not done well, like the one about Leonardo DiCaprio played him, the guy who built the Spruce Goose, the hermit guy. Yeah. That one might be a good one to redo. That maybe put a more I don't know. So maybe something like that, like the movies that are based on real life stuff that may have had poor acting or poor writing, but it's an interesting person or an interesting time period of events that people want to know or learn about still, but the movie was just not that great. So maybe it's a genre, I think. I think that's more of it for me.
I don't know, Rose, what do you think? Of all the movies that you've seen, which one do you think could benefit from a remake?
That's a good question. Trying to think of like older movies, because honestly, I wouldn't want to see something remade, like how video games do it. You get a fucking game that comes out and then they remake it like 5 years later. That's fucking retarded. So I'm trying to think of a movie from like, a long, long time ago that I've seen that could benefit from a remake. I'll put some thought into it and come back to me and I'll see if I have an answer for you.
I don't know. How about you, Marcus? I mean, you've seen a few movies over the course of your life. Which one do you think didn't quite get there and you'd like to see it remade through a modern storytelling? Still muted. You got to unmute yourself, Marcus. Can't hear you talk.
Sorry, I forgot I muted myself because it works there. I'd have to go, honestly, because for me, I grew up, I got into Gundam and a lot of mech shows and anime stuff like that, because a lot of the live action stuff really wasn't hitting it for me. But I think an old one that I enjoyed was, I think it's called Toys. I'm not remembering it. Where you had these aliens in, G.I. Joe type toys that came to life because of a chip. I think that one would be kind of cool to be redone, more of a, let's not rewrite it, let's just make it a little bit more modern to where it like connects with current day kids or adults. I'm trying to remember the movie. Toys Come to Life movies. Yeah, Toy Story definitely will be one of them.
You didn't
Toy
like
Soldiers.
I thought Toy Story was done great, but
No, Toy Story, Small Soldier. That's what it's called.
Small Soldiers. That was
okay.
it.
That's what I was thinking.
Tex was talking about that movie a week or two ago.
Yeah. I enjoyed that movie. I'd still one that if I could find somewhere easily to watch it, I'd probably watch it here soon. I'd like to see a redone, like remaster, like with a little bit more of like.
And I think Marcus just froze.
I was gonna say I lost audio.
Yeah,
There he is. Okay.
good. Am I good? I haven't lost Wi-Fi because people are trying to blow up stuff near here in Dayton. I'd like to see small solar redone because I think the tech we have now would allow it to be done a little bit better in more of a interesting way. I don't really want to see the story redone.
I thought of one, Vanilla Sky. I'm not a Tom Cruise fan, but I love the concept of the movie. But I didn't like the execution with his acting, and maybe I think now they could make it with better special effects. Yeah.
I think I saw that movie once and I just put it out of my mind. It just didn't do anything for me. I'll try to watch it again. But I not to give away too much because I've been trying to think of 5 movies that I could write into an article for Substack about movies that could be remade. But I'll give you a couple right now. One of them is one that's come up in articles and stuff like that. But and Tex will get a kick out of this. I know he's still in the chat listening to us. Is Event Horizon? I mean, it's sci-fi horror. Basically, the basic plot of this movie is mankind built a spaceship, the first of its kind, that could travel great distances very fast. So it travels at light speed. And so they sent out this test, the first ship they built called the Event Horizon. They sent it out. It disappeared, and then sometime later it comes back, and it has no crew to be found on it. And so they send another crew out there to try to investigate, and it turns out that the thing has been taken over by some kind of evil spirit or something like that. It's sci-fi horror, and I think that a modern retelling of that would be a lot of fun. And to go along with what Cora said about. Honestly, that's one of the movies that I want to review here in the next couple of months because I think it's a good movie. Another one, and this kind of goes with what Cora's been saying about things that were great concepts, were just very, very poorly executed. Some of you cinephiles might laugh at me because a lot of people think this is one of the top 3 or 4 worst movies ever made. Is Battlefield Earth? I mean, put aside the Scientology of it all, the fact it was based on an L. Ron Hubbard book. It's not even very Scientology related. There's not a whole lot of.
Let's be honest, he was a sci-fi writer before he started his fake church.
True.
So if you look at it from that way, he intended it to be a sci-fi fictional, blockbuster. And since he failed, he went a different direction and turned his fiction into fact for this cult. So really,
that's
you're
what I'm saying
appreciating for its original purpose.
If this movie never existed, and I just went up to a sci-fi fan and was like, "Here's my pitch: weird race of aliens has enslaved humanity, looking for gold, and humanity after 150 years fights back and chases away the aliens." You'd be like, "Okay, build it more." That's an interesting concept in and of itself. They didn't build it very well. Look, it wasn't the performances. I mean, look, John Travolta was good in it. Forrest Whitaker was good in it. Barry Pepper was good in it. There was good performances. It was not well executed. I mean, look, and like I said, I'm not gonna blame it on the L. Ron Hubbard Scientology connection because this wasn't really a preachy Scientology movie. Scientology really didn't play into the movie at all, into the basic plot, into the motives of the characters. None of it did. It just happened to have been written by L. Ron Hubbard and starred a bunch of people who were in Scientology. So, but that's not the driving factor of the movie. The reality is that first movie just wasn't very well executed. But I do think, from a science fiction perspective, it's an interesting concept. I mean, there's interesting set pieces like the city that was in the dome so that they could breathe, the teleporting from one planet to the next. I mean, there's sci-fi aspects there that could be a lot of fun to play with. And I would like to see somebody not really connected to Scientology kind of try to take that concept and go with it. Not be feeling like they needed to be beholden to certain things in the book that maybe don't fit well in the movie. Not ever having read the book Battlefield Earth, of course, but I have a feeling that they were trying to make it like as true to the book as they could. When in reality, you have to kind of change some things for the movie versions of stuff to kind of make it all work in a 2-hour-ish time span, rather than the couple of a week or so it could take you to read through a book. So I mean, I don't know. It's I don't know, I think it'd be a lot of fun. But I'll be writing an article for Substack here at some point soon after I come up. I wanted to find 5 movies, and I'm struggling to find a 5th one. I've got 4 of them that I'm pretty comfortable, writing about, but I just need a 5th one, so I'm waiting on that. But I don't know. Go down in the comments below. Let us know what you guys think. What kind of movies would you like to see remade? I mean, is there a specific movie? Is there a movie that you don't want to see remade? One of the ones that comes up a lot in the remake discussion is Jaws, and I'm kind of thinking to myself when it comes to this movie. It's like, well, if Steven Spielberg were to come out right now and say, I've done everything I can do, so I'm going to remake Jaws, one of the movies that made me a great director, one of the first films I did, a passion project of mine. I'm going to remake Jaws. I would be okay with that because it's Steven Spielberg.
It's the creator doing it. It's not somebody else.
He did the original film. He understands how that story should be told. Maybe he can add some stuff to it that he wasn't able to add to it back in the 70s. So that would work. Now, but if it was Ron Howard or somebody that came and said, I'm going to remake Jaws, I would still be okay with it because Ron Howard has a track record of success. Yeah. He's made some great movies. If it was like McG, I'd be like, maybe we need to not do this because your filming style suits, Charlie's Angels, but it doesn't really suit this movie. I don't really know same thing with Tim Burton. I don't know that I would want Tim Burton to make it. I don't think his filming style would do the movie very much justice at all. But yeah, so a lot of it depends on who's actually making the movie. Again, if it's somebody if it's a passion project for them, if they really care about the source material, then I think there's a good opportunity for them to really put their best foot forward and make a good movie. But if it's somebody who's just like, hey, it's going to make me a bunch of money if I remake The Wizard of Oz, because everybody's going to go fucking see Wizard of Oz, right? And then they're just going to be like, let's just throw a bunch of shit out there and be artistic. And the next thing you know, you have Cartman like, make a chick making gay. And then they do all this shit and they just make a god-awful movie. And then that's where the remakes usually go wrong, is when they try to use it as a vehicle for something it's not supposed to be. You know what I mean? Tech says that Nightmare on Elm Street needs a redo. Well, I mean, they tried that already. The problem with Nightmare on Elm Street, and there are a couple of projects out there like this, is you could make a movie, make it very, very good. The problem is you won't have Robert Englund back as Freddy. And maybe he would come back and do 1 or 2 more movies, but if you wanted to make another series, kind of like start fresh, then I don't know that you would want to go with Robert Englund. And if it's not Robert Englund, then most hardcore horror fans are going to be like, not interested. If it's not Robert Englund, I'm not interested. And that's going to hurt a lot. Let's see. He also says Speed Racer deserves a reboot. It was one of my favorite cartoons as a kid. The movie really disappointed.
Speed Racer, yeah.
The Wachowski siblings did not do well. I don't understand why that movie failed so bad. I mean, it's not a very good movie, and I remember the cartoon when I was a kid as well. But I don't know. That's a tough one though. How do you make that in the style that Speed Racer should be made and not make it kind of a cartoonish, stupid thing?
You make it into a modern day anime.
You'd have to pick a direction and go with it and adapt the storyline to be in that style.
Speed Racer was originally an anime to begin with, so you just make it a modern day anime.
That's the thing though. It's like there's a big difference between live action and anime. Obviously, the Wachowski siblings tried to do a live action thing of it, and it looked kind of silly. It looked cartoonish, not in a good way. I mean, are you saying that remake it but stick to the original animation style?
I would say, I wouldn't say polishing a turd because Speed Racer was good, but give it some polish, give it some modern day look, modern day look, some modern day animation, but leave it in that anime style. A lot of anime, the problem is, if you're not an anime fan, you won't, you really won't realize this or maybe understand it, but a lot of anime does not translate well into live action. And one movie I think of when it comes to that is the Dragon Ball movie from 2010, the Dragon Ball Evolution. That movie is fucking awful.
Oh yeah,
because they took an anime and turned it live action and they fucking butchered it. It was so bad. And as a diehard Dragon Ball fan, I did not watch that movie. So if you're gonna remake Speed Racer, keep it an anime. Give it a modern day look.
Classic movies, like going back, the Ten Commandments or Breakfast at Tiffany's or Marilyn Monroe movies. I mean,
I think with today's culture, remaking those would kill it. Because the
potentially.
joy about, because I've seen 10 Commandments, I've seen some Marilyn Monroe movies. The joy about those is they didn't care. They went with what they went with. It was great. I enjoyed watching 10 Commandments. I still watch it every now and then too.
Hmm.
I don't want them to touch it. With today's culture, and we want to be sensitive, and
Yeah.
we don't want to make one group or another group. They didn't care for that movie. They were like, here's this. We're taking the Mechanic Commands. We're going to go this little bit comedic route, a little bit of a serious route. And it was great. I think it's a good classic. I think with today's culture, they'd end up trying to make too many people happy and it'd kill the movie.
Yeah, potentially so.
I mean, considering we're in a time frame where Christmas movies are being nitpicked because they sound rapey.
I mean, I've seen some westerns being remade successfully with good reception.
Yeah.
But I hear you. You got to be careful with it. But yeah, it would have to be the right movie, right?
Yeah.
Sith Negan says Invaders from Mars and The Blob could both use modern remakes, reboots as well. Well, they did The Blob. They did a remake or sequel. I guess it was a remake of The Blob back in '87 or '88 with Shawnee Smith.
I didn't even know about that till you guys mentioned it one time. I hadn't even heard that either.
It was all right. It wasn't bad. A weird ending, like the crazy preacher guy became like one of those tent revival preachers, and he had like a little piece of the Blob in a jar for reasons they never really explained, and that's where the movie ended. So, I mean, I don't know. The Blob could be interesting. Invaders from Mars. I mean, the problem with that is it's kind of a spoof movie. Remaking. I mean, spoof movies are a hard sell these days. So I don't know that I would want to remake a spoof movie unless. I would try now, unless you wanted to change up the presentation and make it a bit more serious, make it more like a War of the Worlds rather than a goofy kind of stupid thing.
Speaking of, that movie could be redone without Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. Text just said, seeing as how good Tom Cruise did in Top Gun, I'd love for him to do a Days of Thunder sequel. You know what, though?
I don't know.
Just because the sequel to Top Gun worked doesn't mean a sequel to Days of Thunder would.
What if they remade Days of Thunder with a modern twist?
Well, I mean, they did with Gran Turismo. I mean, that's kind of, it wasn't a remake. I mean, it was similar, but not so much. I mean, like I said, there were parts of it that would look like a shot-for-shot remake of Days of Thunder. But I mean, where would you see the Cole Trickle character now? I mean, Tom Cruise looks great for being 125 years old, but I mean, how do you portray that character in modern day NASCAR? I mean, do you think that he'd still be racing even? I mean, Christ, how many? I mean, hell, guys are retiring now at like 45 in NASCAR. Do you really see him being 65 years old? You know, going lap after lap at 200 miles an hour and rubbing his racing and all that other stuff. It's like I don't understand how you would make that make sense. I mean, you made Maverick make sense because he still looks crazy young, but the reality is that just because that character arc works for Maverick doesn't necessarily mean that character arc would work for Cole Trickle. He says you portray Cole Trickle as a Dale Earnhardt level driver in a modern day NASCAR. Yeah, but think of it this way: Dale Earnhardt, had he not unfortunately passed away in that crash at Daytona, would he still be driving today? I don't think he would. I mean, hell, his son's retired. Junior's retired now, and Junior's
the danger compared to they end up being team owners or coaches or whatever they call them in NASCAR. But yeah, I hear you. At some point, you don't want to risk your life.
Yeah, I don't know how you would make that work, putting Cole Trickle in modern NASCAR. Now, like I said, I don't think he could follow the same path that Maverick took in Top Gun. You're talking about two very different lines of work. So, because Maverick is very much a one of a kind person. His skill set had a value in that movie. I'm not saying that any driver can be as good as another driver. I'm just saying that there are a million fucking NASCAR drivers out there, a million guys you could put behind the wheel of that car. There's not a million guys you could have put in the seat of that plane and did what Maverick did. You know what I mean? He's a very unique person in that world. But I don't know. Maybe, I mean, you could. To have Maverick play the kind of role that Robert Duvall played in the first movie, in Days of Thunder, makes sense. But the problem is I think fans and Tom Cruise, for that matter, would want to see Cole Trickle in the car, and you wouldn't be able to have him play that role while he's behind the wheel of the car. Now, as soon as I say that, I'm pretty sure the next Comic-Con is going to come around in July, and then Tom Cruise is going to walk out on stage and be like, "I want to announce Days of Thunder 2." Days of Thunder Trickle. It's like, so it's entirely possible. It's possible that Tom Cruise is going to roll out and do that. I don't know. But let's break away from the movie topics again. This is one that I was hoping to have a bigger panel for, and I think this could be a fun discussion, but I'll go ahead and throw it out to you guys now. Would you guys, if it existed, would you guys use time travel? It's a tough question to ask because there's so many things that can go wrong with time travel. We've seen it in movies, but would you use time travel if it existed? I'll go to you first, Marcus.
See, that's a tough one. Because I think if I were to use it, I wouldn't go anywhere too far back or too far forward. Like, for me, in my head, I'm like, okay, cool. I'll just use it very mundanely. I'll go back to the theater release of movies that I missed out on watching. That's probably the most that I'd do. Like, I don't want to go see historical events or go, oh, let's win this argument or something. It's like, yeah, I'll use it. Okay, cool. What movie did I miss to go see out originally in theaters or that I wanted to go see in theaters that I won't be able to go see again? Well, I'm going to go see it now.
I don't know. What do you think, Rose? If time travel existed, would you use it?
I would, actually. And like Marcus said, I wouldn't use it for like anything major. Like I wouldn't want to use it for anything that could alter history and actually cause myself not to be here. But I would use it. I would just go back and give my younger self advice on things that obviously I know now. Like, hey, if you do this, this is what's going to happen. So don't do this. Do this decision instead. Like I would say, hey, this is what happens. This is what happened when you made this decision and it wasn't great. So make this other decision and maybe things will work out better for you.
Hey,
Pretty
here's
much
the secret to get to these levels.
I would do it, like that. Like I wouldn't do anything major, and maybe do things that I didn't get to do, like Marcus said with the movie thing. Like maybe go to a concert I would have liked to go to, like maybe a Metallica concert. I've never got to go to one yet. Maybe a sports game that I've been wanting to go to. I haven't been to a Yankees game in 10 years. I haven't never been to a football game yet, so maybe do something like that. But other than that, like I wouldn't use time travel for anything major. I would really just use it to pretty much better my life. Even if it makes future me go away, but I'd still exist.
Cora, how about you? If time travel existed and you had access to it, would you use it?
No. I am a firm believer that I am who I am because of everything that's happened and not happened, mistakes and successes, and I like who I am. I really wouldn't want to change who I am. Sure. Do what I want to have more success or whatever. We could all say that, but I'm a glass half full kind of person, and I don't think I would be me if I changed certain things. And I'm gonna accept the way the universe has been so far, and if I want something different, I'll work hard for it. And plus, I wouldn't want to risk like somehow fucking with some like rules of some kind that would fuck with some like balance in the universe. Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, TSS actually asked that question in chat. What time travel rules are we going by? I mean, I don't know that there are rules necessarily. I mean, if you're talking about like, don't talk to your younger self, don't give your younger self the sports book with all the stuff in it to bet on. It's like, are you talking about those rules, or are you talking about like the kind of shit that they used in Avengers Endgame, where it's like you can mess with this timeline and start a new one without messing with the one that you're in? I think those kinds of questions about time travel are just stupid. Like I said, talking about the other thing, there's an answer that I give you right now, kind of at the spur of the moment, and it may not add up. It may not be the answer that you get from me if you actually put the situation in front of me. My first response is right along with Texas. Hell yes, I'd use time travel. There is no fucking way. But for one thing, I mean, like I was talking about earlier about moving around in space and time, I would like to go back and see things. I'd like to go back, like Marcus said, go back to 1977 when Star Wars just released, and just like be in line with those people and feel that excitement in a way that I've never felt. Like I've only read about, or I've only heard about from people who were there. But also, dude, would I go back and give myself the winning lottery numbers for 3 days ago in real time? Oh, fuck yeah, I would. Sorry. Mama didn't raise no dummy. I mean, I would go back and leave my dad a little note like on his desk where he worked in 1988 being, buy Apple stock. Take your bonus, buy Apple stock. Stuff like that. Now would I, the whole thing about would you go back in time and kill baby Hitler? I don't know. Those get into some gray areas, because taking anybody's life is kind of this is different. I don't know. I mean, but I'm not saying I wouldn't. I'm not saying I would. but I don't know. Going back and like, I don't know, lots of things I could do. Talk to people that I've lost over the years one more time instead of missing out the last conversation. Maybe. I mean, I understand what Cora says, that we are who we are right now, and we think we're pretty good people despite all of our good decisions, bad decisions, good and bad things happening to us. That as we sit here right now, we're pretty comfortable in our own skins, and that's great. But I can't say that I wouldn't go back and tell some people I love, be like, hey, buy Bitcoin. Bitcoin stuff that nobody understands. Buy like 5 or 6 of them. They're only about $50 right now. Spend a couple $100 and just sit on them, and then just kind of like let the world change the way it will. I mean, again, like TSS asks, what rules of time travel are we going by? I don't know. I think the rules of time travel really exist kind of in you. So it's like some people might not go back and give themselves the winning lottery numbers. Some people would. The problem is you have to understand the consequences, that you may not have the life that you think you're going to have when you come back to today. So understand that things could get markedly worse for you. I don't know.
I will say this: there have been times in my life I might have said yes to the question, but
Oh, come on. You want to go back to the date where like a book that you really wanted to read came out just to try to get it signed before someone else did?
Imagine getting a first edition.
I will say
first
my
edition,
whole life,
signed and everything.
Oh, that's pretty. I will say this: I've always wanted to go back, and this has nothing to do with me living in Vegas now, because I chose to live here for tax purposes and proximity to Oregon, and I really don't give a shit about gambling. But I've always daydreamed of going back in time for one night to Vegas to watch the Rat Pack and Frank Sinatra, like when they were in their prime, when Vegas was Vegas, when it was before it went all, whatever.
When the mob ran Vegas, when Vegas was at its peak.
When women wore dresses and men wore hats, and you got slapped on the ass and you weren't allowed to scream, things like that. So I'm making fun of that, but I'm a Mad Men fan, so I just, there are things like that. And yes, the book thing, I would love to go back and have conversations with Tolkien. That would be really fucking cool. But I for things like that, for experiences, yes, but I wouldn't want to change who I am, my life, or my personal like trajectory in life. So, but for a couple experiences, fuck yes. Like to go back in time at that one moment before whatever earth-shattering extinction event that happened that killed the dinosaurs, like to watch it right before it hit where I'm at and then zoom out, you know, that would be cool. Without if I don't get eaten by a T-Rex in the process. So yeah, certain experiences, yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah, I don't know that I would. I mean, look, everybody would ask those questions. Well, what if you do this? What if you? They talk about the butterfly effect and shit like that. It's like, well, who cares?
Well, the butterfly effect is only a theory right now. Like, you'll figure out which rules do and don't apply the moment you do it. Like, all the rules we think could be applied for movies and stuff like that, they're only theorized and hypotheticalized. You don't know if those rules are true or not. The only way to find out would be to fuck around.
But there is this one theory in Greek. It's called post hoc ergo propter hoc. It's observing a phenomenon changes it. So just by watching something happen, you actually change the outcome or change the effect that it had on the environment. So it's like we could go back in time, like Cora said, and watch the Chicxulub event where that's where they think is where it landed, the meteor that killed all the dinosaurs. And just by being back there to watch it, we could make one dinosaur survive or one group of dinosaurs survive,
or get the DNA like in Jurassic Park,
or get the DNA or whatever.
But
But yeah, it's like
all can.
So just by being there, we could actually change how things evolve on the Earth. And so when we go back to watch it, we're like, okay, the meteor's getting kind of close now. I'm going to bounce back to 2024. And we bounce back, and all of a sudden we come back, and there's like Tyrannosaurus Rexes everywhere, and people are running and hiding from dinosaurs because it all got crazy. Because just observing that phenomenon, observing that thing, made it change. So that's one thing that could happen. I don't know. But I mean, also it's like, if you gave yourself the lottery numbers and you became a millionaire, that would change who you are. It's like, I don't know. Some people, yes. Some people, no. It's kind of hard to tell.
It's easy to say that, but I'm not saying this to gloat or because I'm not proud of this, but my family has means, and I grew up being around a lot of money. It does not usually make. It's a minority of people who have it and aren't changed in a bad way or end up treating people around them poorly. And people with a lot of money, I have found, are not the salt of the earth. And I live a modest, minimalist lifestyle for a reason. So, you know, there's two sides to that coin, Frank. That's all I got to say about that.
Oh, I get it. It's like, and I've never wanted those things that rich people have, like the big mansion. It's like, to me, I'm just like, it'd be nice to have a bigger house, but do I need 37 bedrooms? It's like I'm going to live in 4 of them. What am I going to do with the other 33 bedrooms? And to me, I don't want to be that waste of space. It's like I wouldn't buy the Ferrari. I don't care for those kinds of things. I would buy a nice, dependable car. So would I look like I had a bajillion dollars? Probably not. But so I mean, to me, it's easy for me to say sitting here, I don't think my life would change all that much if I'd go back in time and gave myself the winning lottery numbers for, one of these $500 bajillion jackpots over the course of the last few years. I don't think my life would change that much. But then again, I've never wanted these things. Some people want these things. And they get angry because they don't get them, and then they get money, and then they turn stupid. I mean, that's what happens when people win the lottery. It's like all these horror stories you hear about people win the lottery and they do stupid shit. That's because they're idiots. It's like the people who win a lot of money and you don't hear their names, those are the people who usually do okay.
The first thing you do with a lot of money is you get a lawyer, you get an accountant, and you invest, and you're very careful and slow to change your lifestyle. That's all I gotta say.
Well, a lot of these people don't understand that you need to help your money make more money. So it's like, it's great to be given $1 million. If I were to walk up to Rose right now and be like, here's $1 million, Rose, that's great. What does he do with it? Does he spend it all on video games and has nothing left? If he'd just be Casey. He'd drop all his money on video games and he'd have just a room full of video games and nothing else. The video games can't love you back. But I mean, if he's like, you know what can I do to turn this into 2 million? He's like, I'm going to invest in some of this. I'm going to start a small business. But there's this business idea that I've had that I think could do well. If he turns that into something that can produce more money, then those kinds of people are usually the ones that do
Right.
okay. I've always found it funny that like I've read anyway that when you win like one of these big lottery jackpots, you actually get they'll actually ask you, do you want to have your name published or do you not want to have it published? Just say you want it anonymously. The people that go up there and they have the press conference with the check and they smile, the cameras, those are the people that are out of money in 3 years. Because those are the idiots that they want to revel in it. So they go buy the Ferrari, they go buy the big house. It's like, it's great to have the Ferrari or the Lamborghini or something, but you have to understand there are costs that come along with having these things.
I can give you an example in the state of Nevada. By the way, I did not know this till I moved here and went to DMV. Not only do you pay your annual registration fee of less than $100, there is a tiered system based on the value of your car. And if your car is worth $50,000, you pay $650 a year in a fee every year. And if you have a car worth $2,000, it's around $200. And can you imagine what a car worth $100,000 or more would be a year at this rate? So yes, it is staggering.
Well, and on top of that,
I got rid of a car because of this after moving here, and I will be buying a little Mini Cooper because I'm not paying $650 fucking dollars a year to keep a car that I hardly drive. It's asinine. I'm sorry, I'm venting, but the point is, you don't realize the expenses of expensive things. Property taxes, insurance.
yeah,
It's all
that's the
crazy.
thing. It's like they go and buy like this Ferrari. You can't just go get an oil change in a Ferrari at the
No.
local Jiffy Lube.
No.
I think there's only a handful of places in the United States that can do an oil change for a Ferrari or a Lamborghini, and it's like 10
If you want to
grand to
keep
get
your
the oil
warranty.
change.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
only like 10, and it's like
Are
10
willing
grand
to
to get the
touch
oil
it.
change. Yeah, because
Yeah.
they don't use like the regular 10 weight 50 or whatever that any regular car would use. It gets a specialty synthetic oil that has to be flown in from Europe or some shit.
Yeah.
So it's like that's a $10,000 oil change that you have to do once every 6 or 8 months.
And with insurance and DMV fees and whatever, you could be spending $25,000 a year to keep a
Yeah.
Ferrari in Nevada.
I think it'd give me a good sleeper truck. Like, give me an old 1998 truck. I'll leave it look like it's rusted and everything on the exterior. Put in like a pretty decent, okay, modern day engine underneath there.
Mhm.
Just leave it a sleeper. You'd be like,
Yeah.
well, why are you driving around the old rust bucket? I'm like, what do you mean? It's reliable.
I
It's just fine.
was watching an episode of Chips the other day from the second season.
Oh
and
wow.
John drives that blue sidestep truck. I was like, God damn, I want that truck. That truck looked. I forgot how badass those trucks looked.
70s pickup trucks had really nice body styles.
My uncle had a burnt orange sidestep pickup truck. That was his work truck for years when I was a kid. I used to love that fucking truck. I love riding around that truck.
Nice.
But it's kind of a similar model, but his was like blue with like the stripes down the side, and he had like the lights on the top and all that. And I was like, God damn, I love that truck. It'd be so dope.
The last
'Cause in the
pickup
first
trucks
season
I've liked are those 90s Fords. And then once you got past the mid-90s, trucks have looked ridiculously stupid to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the first season, John drives a yellow Mini Cooper, ironically enough. And then from the second season on, he drives that big truck. And I'm like,
Yeah.
your character's supposed to be from Montana and you're driving a Mini Cooper. I'm like, come on, dude. And then the second season, he's driving around a big truck. And I'm like, that's more you. That's more Montana. Wyoming. Sorry, he's from Wyoming. But yeah, I was like, why is a guy from Wyoming living in LA driving a Mini Cooper? That's so not Wyoming.
Well, I don't know. Let me tell you, LA is just weird from what few people I know from there. It's just a whole different, like, I mean, I don't know.
Like, I've been there once and I don't really want to go back.
I don't blame you. The only reason I'll ever go back is for a very rare, only in LA, like, exhibit, like when I went to see the King Tut exhibit in 2005.
But remember, though, in Chips, you're talking about late 70s LA. Late 70s California, late 70s and 80s California was fucking awesome.
Also, to be fair, my experience with LA was driving a semi truck inside there, dropping a trailer, and then going pick up another one. Like, LA is not semi friendly.
LA is not driver friendly at all.
Yeah. LA is not is not lung friendly either, by the way.
It's not anything friendly. LA's just gotten bad, but
Like that's what my key area to move to would be Arizona. I get the nice warm temps.
I'm
It
not
gets
far
hot.
from there, and let me tell you, I love this climate. I can wear flip flops and a
Who
tank
the
top right
fuck
now.
wants to fucking live in 120-degree temperatures?
I do.
I do
It's
because
grimy.
my
Fuck that.
I
They're
don't
bones
living in
don't hurt
cold.
that much.
Yeah, I don't think you
Fuck.
understand. Rose, let me explain this to you. You think you say 120, but let me tell you, where I'm at in the Vegas area, and mind you, I'm on a hill in Henderson, so I'm not technically. I'm like 6
Ooh, that's
miles
a
from
good
the
area.
strip, but there's a breeze. There's lots of trees, and at night it cools off like 10 to 15 degrees from the high of the day. And there's no humidity. So what you think of as hot without humidity is actually feels cooler than it does by the number. So it doesn't feel like 120, it feels more like 85 or so.
The only thing I learned is if I ever do actually move out there, I need a UV light because apparently the scorpions are a thing down there.
They
They're
are
definitely not an
down, yeah.
Ohio thing.
Yeah,
So
there's a trick with those though. If you put a wet towel down, they are drawn to the towel and then they stay off the rest of the floor. I've heard that from some people, but yeah. So
Weird.
yeah, it's
Wonder where that
hot,
is.
but guess what? It's enjoyable hot. It's not like I was in the Midwest for 3 years, Rose. You know, I was in South Dakota. The humidity in peak summer was like sometimes 90 to 100 with the temperature of about 80, 85. It was so miserable to be outside that I'd much rather be in the dry heat of Nevada at 115. Like it was more pleasant. So it's all about
Yeah,
your own personal preferences.
Marcus and I both know that like when it's like 85 degrees here in Ohio and then we get a rainstorm that rolls in, like if it rains for 10 minutes and then goes away, it is unbearable for a week after that.
humid.
It makes 80 degrees feel like 130 degrees. And it's
And the bugs are awful too.
It's buggy, it's sticky. You got the bugs that just want to come up. It's like, oh, there's now water and it's humid.
I don't know if you know this, but the Rose is in the East Coast, so it's a little bit different than the Midwest or Vegas. So
Let me tell you something, Cora. To me, anything above 80 degrees pisses me off. So,
but with humidity though,
humidity sucks. I will admit that.
Yeah.
See, the humidity in Jersey in the summer is fucking awful.
But without the humidity, heat is really not that bad as long as you're staying out of the direct sun.
Yeah, you keep yourself hydrated enough, you're fine.
Yeah, shade and
dry heat's a lot easier to deal with.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a different kind of weather system.
Personally, I just enjoy being cold. So.
Well, then you would like South Dakota in the winter months. Let me tell you, -20, you might enjoy that. I'm about to sell a house in South Dakota. You let me know if you're interested.
Yeah, yeah. You live on the East Coast. You should be used to the shitty weather, and there's less people trying to rob you. So.
Oh no, you could leave the door unlocked. Nothing would happen. And we call it Mayberry because that town is so small. But yeah.
Mayberry, that's awesome. But yeah, I don't know. Would I go back in time? Fuck yeah. See, Tex even says, no, that's not the wrong one. What did he say? He said, being broke as a mofo as I am, I'd love to experience rich people problems. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
I'd love to be able to be like, do I spend $75 on this gold encrusted candy bar? Why not? It's rich people problems. But
you want to talk about a gold encrusted candy bar, Frank? I don't know if you ever heard a few months ago about that fucking $700 hamburger with the gold leaflet bun.
Yeah,
and yes, you were actually able to eat.
I saw the one. Well, I mean, gold leaf they've used it in food before. I mean, but
yeah,
it's like I was it Salt Bay or somebody else had the gold encrusted steak that was like $25,000 for the steak. And I'm just like, I can go buy this gold leaf stuff at the local supermarket for $3. It's like, what are you charging me 25 grand for, you moron? But people want to, I don't know, they just want to do stupid shit. But yeah, I'm with Tex. I'm like, dude, it's like I say, give me some money and watch how smart I am at spending it. It's like I would put it away. I would spend what I needed to spend to catch up a few bills or whatever, get me and the woman a couple of good, dependable, nice cars, and the rest of it to sit on. Put some money aside for each of my kids that they get when they turn 21 or something. Maybe invest, start a small business. Am I buying a big mansion and a giant car, my own jumbo jet? No, I don't have a desire for those things. And I'm not saying that having a desire for those things is bad, but I mean, be motivated by what you're motivated by. It's worse to not be motivated by anything. But I mean, I want things that are a little bit more fulfilling than the Ferrari. There's nothing fulfilling about owning a Ferrari to me. Because when you have a bunch of stupid shit like that, you don't attract people to your orbit that are there for you. They're there for the things that are around you. And if those things were to go away, all those people would go away. So
Yeah.
all my best friends are friends that I've had for years and years and years that have been friends before the money. Those would be the people I'm still hanging out with anyway. So whatever. But I don't know. Let's move back into some of the movie topics now. Let's talk about 2024 coming up. A couple, we're just now kind of getting back into a rhythm of making movies and releasing movies after the pandemic, and then as soon as that happens, we have two major strikes that crippled Hollywood for most of 2023, and a lot of stuff ended up getting pushed again. Some stuff that was supposed to come out in 2020 now is not scheduled to come out until like 2025. So it begs the question: is 2024 going to be another relatively weak year for movies? Because I'm looking at the release calendar now, and while there's a couple that are coming out that are probably going to be pretty good, stuff that we've been waiting on for a while, that's been done for a while, a lot of stuff has once again gotten pushed because of some of the stuff that's going on. I'll go to you first, Marcus. Do you think we're going to be seeing a bit of a bad year for movies?
I think so. I mean, looking at the list, like Dune was one that I was anticipating and will love to go and see this year. I'm happy we'll still get it in 2024, but like Marvel, I think they're only like releasing maybe 5 movies this year.
That's all.
I don't think they're releasing that many, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, it's like, I mean, Deadpool still seems to be on the list. Thunderbolt. Not
Somebody's
seeing
cat's
any.
hungry.
No, my cat just likes attention. She really does, and I don't let her out of the room while other people are home. Then Blade. So 3 movies on the list. What do you want?
I don't know. What do you think, Rose? Do you think this is going to be another relatively weak year for Hollywood because of the strikes and more stuff getting pushed back?
Honestly, some of these movies, you would think, on paper they don't sound good, but they could end up being a draw. But some of these movies, personally, there's more movies for me that I'm interested in for 2024 than I was in 2023. So for me, it's a personal win automatically. I mean, we got Mortal Kombat 2 coming out 2024. It's supposed to be in the later half of 2024. There's no set date yet. And from what we know about that movie, it's actually going to be, I think it's going to be much better than the last movie. So if you didn't enjoy the last Mortal Kombat, this one is probably one you're going to want to watch because they're actually getting into the tournament. So they're actually going to focus this movie more on the action and the fight scenes and stuff like that. And some of the characters that were killed off in the first movie are going to come back because that's just Mortal Kombat for you. They all fucking always do. We might get Detective Pikachu 2, which the first movie wasn't bad at all for a spinoff of the Pokemon franchise. I didn't play the games, but the movie was pretty solid. So I'm, interested in the second movie. They have announced Nintendo has announced a Zelda movie. I don't think it's coming out next year. Well, I should say this year now because it is January technically for us on the East Coast anyway. But I don't think it comes out this year, but there is a small chance that it does. Also, Sonic the Hedgehog 3 has already been confirmed for December 20th, 2024 release date. So that's Christmas week. So I'm certainly going to be seeing that movie. As far as other movies in 2024, I'm looking at the list here and I'm kind of just like, skimming through it. Anything Marvel, I usually am interested in. They do have, aren't they supposed to have at least one Avengers movie this year?
No.
I thought it was
really.
X-Men stuff they were focusing on next.
I think they pretty much wiped everything out of 2024 except for Deadpool.
Is this because of the writer's strike?
There's
Yeah.
Part of it was
Deadpool,
the writer's
okay,
strike.
Deadpool.
Part of it was Bob Iger rolling back into town and saying,
I
"Hey,
wondered
we're
if
not
that was
doing
part
anything."
of it.
They got a Ghostbusters movie coming.
Well,
out
that
this
now
year,
they got to
apparently.
figure out what they're gonna do with Kane, because Marvel's already decided they're striking him.
That's
now.
another reason. That's another reason why they're kind of pushing everything back. Anyway, I mean, I'm sitting here looking at the release calendar, and I'm seeing stuff that
Deadpool
I'm seeing
3, I definitely
some.
gotta see that.
I'm seeing some things that are that I recognize from some marketing lately. I mean, they got Night Swim, which is a movie that I'm kind of interested in. Let's see. The Mean Girls remake is coming out. I'm not really interested in that. Beekeeper, I just saw with Jason Statham. I just saw a trailer for that, and it looks okay. It looks pretty good. It looks like a typical Jason Statham action movie. Let's see, it's getting re-released. The ISS. We were talking about that the other day with Ariana DeBose, Chris Messina, John Gallagher, about the International Space Station. There's Russian and American astronauts up there, and then World War III breaks out while they're up there, and then both of them have to try to secure the station from the other ones. It does look very weird. But I mean, other than that, I'm not seeing a lot of big things coming. And I'm going through January.
I'm interested in Borderlands in August 9th. That's a video game movie.
February, I'm not seeing a lot. Lady Frankenstein looks like something silly. Maybe that'll be good. I don't know. Madam Web is the first blockbuster that's supposed to be coming out in February. Bob Marley, One Love, the biopic about Bob Marley. I'm really interested in that. I saw a trailer for that for the first time a couple of days ago. It looked really good. But I mean, looking at some of the stuff, and just a lot of it's look. I'm not saying that small stuff isn't going to do well, but it's not going to be huge box office draws. Dune Part 2 comes out in March. That's going to be good. Let's see. Looking through this, Kung Fu Panda 4. They're going back to the well for that one. Let's see.
The Fall Guy actually looks pretty interesting.
I have no interest in seeing Fall Guy. I don't want any part of that movie. I watched the original TV show in the 80s, and this doesn't even look like it's going to be nearly as entertaining. There are commercials that come out that are going to be more entertaining.
Unfortunately, there's only one movie first quarter that I know I'm going to want to watch, and it's not even being released in the U.S., so I'm going to have to wait or watch it in Japanese.
I could honestly tell you guys, looking at this list, the second half of 2024 is going to do better than the first half.
Yeah.
Well, even the second half, I mean, that's when some stuff was coming out, but that was the stuff that was kind of already filmed or mostly filmed when the pandemic started. And so after the pandemic stopped and they were able to get back on set, they were just able to finish it up. So there was that thing. I mean, Ghostbusters, Frozen Empire in March. I'm looking forward to that one. That first trailer actually is really good. There's another M. Night Shyamalan Ding Dong movie coming out in April. I don't know what that's going to be. The Godzilla vs. Kong new movie is coming out in April. That's going to be cool. Another untitled monster thriller for Universal. I don't know what that means. It's hard for me to get excited when you won't even give me the name of the movie. But I know the Fall Guy in May. I just don't want to. Just don't want to. Let's see.
Gladiator 2.
I'm
looking through these.
My list.
I mean, I'm at the end of May. It's like Furiosa, a Mad Max saga. I don't know what that movie's supposed to be. I don't get it. Maybe it'll be good. I don't know. But Bad Boys 4 is supposed to come out in June.
Oh no!
Let's see.
I won't watch anything Will Smith anymore. But
I mean, he's a good actor. I mean, look, everybody deserves a chance at redemption, even Will Smith. What he did was stupid, and while he is getting essentially a slap on the wrist from the industry, he should be given the same opportunity to redeem himself in the eyes of the fans, like everybody else should be. I mean, give him the opportunity.
I don't know.
Let's see. I'm not seeing. I'm seeing dumb like Despicable Me 4 is coming out in July. Yay.
Is it possible some stuff that didn't think they would get out because of the writer's strike might get pushed up, or is everything going to be held off longer than expected?
Well, the problem with the reason the writer's strike hurt so bad was because writing is something that never really stops on a project.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they will have a writer on set to help rewrite scenes as they go. Right. So it's like a director and actors get together and shoot this stuff, and then they say, I'm not feeling the scene. And they'll get with the writer and say, can we tweak this dialogue here and there? And then you'll have a writer on set. The problem with the writer's strike is you didn't even have those writers. So you didn't have anybody to do those touch-ups as you were filming. And usually when the actors try to do touch-ups is when the things go way wrong. So a lot of stuff stopped during the writer's strike because they need to have the writers there to help kind of fix and tweak the dialogue here and there as needed. Let's see. July, we're getting that Twisters movie, which I don't know what the hell that's going to be about now because Glenn Powell came out, I guess, in the last week or so and said, this is not going to be a sequel or a remake. It's just going to be its own movie that blah, 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 and whatever. So I don't know what that movie's going to be. Deadpool 3 comes out in July, into August now. Borderlands, what he was just talking about, sounds good. Aliens Romulus. I don't know what they're doing with the Aliens franchise anymore. I just don't get it. I mean, hopefully this movie's awesome, but I'm not holding my breath. Kraven the Hunter comes out August 30th. Got to admit, those movies in that Spider-Man universe that Sony's been putting together have not looked great. So I don't know what that's going to be. Beetlejuice 2 comes out in September. I don't know what that movie's going to look like either. We talked about it. They were filming it. We had set pictures. But I have no idea what that movie is going to look like. So there's another Transformers movie. Oh, it's going to be animated. So who cares? There's a Blumhouse film coming out September 13th. Again, they're not giving me the names for half this shit. Saw 11 is coming out in September. The Joker sequel is coming out on October 4th. Smile 2. I think they did make Smile 2. That comes out in October. October 25th.
Scary movie.
Yeah. Terrifier 3 comes out October 25th. Kind of looking forward to it. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, Terrifier 2 was a better movie than the first one. The first one I thought was very mid, but the second was actually pretty decent. The Venom sequel comes out in November. So
I like the Venom movies.
We'll see what that's going to be. Another Grinch animated thing. Gladiator 2 comes out in November. Wicked actually is getting the movie treatment. That comes out in November. I am kind of interested in that.
Some of the actors were on the New Year's Eve thing with Anderson Cooper earlier.
Something that I am 100% sure is going to get pushed into 2025. It's scheduled for December 13th right now. They're making a new Karate Kid movie. Apparently, it's going to have Ralph Macchio and Jackie Chan. They came out with that big announcement on like Twitter or something like that, where they were saying they were casting for it. I have a feeling that movie is going to get pushed. I mean, I don't think it's going to hold that date. It's probably going to end up getting pushed into next year. The Nosferatu remake comes out Christmas. I'm interested. Let's go. I mean, we were talking about it. It's got Emma Corrin, Willem Dafoe, Aaron Taylor Johnson, and Nicholas Hoult. Let's go. I'm ready. I'm interested to see how that compares to the silent film that we reviewed just a few weeks ago. Let's see. And then, God, there's just nothing getting into January of 2025. There's some movie I've never heard of called Grind that has names that I've never really heard of. So, yeah, I don't know that this is going to be a big year.
We missed saying Happy New Year to people in the Central Time Zone. It just passed the hour.
Because I was too busy reading. So yeah, happy birthday to everybody in the Central Time Zone.
I'm watching the celebration in Austin. So Happy New Year to Drew and
Happy New Year, Drew.
Midwest and Tex too. It's now midnight for him.
Badass is still awake.
But if I were to drink anymore, I wouldn't make it all the way through to the end of the show.
Yeah. He's probably drinking.
Probably.
I'm drinking. I'm trying to nurse it, though. That's why. Yeah. Let's see. Who popped? Did Kratos pop in here? I've been missing a little bit of the stuff. But let's see. Let me turn the music off and go back to the chat, see what I've been missing. Let's see. Tex says that he doesn't think he's allowed in California anymore. Pretty sure Gavin Newsom banned my kind a while ago. Yeah, well, they ban everything in California.
Yeah.
You don't like it in California, just ban it. Let's see what Tex is looking forward to. Terrified. What a shock! It's a lot of actiony and horror stuff. But Terrifier 3, The Strangers Trilogy, Saw 11, Maxine, Nosferatu, Salem's Lot, The Crow. Man, I don't know about The Crow. It's just one of those ones where I don't think you can get any better than the first one. Alien Romulus are some of the top horror films that are coming. God, just the Alien films, though. God, they've been so not good for a long time. It's like they tried to be real cerebral, and I'm like, no, either go the sci-fi horror route you went with the first one, or go the sci-fi action route like you did with Aliens. But the rest of them, when they tried to do different stuff, it just didn't work. So I don't know. But yeah, I'm not as jacked up for this year as I was for 2023. I mean, we sat here a year ago and did this and had this conversation, and I named off like 10, 12 movies. I was like, these are the ones that I want to see. Oppenheimer, on down the line. I don't know that I could pick 5 movies out of here that I'm excited about. Honestly, I'm having trouble picking 3.
Yeah.
I don't know. Marcus, what about you? I mean, right now I'm looking at the release calendar on imdb.com. So, I mean, so you guys can look at what I'm looking at. But I mean, I'm sitting here looking at this list, and there's not really a whole lot that jumps out at me, especially in the first half of the year. Marcus, is there anything that I've mentioned that you think you're going to be into?
I mean, a few. I mean, the only one I know I'm interested in with like the first quarter is not even on IMDb because, like I said, it's not an American film. It's an anime, so it's being released in Japan.
What's the name of it?
Mobile Suit Gundam Seed.
Oh, okay, so that probably. I mean, if it probably get dubbed, we'll probably get it. Usually, anything from Japan that gets dubbed takes about 6 to 10 months to release out here.
Yeah,
So,
I know I'll have to wait. I'll also probably find a stream where I can watch in Japanese and not.
When is it coming out in Japan?
26
of this month.
Yep.
So we'll probably get it. I'll say we'll probably get it by July, maybe September at the latest.
The moment I can watch it, I will be watching it. Dune Part 2, like I said, I was anticipating it for this year when they announced it. I'm like, I'm gonna go see it regardless of how much money I do or don't have. It's one that I want to go see. I enjoyed the first one. I kind of tried to watch the original ones, and I'm like, I don't want to spoil it for myself. At the same time, Kung Fu Panda, I'm no longer into those kind of series.
I was never into that to begin with.
Yeah, kids, they put it on for us. It wasn't that bad, but also now as an adult, I'm like, this kind of seems annoying. Let's see. Ghostbusters. I don't know if they actually made that one back or not.
They did. I'm looking at a list. Frozen Empire looks like it's being released March 29th.
Yeah, I got a list too. Movie Insider. That's what I was looking at.
Yeah, once Frank told me where he was looking at, I went over there because I wasn't sure what it was and it wasn't lining up. Beekeeper is a good one that I want to go see. Just because I honestly kind of don't mind the main actor for that, and I kind of like the sound of the plot. Otherwise, there isn't anything else that would really jump out to me right away. I mean, by default, me and my family go to see all the Marvel movies, so I'll be out to go see those regardless on the day they release.
Yeah, the only Marvel movie on the release calendar for 2024 right now is Deadpool.
Yeah. Civil War actually looks like it might be an interesting one for April 26th. I'll probably do a back-to-back. I'll watch that, and then I'll go see Challenger. And honestly, now looking at
Civil War, that's the one that Tim Pool was talking about.
I was thinking different Fall Guy when I said the name Fall Guy, and it looked interesting. I thought maybe they were doing a weird documentary about the game. Not.
When I saw that too, I'm like, Fall Guy? I'm like, I hope it has no relation to the game because the game sucks.
The game does suck, but I'm like, maybe they'll make fun of it in some way. Maybe it'll be interesting, and I can laugh at them doing it horribly.
To be fair, if you can make a fucking movie about Tetris, you can make a movie about anything.
Pretty much.
Yeah, but the story behind Tetris is an interesting one.
I gotta watch that one. I didn't even know
fitting blocks into a fucking thing in 2
I
dimensions.
didn't even know they made that movie because I know it was on the docket and I heard it got canceled. I didn't know it ever came out.
Gladiator 2 I might watch just because I kind of enjoyed the first one. You know, that's coming out like a while ago. Yeah, there's nothing else on the list that really jumps out to me. Unfortunately, most of what I watch is anime and stuff like that because live action stuff doesn't pique my interest these days.
Yeah, I'm looking over the cast list for the Fall Guy, and I God, I'm just not feeling it. It's like I'm okay with Emily Blunt. I'm okay. I'm not really okay with Ryan Gosling as Colt Seavers, but whatever. Apparently, Lee Majors is on the cast list, so he's going to be in the movie. I don't know in what capacity. But God, I'm just looking at the rest of this, and I'm like, there's nobody here who gets me excited. Aaron Taylor Johnson, I've already seen that he dies in the trailer, so I just really don't want to. I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, there's a Demon Slayer coming out this year.
Maybe he'll have a bigger. Maybe he'll have more than just a cameo.
What about the Godzilla and Kong movie? That's probably something that might do numbers.
Yeah. I'm kind of annoyed that I can't watch the TV series because it's on Apple TV, and I don't know anyone who has Apple TV right now.
We do.
Well, I didn't know that. I keep on forgetting you guys technically have iProducts.
You don't have to have an Apple product to have Apple TV. You can sign up online on their website.
Yeah, it's just an app.
Like a regular streaming service.
I didn't think that far.
Call your aunt. Call your aunt. Get the thing from
Look,
okay.
When I see Apple, I'm like, okay, cool. In the corner, I'm Samsung.
You can watch Apple TV on any device.
Yeah. I'll probably text my aunt just to binge watch that series, but the thing is done airing right now. At least they're not doing any more new episodes. So I can easily binge watch it in between doing schoolwork.
I was just reading the synopsis for Lisa Frankenstein. It's got Catherine Newton, the girl that played Ant-Man's daughter in Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. The synopsis is a coming-of-age love story. It's listed, but it says a coming-of-age story about a teenager and her crush who happens to be a corpse. After a set of horrific circumstances bring him back to life, the two embark on a journey to find love, happiness, and a few missing body parts. It sounds like it could be fun, but I don't know. I'm looking at the cast list. It's a bunch of 20-somethings I've never heard of. But I don't know. Maybe that could be something. I thought, was it Warm Bodies? One of the first movies that Nicholas Hoult did where he played the zombie that came back to life or whatever. I don't know. But that wasn't bad. I thought that was kind of a fun movie. Madam Web. I'm trying to make a list of the movies. And I'm struggling.
I'll probably end up seeing Luca once it gets released.
I have a few movies if I want to look forward to.
Go ahead.
Snow White and the Evil Queen. It's not a Disney movie. It'll be coming out sometime next year, and it looks good. Kind of like a more dramatic, serious version. The girl who plays Snow White in it, I don't know what her name is, but I saw the trailer for it and it looked really good. Someone named Jeremy Boring is writing and producing it. And then the movie with Adam Sandler called Spaceman. It's based on I think it's based on a real story, but it's about a kid from the Czech Republic who becomes an astronaut. And then that's coming out in March. And then I'm a big Kirsten Dunst fan, and Kirsten Dunst, and she's going to be in a movie called Civil War, and it's coming out this coming spring. And it's kind of like modern times, like the world spiraling, like what would it look like if we went into a state of civil war now? And it kind of reminds me of The Day After Tomorrow, or White House Down, or all those things where it's modern and like all of a sudden everything's falling apart, and it looks really good. And then I'm kind of curious about the Mean Girls remake. I'm not a big musical person, but Tina Fey is fucking hilarious, and I love the first one. And then the last one I'm looking forward to is the prequel to The Quiet Place called A Quiet Place Day One, which is coming out in the summer with John Krasinski and stuff. So, yeah.
Yeah, Tex, if you're still watching, go check out the trailer for Camp Pleasant Lake. It's a horror movie that's coming out this year. I was just looking at the synopsis for that, and it sounds interesting. Not to mention, it's got some interesting names attached to it. It's got Andrew Divoff. It's got Jonathan Lipnicki. You remember him from Jerry Maguire, the whole whatever he said, the little kid. And Michael Paré, which is interesting. I haven't seen him much of anything since the late 80s, early 90s. But that looks like a very interesting horror movie.
Hi, Zoe.
Let's see. Ghostbusters.
That's a cute name, Zoe.
Yeah, when I got her, she reminded me of a high school friend, so I technically named her after
Oh, that's
her.
cute. Hey, I named my dog after literary characters, so at least yours is based on somebody you knew.
Yeah, except for that person doesn't technically know. At some point, I'd probably tell her, but at the same point in time, it's not on a to-do list. So if it happens, it happens.
You know what? It's your cat. It's your life.
Yeah.
Your business.
She's bossy and needy. She's my
Hey.
cat.
My dogs are too. I hear you. I don't.
Yeah, but
know
at
how-
least I can just leave my room, and I know she can't destroy everything.
Well,
She might
that's
fall
good.
into my bed every now and then, but
My one dachshund steals my socks, and then she doesn't do anything with them. She just runs around the house with my little socks, and then she carries them around like cats. Come in with a dead mouse. Like, look what I got! I got my mom's sock, and I'm like, why do you need to carry around my socks? I don't know. Pets are funny. I don't have children, so I don't know what children do, but that's what dogs do. So
I haven't found someone to put up with me yet, so I'm still working on that list.
well, do you know what? I have some advice for you. I've been divorced twice. There are just as many ups and downs and pros and cons to being single and being in a relationship. So enjoy both at different times in your life and don't think one is better. Just saying.
Yeah.
So that's what I would say.
Man, I'm really stretching to find a list of movies.
Oh, that you want to see in 2024?
Yeah. I mean, I'm stretching to get a few of these. I mean, some of them are kind of no-brainers. I want to see Beetlejuice too. I'm curious.
Yeah.
But some of them, I mean, it's like Bob Marley's One Love. It sounds like a good movie, but it's not one of the ones that I'm like falling down to see.
What about
same
the
thing
new
with
Planet of the Apes movie?
No. The first couple were good. The rest of them after that all got really just silly.
Oh.
There's only so many. That's my problem when you let these things go on and on and on.
Do you want to see Godzilla X Kong: The New Empire? I do.
I do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I think what they've done with that franchise so far has been pretty good. But the problem is, it's like you get these. It's like this is the problem with the Fast and the Furious franchise. It's like there's only so many times I can see them just basically do a bunch of stunts. I'm like, you're barely giving me enough story to have a movie, and your story should be what drives this thing. The first movie had a story. Sure, you can say it was just a remake of Point Break. I don't care. Everybody loved Point Break. That's one of the best movies of the 80s. They said the same thing about the Star Wars, the Force Awakens. Oh, it's just a New Hope, but this time it's her instead of Luke Skywalker. Everybody loves A New Hope. Everybody loves that movie. Why wouldn't you take the thing that people love and give them more of it? So
you want to see the new Transformers movie?
The animated one?
No, it's not animated. It's
Rise of the Beast.
It's called Transformers 1. It's an origin story.
Yeah, it's animated.
Cybertron?
Yeah, that's
it is
animated.
I didn't know it was animated. My bad.
But
I want to see that.
Yeah, the problem is like when you beat these stories to death, but you don't try to grow the world anymore, it just gets stale. That's why I said the Fast and Furious franchise should have died with Paul Walker. That was a very fitting ending. It was a happy ending for all. You had the last movie with Paul Walker. You don't have to mess with the chemistry of either not having him or recasting him or something like that. Just let that thing end where it should have ended. But nope, Vin Diesel doesn't have anything else going on in his career, so he's got to put out 12 more of these fucking things. And there's something missing in those movies now.
Well, apparently The Rock doesn't have anything to do either because he's going back for the ending of the movies too. He's supposed to be.
That's the thing. But The Rock does have things to do. He's doing it simply because he's like, well, if this is going to be the end, I want to be a part of it, and I'm getting a big fat paycheck, so I'm going to go with it. And maybe Vin Diesel was like, hey, buddy, I will give you a handy every day on set if you come back and save this withering franchise, because when we lost you, we lost a lot of viewers. When we lost you, we lost a lot of viewers as well, and nobody likes our movies now that you're not in them. So they probably threw him a whole lot of money. But Venom, another one.
There's another Venom movie coming out.
Yeah, on November 8th.
Was that on the movie insider list? I didn't see it.
It's not on the IMDb list, I think, but it's on
the release calendar on IMDb. Now this release calendar, it's usually pretty up to date.
Yeah, so, the one I have says Untitled Sony and Marvel Universe. So maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, IMDb's got it set to come out November 8th of 2024. That's
okay. So then I got about 4 or 5 movies to go out and see this year. Then, oh shit.
Let's see, Christmas stuff. Get in November, so we're looking at Christmas shit now. Gladiator 2. I kind of want to see that.
Wasn't the first Gladiator movie like 20-something years old already, and they're finally making a sequel?
Yeah, and I don't know how they're going to make this movie work, but we're going to see.
I was going to say, I remember the WWE doing the Gladiator parody commercial for, I think it was WrestleMania, like a long fucking time ago.
The Lord of the Rings is coming out with. Oh, it's an animated thing. Never mind.
Just because it's animated doesn't mean it can't be good.
Yeah, but the cartoon stuff doesn't really do it for me, especially the Sword and Shield stuff. What was I going to write down here? The Karate Kid movie.
Street Avenger.
Yeah, I have really liked the Cobra Kai series on Netflix. I think it's been a lot of fun. Oh, Nosferatu, got to put that on here.
And I'll probably get myself to go out and watch 1 or 2 horror movies this year, just to try to get out and go see newer stuff.
So I managed to come up with a longer list than I thought I was going to be able to come up with the movies that I want to see. But again, there's only about 4 or 5 of them on this list of 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 18 movies. There's only about 3 or 4 of them that I really want to be there like opening night to see. So that's not good. I mean, Deadpool, Ghostbusters, Godzilla vs. Kong, Venom, Nosferatu might be in there. I'm not sure about Beetlejuice 2 yet. I'm not sure about Craven.
I think I had to dip out. My dogs are going insane. I don't know what's going on, but they're no longer just peacefully sleeping. They're barking like someone's trying to break into the house.
Maybe someone is trying to break into the house.
Oh,
maybe they're hearing all the fireworks.
My dogs have never been around fireworks because in South Dakota people don't. Dinah, it's just fireworks.
There's also interesting TV shows.
To be fair, we barely hear it, Cora. So I don't think the stream's even picking it up.
She's barking loud. Well, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go make sure she's not.
Are there any Gundams coming out this year? That's my question.
So it seems like I got at least 4 movies to watch. I got Deadpool, Borderlands, Venom, and Sonic 3.
And look who's back. Our man Tex. What's up, brother?
Hey.
What's up, pretty bitches?
Oh shit! Sorry.
Sorry, that was a quicker trip than I expected, but teenagers. I don't want to go any further. I'll just say teenagers. So,
don't be molesting them. You're not crazy.
No, they just cause problems. It's just whatever. Anyways, what was your question, sir?
We were just talking about
1 or 2.
No, I was just saying we were talking about the release schedule for 2024, and it looks like it's going to be kind of a weak release calendar. I mean, a lot of it has to do with the strikes and everything. Production got pushed back.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of stuff was supposed to come out got pushed back to next year or even 2026. What are some of the movies that you're really looking forward to for 2024?
Well, some of the non-horror stuff. I'm really looking forward to the Godzilla Kong sequel, Godzilla X, whatever the tagline is. I don't know. I'm curious about the new Planet of the Apes film. The way the last one left off, I'm curious to see where they go with it. But yeah, there's a lot that on the horror side. Like I said, I mean, you've got Terrifier 3. We're going to get 3 Strangers movies within 1 year, next year of 2024. Maxine, we're finally getting the sequel to X and Pearl, which with Mia Goth starring, I'm really looking forward to that. Alien Romulus, I'll tell you why this interests me. Now, I don't know where in the timeline this fits, but it's being directed by Fede Alvarez. He's a really, really good director. I like a lot of his stuff. Salem's Lot's coming out. We're getting Nosferatu, The Crow. So we're going to get a lot of Bill Skarsgård in character makeup this year. He's got The Crow and Nosferatu that he's going to be pulling double. And we're getting Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey 2 for this year. We're getting Saw 11. Some lesser known stuff, only the more hardcore of horror hounds would know, but we're getting a remake of Faces of Death. I don't know if you've ever seen that or not, Frank, but it had Karen Black. Yeah, we're getting the film from the 80s that starred Karen Black, and like she played a different person in all 3 stories within the film. We're getting a remake of that. We're getting a remake of Witchboard. I don't know if you remember that one from the late 70s. That's coming out. Then there's one movie that interests me a whole lot that's super low budget, but I can't wait to see it. They Turned Us Into Killers. It's being Scout Taylor Compton stars in it. It's very much in the vein of Last House on the Left or I Spit on Your Grave, kind of like a rape revenge kind of movie where like a woman is taken advantage of and then she basically goes to get revenge on the guys who harmed her. So it looks kind of interesting as well. So plus you've got Deadpool 3. I'm not the biggest Deadpool guy, but you're bringing back Hugh Jackman. You have my attention. So I don't know if I would say this is a lackluster year. I just think we've gotten so spoiled with getting 15 Marvel movies in one calendar year that we don't remember what it used to be like when we didn't get flooded with, content. You know what I mean?
Let's see. Legendary Entertainment has acquired the rights to Faces of Death with plan to launch a new horror franchise. Barbie Ferreira, Decray Montgomery from Stranger Things, and Josie Tota are cast with filming starting in April of 2023. So apparently they've already started filming it. It has been speculated whether this will remain a documentary or a narrative film of the same name. So
I don't know what it's going to be, but I'm very interested to see what it is because I really enjoy that older property. So, like I said, between that and Witchboard, y'all were talking earlier about things that could be remade. There's 1,000 movies that can be remade. A lot of these movies that had cool concepts from back in the day that either didn't go as well or have the money behind them, now they should go back and remake a lot of the stuff instead of remaking Jaws and E.T. or whatever. Do stuff like this, you know what I mean? Stuff that may not be as flashy, but still good.
I'm reading the legal cases that came from the original Faces of Death, the movie from back in the 80s.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, there's only 2. There's only 2, if you can believe that. In June of '85, math teacher Bart Schwartz showed the film to his class at Escondido High School in California. 2 of his students, I won't name them, claimed that they were so traumatized by the film that they both developed an unnatural fear of dying and suffered emotional distress. Whatever.
Kind of like how
families of the 2 girls sued the school and received a combined $100,000 settlement, which one girl got more than the other. I don't know why. Schwartz was suspended from the school for 15 days without pay, but was not fired. In November of '86, 14-year-old Rod Matthews of Canton, Massachusetts, bludgeoned his classmate Sean Ouellette to death with a baseball bat. Matthews claimed the idea to kill Ouellette, God, it's a hard name, was conceived after he viewed Faces of Death, as he was curious about what it would be like to kill someone. He had shown previous signs of mental illness. Matthews was sentenced to life in prison with parole eligibility after 15 years. In February of 2022, he was denied parole for the 4th time. Those are the only 2 cases that it says here on Wikipedia. So.
Yeah, like I said, I don't. Go ahead, Marcus.
Got an odd question for you, Tex.
Yes,
For
sir.
a kid who doesn't normally watch horror movies, if I were to go see 2 horror movies this year that are coming out,
Ooh.
which 2 do you think I should go see? Because I kind of want to get out there and watch a few movies.
Okay, how do you handle gore? Before I answer this question, like
I can handle bloody, gory stuff because I have animes and stuff like that. They have a lot of it. So for me,
Okay.
I got a pretty strong stomach compared to
Okay.
other people. I just don't normally do dark, scary movies. Like you can ask my siblings or even or Tex can for Frank can attest. Like I mostly watch action facts. Like every now and then,
So-
like thriller, but not really horror.
so you can handle gore over like super scary demonic kind of thing, basically is what you're telling me. Okay. I'd go Terrifier 3 just because Art, if you like action-y, I mean Art the Clown, he goes nuts, he goes crazy. Terrifier 3 is going to be out. I think it comes out in October. I'm not
October
for sure
25th.
on that. I knew it was somewhere around October, somewhere around Halloween. I would recommend Terrifier 3 first. Then maybe, I don't know, Frank, would you count The Crow as horror or is that more action?
I wouldn't really call it a horror movie. I mean, to me, a horror movie is more of a slasher. I think it's more of a spiritual act, not straight up action. I think it's more like a spiritual drama. There's action aspects to it, but I mean, it's not like he's walking around indiscriminately hacking up teenagers like, you know. Like
yeah, I mean, he's only going after the bad people. Yeah, I mean, he's only going after the bad guys.
There is a method and a reason to his character's movement and everything he does.
Right.
So he's not just you know, randomly whacking people down like Michael Myers or somebody would. Well, I mean, I guess Michael Myers has kind of a purpose too, but I mean, it's not like I'm just getting everybody. He doesn't go out of his way to kill anybody. He's got a set group in every movie of like 3 or 4 people ish that have wronged him. He's getting revenge for that. It's not so random like it would be for most serial killers or, you know, random psycho killers in a movie. So I don't consider it horror per se.
Now, Marcus, are you a Stephen King guy? Like, have you ever read any of his stuff or watched any of his properties or anything?
I think I've seen a few of his stuff. Like I've seen It. I think that's like older versions of it. I haven't seen the newer one. Mainly because it wasn't my niche to watch when it came out.
So to say, if you're a Stephen King guy, I would recommend Salem's Lot because Salem's Lot is one of my favorite properties from that time period. And this is one of those properties that's been put off from all the strikes and the nonsense that we've been going through. I'm hoping Salem's Lot is good and I don't think it's going to be like too hardcore or extreme or, you know, super scary or anything. But this is a IP that a lot of people have latched onto, and I would say that one as well would probably enjoy. You know what I mean?
Drink another one, Tex. I don't think you're drunk enough yet.
Another one? How about another 15? What are you talking about? One. Shoot. I wake up with having more than one. All right, one is nothing in my world, but you know.
Sounds about right for a Texas person.
Yeah, it is what
Tex always needs a designated driver whenever he goes anywhere.
You only need to designate. Hey, responsible driving is driving with both hands. Okay, it has nothing to do with how many drinks you have. That's got nothing to do with it.
Well, the law says otherwise.
There's a cop parked outside of your house right now saying, "Don't you need to go somewhere, Tex?"
Hey, hey,
Go
if,
ahead.
if
Take
you
that
don't
quick
think
drive to the store.
if you don't think I ain't friends with all the right lawmen in the right places, you're nuts. I got news for you. But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't think it's necessarily going to be as much of a down year, considering. Look at it this way. Okay, yeah, they put 15 Marvel movies in theaters every year, but they make what, $20 between all 5 of them. So, like I said, I just went and saw Aquaman 2. That was actually a good movie. I actually recommend people go see that. That's way better than Aquaman 2 is probably the best superhero movie that's came out this year, and nobody's gone to see it because of the bad press that it's got because of the whole Amber Heard and everything else. But I think Deadpool 3 will do well. I think I don't necessarily believe in the whole thing of people are tired of superhero movies. I think they're tired of the bad crap that goes along with it. You know what I mean? The agendas and stuff that get pushed in these films. So I think if we can get a couple good ones in a row, maybe we can get some goodwill built back up. But I think this might be a good year for cinema. I really do. I could see properties that you didn't expect to make money to make big money, like that Planet of the Apes movie, Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, or whatever it's called. But I'm assuming it's a direct sequel to the last ones that just came out, but I have no idea.
Well, I know Saw 11's on the top of your fucking text.
Oh, dude, I can't wait for Saw 11. I'm curious to see how they come off of Saw X with having Hoffman and Amanda there. They got to bring back Dr. Gordon. To be fair, I think the only reason they're rushing Saw 11 was because X was such a big hit, and Tobin Bell's not getting any younger. So, if you're gonna make, if you're gonna make Saw movies with him, now's the time, because otherwise it's never gonna happen. So, I don't know. It is what it is. There's a lot. The thing that interests me the most is the Strangers trilogy, because they're going to do 3 movies within the same calendar year. To my knowledge, that's never been done. Do you know if that's been done in cinema before, Frank? Like 3 movies? And now I'm not counting like Marvel, where they're all connected. Like one single property does 3 films within a year.
I can't, without it being part of like a bigger franchise, I can't think of anything that's put out more.
I can't either.
To a year.
Yeah.
Other than like Marvel, something that's not a big franchise. But
right.
One of the things that's interesting to me about this coming year, about 2024, the thing about it is, I get pissed when people say, "Oh, they're just out of original ideas in Hollywood. They're all sequels and remakes and superhero movies." This is going to be the year where you motherfuckers are not going to have that excuse to bitch, because Marvel's releasing one movie this year. One movie.
Yeah.
DC is releasing 0 movies this year. Mm-hmm. Star Wars releasing 0.
Wait a minute, no, isn't there
there's
a Joker movie on the list, isn't there?
That's not DCEU. That's a different timeline.
That's a different. Let's see. Is that the Black Label or?
Whatever.
Technically,
it's not part of.
It's a Joker musical. It's not even a superhero movie. It's a musical. It's going to be weird.
It's not going to be part of the gun saffron stuff what they're doing. So there is no reason for all of you idiots who very wrongly say that Hollywood's run out of ideas. There is no fucking reason for you not to find something to watch. Wicked. You could say it's a different telling of Wizard of Oz, but it's not like we've had a whole lot of Wizard of Oz movies over the years. The Beekeeper is going to be kind of normal action-y shtick. Bob Marley, One Love is going to be a great biopic. It looks interesting to me. Civil War is going to be an interesting movie. You got Deadpool. You got, let's see. There's Nosferatu is going to be an interesting fucking movie. It's not like they've done a whole lot of Nosferatu stuff over the years. They're taking that and giving it a whole new thing. Look, there's going to be a lot of movies out there that would not get a lot of attention if we had 4 or 5 Marvel movies coming out and a couple of Star Wars properties and 1 or 2 DC movies to kind of suck all the oxygen out of the theater. Look, this is your guys' year. Put up or fucking shut up. Go see a movie every 2 or 3 weeks, because you have a whole calendar full of different things that are original ideas, smaller productions. You need to go to the box office now and prove to me that you're actual moviegoers and not just people who sit there at your keyboard in your mommy's basement bitching about how unoriginal all these ideas are from Hollywood. This is your year. Show me that you're actually a real cinephile, that you really like the theater experience, and go see these fucking movies and make this a decent year for the box office. It doesn't have to be a record-breaking year. It doesn't have to be a $30 or $40 billion year for the box office in 2024. Just go out and buy tickets. Go see these fucking movies. Go put some blurbs on your fucking Twitter, TikTok, whatever the fuck retarded shit you guys, you 20-year-old kids do who think you know every damn thing. This is the year that you guys go to the fucking movies and actually show that you go to see these movies. There is nothing in the way of these smaller productions this year. Nothing at all. You've got 4 or 5 blockbusters, and that's it. There is nothing there to stop you from going. There was nothing there to stop you from going to see these movies anyway. You guys are all just bitches. But I mean, this is the year where you have no excuse. Go out there, see these smaller movies that were made for 10, 15, 20 million bucks, which is not a lot in movie terms these days. Go see those movies now and prove to me that you guys are actually going to see these things instead of just sitting there bitching because Marvel got all the movie money and nobody went and saw it. All they do is this, blah, blah, blah. Shut up. Put your fucking money where your mouth is. Go buy some tickets to go see these fucking movies. You have no right to do
And here's the thing. And here's the thing, too. If these lower budget movies do pretty well, then they'll get sequels and they'll get more money.
Well,
not just
that's what I'm saying.
Because then that feeds into their bullshit narrative that all Hollywood is about is sequels and remakes. No, go see a movie that was made to be one movie. Go see that movie and then tell me how good that movie was. A movie doesn't have to make $1 billion to be successful. I mean, look, we talked about about the first Terrifier film. They made that for like what, $12,000 or some shit like that. I mean, the guy did it for pocket change, and it made a ton of money compared to its budget. But what did it make? $1 or $2 million. But when you're talking about a budget of $12,000, that's a huge profitability. So it really just got to keep the budget down. So go see some of these lower budget movies. Help build that box office for these movies up, and go tell people how good they are so they go see them. Make that movie that costs $2 million to make. Help it make $5 million at the box office. That's a win. That's a huge win. And you're the one that's out there saying, oh, they don't do anything original. Go see these original movies. There's a bunch of them out there. But if you're not going to do it, keep your fucking mouth closed. Because if all you do is bitch about all the movies they make are Marvel movies, and the only tickets you buy movies to are Marvel movies, you're part of the fucking problem. Go see different movies. That's why I like to go see different movies. I don't like to watch one kind of movie.
Well,
I'll
not
use
just
Saturday
that.
afternoon, and I'll just go see some random shit that look kind of interesting. And if I don't like it, whatever. It's a couple hours of my time. I knew I was gambling a couple hours of my time and a few bucks on a ticket. And if it's not great, whatever. Or maybe I go in there with no expectations and I'm just like, hey, that movie is actually like Gran Turismo. Like, hey, you know what? That movie was actually not that bad. I mean, was it the next great film? No, not really. But I mean, it was an entertaining movie. It was a fun one.
Not even just that though. I don't like my movie resolution last year was to watch more independent horror, and I would say probably 45% of the movies I watched were from studios that didn't even get a wide release in the theater. They released like a direct to video on direct or whatever, or it went right to Amazon or this. There are so many movies, not just horror genre, but all kinds, comedy, romance, whatever you are. There are so many movies that get put out that don't come from Disney or Warner Brothers that you've never heard of that are actually good films. So if you're tired of the same studio dreck, it takes a little more homework, but you can find professional good movies with movie stars that just aren't produced by Disney or whichever big studio it is. Just look around for it a little bit. The movies are out there. You just got to go find them. You know what I mean? It's possible.
Yeah. Let me pull up the calendar again. It's like that movie Civil War that Cora mentioned. I mean, that's not a big budget movie, and it's a smaller film. Go see that motherfucker. Go see.
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard me earlier text. I was talking about. I was just looking at this movie called Camp Pleasant Lake, which is coming out. I forget when.
Camp Pleasant Lake. I don't think I know that one.
It's a horror movie. I just kind of glanced at the trailer without the sound. Yeah, it's got Michael Parry. Remember Eddie and the Cruisers from back in the 80s? That's that Michael Parry.
Oh yeah,
Jonathan Lipnicki, the little boy from Jerry Maguire. It's this movie called Camp
Pleasant Lake.
I was just looking at the trailer. Like I said, I'll watch it tomorrow when I get a chance to watch the full trailer. But I mean, it says an enterprising couple decide to open a horror camp on an abandoned camp property called Camp Pleasant Lake when a young girl named Echo Meadows was kidnapped. Where a young girl named Echo Meadows was kidnapped and her parents were brutally murdered 20 years earlier. And of course, it's got the horror stuff to it. So, and I'm just sitting here watching the trailer, and I'm like, it looks interesting. It's got a guy with a crazy fucking mask on. If you go look at it on IMDb, I'll go look at the I'll go look at the trailer later. But I mean, it looks interesting enough to where I kind of want to go check it out. And that's not a big time, big budget anything. That's some smaller independent film. So go see these things.
Well, you were talking about Civil War a minute ago. Like, I'm curious to see. It's like it's like whenever we were live the other day, Jeremy and you and I were all talking about it. I'm curious to see this because if they're writing that Texas and California are teaming up in the Civil War, what kind of crack are they smoking over here? Like, they must be dealing with some all kind of weirdo nonsense. So, like, obviously, I know what this movie is. This is going to be one of those movies where they try to use it as. It's probably propaganda. If I had to bet, if I were going to guess, that's probably what it is. But it looks so similar to a Purge film that I want to go see it because I like the Purge franchise. So, I mean, you could have had Purge Civil War as a subtext or whatever. So I'm really curious. Well, I guess technically the Forever Purge was about the Civil War, but so I'm curious about Civil War. I'm going to go see that one as well. There's a good amount of films coming out. One thing I've noticed, since there's not going to be nearly as much Marvel and DC, is you're seeing stuff like Alien, Planet of the Apes come back, Salem's Lot's coming back. So you're still getting franchises that you know. It's just franchises that you haven't seen in 5 to 10 years, which is a good thing. So, for the people who just go out for the stuff that they already know, that's there. I mean, The Strangers is a known property. People idolize that first film. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's going to be coming out this year that I'm looking forward to. But now, like I said, as with anything in Hollywood these days, I'm going in with a massive pile of salt because they like to screw shit up and, fuck everything up. But I don't know. We'll see. It is what it is. See, Sith Negan asks, Tex, did you watch the movie Sleep Stalker, The Sandman's Last Rites? It was a B movie straight to video in 1995. Sleep Stalker, The Sandman's Last Rites? Maybe, but it's not one that's coming to mind. I'm going to have to look that up. I like that title. Sleep Stalker, The Sandman's Last Rites. It probably doesn't have anything to do with Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, but it's very similar of a name to that. That's interesting. I'll have to look that up when I get off of here. Sleep Stalker.
I know I asked you about 3 times already about that other independent horror movie I showed you a few months back. If you ever looked into that yet.
Oh, fuck, I did. I forgot to talk to you about that shit. Oh, damn it. I did. Fuck me. You put me on the spot now. I'm not going to remember and look like an asshole. Thanks a lot. I did look it up. I got
spot in order for you to look like
that. Well, that is very true. But fuck no, I did look that up. God damn it, I have to look it up again because I fucking forgot. I don't know. But yeah, no, there's a lot of good stuff coming out this year. Like, I was looking into I don't know what Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey 2, how wide of a theatrical release that's going to get. I think the first one, that was only out for like a week and a half or 2 weeks or so theatrically. I don't think it went any further than that. But that might be like a Fathom event kind of thing, I'm guessing.
It wasn't out for very long.
I don't remember. But I'm really curious because with them bringing in Tigger, I think Sith had said they're bringing in Piglet as well in here. Let me scroll up a bit. I'm pretty. Oh no, they're bringing Tigger and out. Yeah, well, yeah, Piglet was already in the first one.
God damn it,
I've seen what Tigger. Hey, you know what? I'll say whatever I want, asshole. Kiss my ass. No, I've seen what Tigger looks like, and well, what do you think about Pooh's redesigns since I got more money for the costumes? Are you digging it, or do you like the original Pooh design? What do you think, Frank?
I hope they don't change it too much. I mean,
oh, they did. Well, you can tell they put more money into it this time. There's more gore effects. It's pretty drastic in the way that it looks. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but they definitely changed up the looks of what Pooh looks like.
I've seen some of the stills they put on Twitter and stuff like that. I'm like I said, I don't want it to change too much. I want it to fit what the movie's going to be. So if he's become more feral, more wild, more,
that's what I think they're going to go with.
Maybe change enough of his appearance to signify his slipping more into that.
What's up, Dr. Nick?
Nature.
Happy New Year.
But yeah. Happy New Year to you too, Dr. Nick. I was hoping to get you on here for a while. We had Alex for a bit, but Dr. Nick's probably 3 sheets to the wind by now. So maybe better off that he not come on here and say things to get me in trouble.
Now, I highly doubt this is going to happen with Tigger, but I would love to see some sort of kill in Blood and Honey 2 where he's bouncing on his tail with like a knife in his hand or something, or like a chainsaw or something. Could you imagine seeing the character bouncing up and down while he murders somebody? I think that would be really fun to see. But I don't know. Could it be a down year? Sure. I mean, the strike's not going to help anything. I'd be more concerned about television shows than movies for these strikes. But I don't know. When was season 5 for Stranger Things supposed to come out? Was that 25 or 26? I can't remember.
Whenever it comes out, I don't think they're even going to start filming it until another month or so.
I thought it was supposed to come out in 25, but I'm probably wrong about that one. I don't remember.
Let me look. Maybe I'm wrong.
Sorry, my throat's killing me, so I'm having to mute every 5 seconds to cough and not be a rude asshole over here. But you know how it goes. But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, there's a lot that I'm curious to see how. But like to kind of touch on what you were talking about there a minute ago, Frank, like these people that just say, "Oh, well, you know, nothing ever else comes out." Well, there's a lot that's coming out. I mean, I don't know if y'all have seen X or Pearl, the 2 movies that are all in the X. It was X and then Pearl came out, but Maxine is the 3rd of that trilogy. If you haven't seen X and Pearl, you need to see those before you see Maxine to understand what's going on in that story. Very Texas Chainsaw-y, but I mean, we'll see what comes with it. Sith says, hell yeah, that would be cool. Like the original Leprechaun movie where he killed the guy bouncing on him. Oh, talking about Tigger, yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. If you're bringing Tigger in for a horror movie, you got to take advantage of that. Kind of like how they did the main one, that Grinch knockoff slasher film that came out last year or whatever. They did all kinds of Grinchy kills where he's like, you know, kind of like how he prances around doing this and that. You got to go into the character. I just hope that they have enough money to do that properly. Al, I don't know what Al's going to do. Maybe he picks people's eyes out or something. I mean, they could go a lot of ways with that. But I don't know what they do. There's a lot that I know. The one I'm most looking forward to is Terrifier, though. I mean, y'all know my love for Art the Clown and all things Terrifier. I love that franchise.
Okay, so what we know about season 5 of Stranger Things right now, the 5th and final season was announced by Netflix in February 2022. Writing began in August of that year. According to the Duffers, the season will likely not introduce new characters and will focus on the established ones. However, in June 2023, Linda Hamilton was cast as in an undisclosed role. The season will consist of 8 episodes. Photography was set to begin in May of 2023 before indefinitely being delayed due to the writer's strike. On September 27, 2023, writing for the season resumed after a 5-month delay following the end of the writer's strike. However, filming for the season then faced significant delays due to the SAG-AFTRA strike, with SAG-AFTRA strike having ended on November 9th. Filming for the 5th season is scheduled to begin between January 5th and January 8th of 2024. Dan Trachtenberg is set to direct at least one episode out of this season, which is kind of exciting to me. And we know that the name of the first episode is going to be The Crawl. Chapter 1, The Crawl.
Okay. So from the way that sounds, we're probably not getting that until 25, is what I would guess.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's a safe bet then. I don't know. There's a lot. Like I said, we're 24. There's a lot of movies that I think are going to do okay. It seems like all of Hollywood is down right now, not just superhero films. I mean, I go to the movies pretty regular just for, purposes of this channel. And, I see what movies are selling good and whatever, but I don't know. We'll see what comes of it. Like I just said, I can't recommend, go see independent films. Go search out independent movies. A lot of times you can find cool stuff that you didn't expect. You just, it's just not presented to you on a streaming service or whatever. You might have to buy it on VOD or whatever. You know what I mean? I like to support the little guy. The movie you've never heard of might be really cool. So, some of the best movies ever made were independent films. So I like to support that kind of stuff. I mean, hell, Terrifiers technically is an independent film.
Technically speaking, Star Wars was kind of an independent film. They didn't give them a whole lot of money to work with, so. But
a few $1 trillion later, Star Wars is no longer an independent film.
Started as an independent film. Started as an independent film. What it became, whatever. But real quick to all our friends in the Mountain Time Zone, Happy New Year to all of you. It is now
Happy New Year.
Time Zone. Happy New Year to all of our friends in the Mountain States, Colorado, and all that area.
Oh, I got to refill this drink.
I know I need a refill too. I'm doing something else other than liquor, but
Rose, dude. Frank and I are over here carrying our weight with the liquor. You need to start drinking that too, pal. So time to get fucked up. Come on now.
You too, Marcus. Get to work, man.
I've had the money to drink.
Hold on now. Wait, who the hell even says I drink the alcohol?
I haven't heard any ice clinking in your glass all night, sir. Better get to work.
I don't, because I don't. Once in a while. Once in a blue moon.
Clink around my cans.
I'll pop the top off the soda bottle, though, for you. How about that?
Well, it's something.
Speaking of which, everyone.
JSP in the chat. What's up, JSP? Happy New Year to you, my friend. He says, I'm more into retro filmmaking myself. Basically, I'm wanting to see something that looks like it was made about 40 or 50 years ago. That works for me if it works for the story. I don't just want to do grainy shit that looks like it was made in the 60s or 70s for the sake of doing it. It's got to work. It's got to work for what the movie is. So, I mean, I get what you're saying in a way, but you don't do it just for the sake of doing it. It's got to be something that works as part of the whole recipe for what the movie is. You know what I mean? I've said 100 times, one of the things I like about the Texas Chainsaw Massacre is that grainy sepia 70s kind of texture that the film has. I think it makes watching that film a lot funner. If you were to give that like a 4K restore and give it a much better look and clean up all of it and everything, it would change the way that I watch that movie. It would be different to me, and I don't know that it would hit the same. You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, I don't get me wrong. I like what Tarantino did with like Kill Bill in spots, like his editing choices, how he would put things like cigarette burns in there a couple of times. Like he was really trying to make it look and feel like one of the old, maybe not a Kia Kurosawa film, but one of the old like martial arts movies from the 70s and early 80s. Things like that, where like the music, like as soon as he would cut from one scene to the next, the music would stop. Things like that. So if you're gonna do an old filming style, it's got to fit what the movie is. You know what I mean? But yeah,
I like the
I do get what you're saying.
Stuff. I dig it.
Yeah, but I do get what JSP is saying. It's like more of an art form. It is.
More of an art form,
making a movie in an older style of filmmaking is an art form. But like I said, it's kind of, you got to combine it with your story, your characters, your actors, your dialogue. It's all got. It's just one part of what makes a movie great. And if you do one thing really well, but do the other 3 or 4 things like crap, then your movie's going to suffer. You know what I mean?
If I ever get to be a filmmaker, I like what JSP is talking about, because I dig that late 70s, 80s style kind of grindhouse drive-in look of movies. That's my favorite era of film. Everything from like Texas Chainsaw in 74 to like what the 80s had for like the drive-through, the drive-ins and stuff. I like that era. I like that dirty kind of filmmaking. Whenever a film is too clean to me, I don't like it as well. Kind of like I love the look of the first 4 or 5 Friday the 13th films. It's got that grainy kind of feel to it or whatever. The best modern days that I've ever seen of that, there's 2 movies that come to mind. One is House of a Thousand Corpses by Rob Zombie, because he literally shot that film, and then he would take the spools and they would literally just throw them out onto the ground on the concrete to get scratches and to make the film look messed up, kind of like you were talking about with Tarantino burning it and everything else. And then the other one is Grindhouse by Robert Rodriguez and Quentin Tarantino. I love how that movie feels like it came 30 years ago. I like that era of film, the look, the feel. It makes it look more real, if that's a way to put it. I'm not really sure if it's right or not. But I don't know. I dig that way of filmmaking. When something's too pretty and clean, it doesn't feel real to me. So,
yeah, JSP typed it about the same time you were saying. He said, like what they did with Grindhouse, of which I prefer Planet Terror.
Yeah.
And then TSS,
I agree. Yeah. Planet Terror is my favorite zombies. Yeah.
Yeah, TSS says that's why Schindler's List is so sad. It works as a black and white film. Yeah, there is something about that film. Black and white adds it's a different viewing experience. You know what I mean? You guys go ahead and keep talking for a minute. I'll be right back. I have to go get something else to drink. Hold on.
Yeah, cool. But yeah, that's the whole thing. Is I would love to see black and white make a return. I think black and white is really cool. I don't know. Did y'all watch Zack Snyder's Justice League, the 4-hour version that came out?
No, I have it on my wish list for a video. I just haven't taken the time to see it.
Oh, okay.
I'm not.
Well, if you do watch it, you can watch it in color or in black and white. I would recommend watching it in both. Because, I mean, Zack Snyder's already got such an epic style of filming. I mean, either you love or you hate the guy, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about his actual product in this. When you watch his Justice League cut, the 4-hour cut in black and white, it makes it feel like more of an epic, like it's on another level. You know what I mean? So it's black and white is cool. Hell, I can sit and watch a marathon of old Universal movie monsters, the Frankensteins, the Wolfmans, Draculas, all those classic 30s and 40s Universal monster movies just for, hours on end. I love those things. But yeah, it's a lot of fucking fun. I dig that shit.
I just recently got done watching the original Frankenstein. I loved it. Like black and white, like one of my friends from one of our jobs has a broken Fire Stick, so they can watch it easily. I'm like, I enjoyed it. Like, it doesn't have all the flashiness and it's just here's the concept, here's the film, we had the story, we're making it as it is.
Yeah.
You don't like it? Well, piss the fuck off. You like it? Cool.
Let's see, Sith Negan says Friday the 13th 7. I love part 7. I don't know if I love 7 more than 4 though. I'm not sure. But he says that's his. So you like zombie Jason then? I dig that. See, I don't. We could do hours talking about Friday the 13th. That's a whole nother fucking podcast. Let's see. JSP says black and white is the main reason why the original Twilight. Oh God, dude, I love Twilight Zone. That original. That is still. I love those old episodes. I've got the original set on DVD somewhere. I think it's in the building. I need to find it. I'm not for sure.
I'm not watching
It's just love the original horror monster. Oh yeah, God, dude, I fucking love the original Wolfman, the Phantom, all of them. Like those are. I would love to see Universal redo their monster movies, and I know they've tried 100 times over the years, and it never works. But I would love to see that make a return to prominence as it used to, considering they started the whole cinematic universe with their shit. You know what I mean? But who fucking knows? It is what it is.
Yeah, let's see. Is there any other movie topics that I had? See, I pretty much exhausted almost anything. I mean, I don't know. Tex, what do you got? What's one topic that we haven't touched on tonight that you want to get into? I want to try to stretch this out till 3 a.m., but I'm running out of gas. I'm gonna try to get to midnight on the West Coast.
Fill her up, goddammit. Let's go. Gas ain't that damn expensive.
Oh yeah, no, we ain't done yet, partner. We ain't done.
You gotta remember, I am not the late night animal that I once was back when we were doing derail and stuff. Now I have to get up at 6:30 every morning to go to work. So I'm usually in bed by between 10 and 11 on most nights these days. Even on the nights that I don't have to work the next day, I tend to not be up that late. So yeah, it's right. 10 a.m. or in my place right now, and it's way later than I usually stay up.
You got 50 more minutes, Frank. You can handle it.
I know. Like I said, I told myself I really wanted to get through. I really want to get to midnight West Coast time, and I figured that we're on our way. I think we'll get there.
No is not in our vocabulary tonight, my friend. We are getting to that time, to that goal either way. No, okay. Let me ask you this. Obviously, the whole superhero thing it's a hot topic. Some people love it, some hate it, whatever. We know James Gunn is redoing the DC brand, starting with Superman Legacy. How do you think he needs to approach it? Obviously, he's got his Marvel history. Do you think he just goes back to what he knows, or if you were him, how would you approach this? How do you approach the DC property to keep what makes DC, but make it profitable, make it popular? Like, how would you go about that?
Make better superheroes.
Get rid of Batman, Superman, and Green Lantern's origin stories. Every single movie's like, okay, we got to re-hit this for the first 5 to 10 freaking minutes. Everyone knows their origin stories at this point. It's been rehashed and redone so many times. Like, we know it.
I agree with not putting too much focus on origin stories. You still have to have them in there, though, because it's part of the character growth. And we can't just assume that what we know about the origin of Superman is going to be the one constant across every iteration of the character. There might be something different. One of the things I really liked about I don't know if it was Justice League or Batman vs Superman, I forget, was they kind of went through Batman's origin story in the opening credits. I was like, that's
Batman versus Superman.
That's a good way of doing it, because you're not spending movie time. You're saying, yes, this thing happened. We're going to give you the little dose of it because it's a sad thing, but we're not going to waste movie time on it. We're going to let it play out during the credits, so that way when the credits stop rolling in the beginning of the movie, we'll be able to get on with the movie. You know what I mean?
Right. Like I said, obviously, we're starting with Superman Legacy. From what I've looked into, James Gunn, they titled their first part in it Gods and Monsters, and he basically announced like the first 10 projects that they're doing. They announced a Superman. They didn't announce a Wonder Woman, but they did announce a Paradise Lost, talking about Themyscira, the island where Wonder Woman comes from. And they're going to do like a Game of Thrones type show on Max. And then they announced Batman Brave and the Bold. So we're going to be getting like a 10 to 12 year veteran Batman, where he already has Damian Wayne, his son, which means we've already had 2 to 3 Robins. I don't think we're worried about getting Batman's origin story here. Now, what I don't want James Gunn to do is just turn DCU into the new version of the MCU. I'm not an MCU guy. I don't like most of their movies. I think most of them are garbage, if I'm honest with you. I want DC to keep I want to have a cinematic universe. Everything can be like it's all in the same world, obviously. But like when they do the Swamp Thing movie, Swamp Thing needs to have his individual feel, have more of that spookier aspect. Whereas Superman has more of the bright metropolis, the whatever. I'm worried about James Gunn is going to screw this up because I'm not sure him left to his own devices how good he can do. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if I'm wrong in worrying about that because he's never been the boss. He's always had somebody filtering his ideas. So I don't know. I mean, we'll see what happens here.
But that's not entirely true though, because what Kevin Feige did with his directors, he said, we're going to give you the creative freedom to do what you want to do with the character, but here's this set of parameters. So as long as you stay in this box, you can here's the canvas. You can paint whatever you want on the canvas. But here's your outline. Here's your border. I needed to have a couple of these things, and the rest of it is all on you. So you're trying to squeeze in one or two lines or one or two characters, but just squeezing them in here and there to when it's like 99% of your movie, it's a lot different than just having somebody like Kevin Feige lording over your production the whole time. The thing I think he needs to do is, number one, he needs to establish his best characters. He's got Superman, and he's got Batman, the two best comic book characters there ever were. Let those be the anchor. I don't like the fact that he doesn't quite know what he's doing with Batman yet. That kind of frightens me a bit. I don't know what Brave and the Bold.
Well, not just that, but James Gunn focuses on side characters too much for my taste.
That's
what worries me more than
that's the other thing that kind of bothers me is that it's one thing to bring in one or two of them, like maybe that they haven't explored or that you think you could turn what they are in the comic books into something good for your movies, but it's like you have to have. I mean, look, eventually we're gonna get to a Justice League thing. Are you gonna have your Justice League be like 3 or 4 of the 7 people that we're used to seeing in it, and then a couple of other characters that you're going to work in? Or are you going to have it be 1 or 2 of them and then bring in a bunch of other weirdos from some obscure corner of DC Comics and have them make up the first Justice League? That to me is kind of a dangerous area to tread. So I think that hopefully James Gunn, having come from Marvel, will say what I was said earlier about we have to establish our characters first, and then we'll do the big mashup. So establish Superman and whatever he's going to be doing. Establish Batman and the Brave and the Bold, whatever that's going to look like. Whatever he's going to be doing with all these other characters. I don't know. Booster Gold. I don't know why you would make him one of the Justice League up to start, but whatever. And then maybe eventually they'll get around. He
is a fun character, though. I do like Booster Gold.
Yeah, but he's so obscure. He's not part of the Justice League that most people know. I mean, there's been lots of iterations, sure, but I mean, I don't think
he's never been an A-team Justice League member. He's always at best a B team. Normally a C team, if I'm being honest. But he's nowhere near a top guy.
So why promote him to the big leagues when you don't even know how he's going to be perceived? Because remember, you want to satisfy the comic book crowd, but the comic book crowd is this fucking big. The hardcore comic book readers that are going to gloss over, they're going to look over every detail of your character is really small. You want to sell tickets to everybody else, this bigger group of people that maybe haven't spent most of their lives with their noses in a comic book, familiarizing themselves with these characters. That's what Marvel did. Marvel said, "Yeah, okay, I know you hardcore comic book guys are going to be into it. We're going to tell you straight out, this is not a direct iteration of any comic book. We're cherry picking aspects and we're creating this whole new thing." Because we want to serve you guys at the same time we're attracting people who maybe don't know a lot about this to the product. And if he does that, I think they'll be okay. But I mean, going after the really obscure characters and not quite understanding what he's doing with Batman just yet. He said he's doing something with the Brave and the Bold, but we don't know what it's going to look like yet. We don't really know what Superman's going to look like yet. We haven't even officially gotten a casting yet. So
they have for Superman. Oh yeah, they did.
Oh, they did cast. Oh, that's right. They did cast him. Sorry, that all happened.
They cast Superman, Lois Lane, like 15 of the main roles in that film have already been cast. But one thing that I'm probably most excited about with James Gunn's DCU is we're getting an Arkham Asylum TV streaming show, which is going to focus on Batman's Rogues Gallery prior to Brave and the Bold movie coming out. Originally, because Matt, what's the guy that's doing the Robert Pattinson Batman? Matt, what's his face? I can't remember
Matt
his last
Reeves.
fucking name.
Matt Reeves.
Because they had announced an Arkham Asylum television show. Everybody, and it's being headed up by Matt Reeves. Everybody thought, oh, okay, this is going to be for his version of Batman. But then James Gunn came out and announced that, no, this is for the DCU. So Matt Reeves is going to be affecting both his Batman, which is temporary. They're only doing 3, and then Pattinson's done, as far as we know. But Matt Reeves is doing this Arkham Asylum show, which you can have Joker, Tooth, any of the Batman Rogues Gallery, whoever you want to throw in there. And I really hope that they keep that spooky vibe that Matt Reeves has going for as much of. I didn't like his version of the Batman. I didn't like his Batman movie, but I was a fan of his Arkham Asylum scenes. So if they can keep that same vibe, but make it even a little bit spookier, I think that can be a good show to lead into his version of Batman. So there is hope with this. I just hope James Gunn doesn't go too far out in the weeds, and we're getting like Calendar Man and Condiment King, and, just the stupidest of versions of DC characters. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, we already got Black Adam, and that shit bombed real fucking hard, even with the Rock.
Oh, that was a movie.
Yeah.
The only good thing about that movie was Pierce Bronson as Dr. Fate. I loved his version of Dr. Fate. He was really good in that role. I thought that was the perfect casting for that character. Pierce Bronson killed it. Now, unfortunately, he died in that movie. But, Dr. Fate he's always been one of my favorite characters. So I've always liked that dude. But I don't know. Like I said, I think the DCU, given that, they're taking a year off, they've already, if you follow James Gunn on social media, he talks a lot to the fans and he puts a lot of the stuff out there. So, I trust what James Gunn is doing. I like a lot of the work that he's done. Hell, James Gunn wrote Dawn of the Dead, one of my favorite zombie movies. James Gunn came from Trauma. If it wasn't for Lloyd Kaufman, you wouldn't have James Gunn. That's why he puts Lloyd Kaufman in all his freaking movies, just like he's Stan Lee or whatever. But I'm hoping that DC keeps the DC flavor, but they just make money so we can keep getting this shit. That's what I'm most worried about, because most of my favorite movies nobody fucking supported, so they didn't get any fucking sequels. You know what I mean?
What do you guys think of the effect that Barbenheimer had on cinema this year? I know it was kind of a joke, kind of a meme, but just looking at it, it drove a lot of people to the theaters for different reasons, and the theaters kind of needed it because it was a bit of a slow comeback from the pandemic levels of not having movies and slow rollouts for movies and stuff like that. What do you guys think of the impact that the Barbenheimer meme had on movie going?
Oh yeah, now that set up a whole. There were fucking T-shirts. The half in the Oppenheimer, half in the Barbie, fonts and colors and whatever. I think my kid has one of those T-shirts. I'm pretty sure. You would have never thought that those movies would have ever connected, but those movies connected so well that Full Moon Entertainment, the people that make some of the schlocky B horror movies, they're actually making a movie called Dr. Barbenheimer about this blonde-haired nuclear scientist for like $1 million. I actually can't wait to see that movie. But I don't know. Do you think if Hollywood tries to recreate that people aren't going to buy into it as much? I'd be more worried about that than anything.
I think a lot of it was just marketing.
That's what I'm saying.
Because yeah, sure, there were some names attached to Barbie, but
right.
Any idiot would look at at the first 2 trailers that came out for these movies, the first trailer that came out for each one, and be like, Oppenheimer's going to blow Barbie out of the water. Barbie is going to be a cartoonish, silly movie where Oppenheimer's going to be obvious Oscar bait. But like I said, I think that I think that some people who wanted Barbie to be one thing and not knowing what it was going to be at all were kind of supporting it just because it was counter programming. That's what it was. That's I talk a lot about how Christmas is a good season for horror. One of the reasons is because of counter programming. That's why when you see like a big horror movie opening up, like a new Friday the 13th or Nightmare on Elm Street or whatever, the new Halloween movies, you'll see them. They'll schedule like a kids movie to open the same weekend because they know that all the people that are going to see the horror movie, there's going to be just as many people who want to take their kids to go see the fluffy kids movie. So both those movies will do well. They're not necessarily in competition with one another because they're not at all the same movie. So one movie will do well and it will open up opportunities for other people to go see the other movie. So I think that's kind of what it was. But I don't know. I've seen trailers. I've seen clips. There's just nothing about Barbie that does it for me. I just think it's interesting the effect that it had on cinema because for like about a month, that's what drove people to the theater was. A lot of people I know went and did like a double showing. They went to
the double feature,
Barbie and Oppenheimer in the same day, one then the other.
Yeah.
Whichever one you watch first, not really relevant. But I mean, a lot of people I know did it, and a lot of people came out. I heard mixed reviews about Barbie. Most people said it was like a fun, decent movie, but like everybody came out of Oppenheimer like, holy shit, that movie is some next level fucking insanity. So I don't know. I think it was good in that it kind of drove people back to the theater for multiple reasons, but I don't know that it will happen again anytime soon, especially in 2024.
Yeah.
If the movie studios tried to recreate it, it would not go over nearly as well because that Barbenheimer meme it came out of nowhere. You didn't expect it to happen. And it kind of, and now I'm not saying some studio heads didn't push it on social media because you know that they did, but it's just like anything. When something new comes out, boom, it's the big thing. And then when the next thing comes out to try to recreate it, it's not nearly as good. But the whole Barbenheimer thing, it proved that movie theaters aren't dead. It proved that, people just stream movies from their couch from now on. They don't go to the movies anymore. That proved that's not true. People still go to the movies. Hell, whenever I went to see Aquaman in the morning, people were there seeing Aquaman. So I mean, yeah, it was during the holiday time, but people are still going. I think people are just. I don't think it's people are tired of going to the movies. I think they're tired of going to bad movies where they get preached at. I think if you give them a good property that's worth paying the stupid amount of money it costs to go to a film these days if you don't know somebody or whatever, or catch a matinee, whatever it may be, that they're willing to go out because we're a culture that loves, we crave entertainment, whether it's television shows, movies, whatever it may fucking be. I love going to the movies. I never want the movies to go away. I still love going to the drive-in. Going to a drive-in is my favorite way to watch a movie. I love that shit. But, it's just, I don't know how often we're going to get another social gathering that Barbenheimer was. I think the last time I can remember besides Barbenheimer was, and I don't know if y'all remember this or not, but when maybe the last Despicable Me movie come out, like all of the kids were dressing up in like suit and ties and like dress clothes to go watch that Despicable Me movie. Do y'all remember that?
I remember it wasn't
That's
just
not unheard
kids.
of. That's not unheard
Yeah.
of, though. When I think me and Jeremy and some friends went to go see the Matrix 3 when it came out, and there were people that were dressed up like Agent Smith and Neo. I think Jeremy even tried to put on some like trench coat looking thing. Obviously, any Star Wars.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, me neither. But any Star Wars film that comes up, you're going to see people there dressed like, one character, another Han Solo or whatever. So dressing up. But it's just like the weird confluence of these two totally different camps kind of at the same time rushing to the theater to see two very different movies. I can't remember a time in my lifetime, at least not one obvious, where that kind of thing has happened. It's one thing to have everybody rushing to see a Star Wars movie, or everybody rushing to see, you know, the next big Marvel movie, but there's never been like this weird thing where, because it's, I mean, look, one of the things that happens a lot is that, you know, movies will look at what else is releasing around it, and they're like, yeah, we're going to move back a couple of weeks because we don't want to split the theater box office. We want to have the box office order ourselves. So we'll move off that date for a couple of weeks because we'll let them have it for a couple of weeks. Then we'll come in after that movie is kind of laid off a little bit, and then we'll get all the box office. You've never really seen two movies just kind of hold their release date and be like, let's go head to head. Why not? And I don't think it's something that you want to do all the time, but I think it's something that you might see them trying a little bit more often here and there, you know?
Oh, they've already tried to do it. Whenever Saw X came out, Paw Patrol was in the theater at the time. They tried to do the whole Saw Patrol thing, but it just did not work as well as Barbenheimer did. So they tried to do it again, like
you didn't have
almost
Margot
immediately,
Robbie.
and it's
you didn't have Margot Robbie in the kids movie either. So
oh my God, could you imagine Margot Robbie in a Saw movie? Holy shit! Please give me that. Oh, that'd be incredible. Either way, probably not going to happen. But, you know,
you just want to see her get murdered.
Personally, I enjoy the theater.
Oh
too.
no, well, maybe, I don't know. I'll have to think about that one. I'll get back to you on that.
Personally, I like the theater too. Like I don't want to watch a movie by myself. If I'm going to see a movie that I'm anticipating along with the other people, even though they're fucking strangers and I don't know these people from a fucking hole in the wall, it's still cool and, you know, and a good feeling to know you're sharing an experience with you know, somebody else that has something in common with you. And if a movie's good, you know, you're gonna laugh along together, you're gonna have those moments together, you know, even if you don't know each other. It's still like a really cool fucking experience. Like I could bring up now you guys mentioned like people dressing up in costumes to go to a movie, and Marcus could probably attest to this too. But when the Dragon Ball Super Broly movie came out a few years back, when me and my brother went, we saw some other people there dressing up as Goku and Vegeta and wearing the Dragon Ball Super outfits that they wore and stuff. It was pretty fucking cool. And then
I cannot attest to that because I am not a Dragon Ball fan, but I can say I saw this thing happen to the Dungeons and Dragons movie.
But I'm saying, what I really meant was, I'm sure you've seen it though, right?
Yeah, I've seen. I have a group of friends, and they all dressed up to go see it. So yeah,
and like even with the Sonic movie, like a lot of people, you know, all the major Sonic fans are gonna go see those movies, and everyone who knows the stories of the games and whatnot, and know the references in the movies, they're all gonna cheer for it and shit together. And meanwhile, like the parents are, you know, maybe a little more clueless about it, but you know, it's pretty cool to see everybody still join in. Like for instance, the Sonic movie 3 is going to have Shadow the Hedgehog in it, and he's probably going to be the main antagonist of the movie, or if not, he's going to be like what Knuckles was in Sonic 2. He was an antagonist, but then he joined the heroes, and what everyone is hoping for is for Crush 40's Live and Learn to start blaring in that middle of that movie. And so help me God, if it does, I want to hear that entire theater that I am going to be sitting there in. I want to hear that entire theater just erupt in song and just start singing that song over the movie. It's going to be one hell of a moment.
Well, that's because movies are a communal experience. I mean, what anytime you see a movie, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, what's the first thing you want to do? You want to talk to somebody about it. You know, why do you think movie reviewers here on YouTube are such a big fucking thing? You know, you see a movie, oh my God, I just saw Friday the 13th, part 15, and blah, 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 blah. You know, I like this, I didn't like that. Here's what I hope for in the sequel. You know, movies it's a communally shared event. We're so conditioned to seeing these things with a crowd that you want to talk about it. You know, I mean, hell, you know, this whole YouTube channel is based off of movies. You know, this is just one of many. But it's that's why that's why you go to the theater and, people stand and cheer and they'll talk to the movie screen and whatever, because it's an experience. It's not like sitting at home watching television. It's the silver screen, you're on another level. But, it's a whole thing.
Well, I got my
one.
dogs to sleep, and you guys are
Of
still
course
on.
back.
Yeah.
Woohoo.
That's awesome.
We're still, for at least another half hour or so. But TSS.
So your dogs didn't kill each other. That's good.
No. They were scared of the fireworks, and Dinah was barking her head off.
But TSS points out something interesting. If you go back and look at the release schedule on IMDb, it says you're probably going to see more anime from Japanese films in theaters. There's actually, there was several. There was several on the IMDb release calendar that were animated films. Not
I'm
just
kind of
cartoons,
surprised.
but they were
There's like,
animated.
other than the Gundam one, there's like 2 or 3 that right now are being released at special events on Cinemark.
Yeah, other
Put
like
on the list.
anime
Well-
is a lot more mainstream now. Like, not aside from Dragon Ball, you've had Fairy Tail in the movie theaters. You've had My Hero Academia in the movie theaters. You had Demon Slayer in the movie theaters, and stuff like stuff like
in the
that.
past, there's Gundam's been in the movie theaters before. I went to go see 2 of them myself.
Well, it's not even just anime that's coming from Japan. Have y'all seen Godzilla -1?
Yeah.
That whole thing is in Japanese and it's subtitled. And I love that movie. 2 of my favorite movies from this year, Godzilla -1 and When Evil Lurks, were both foreign films that were subtitled over here that I loved watching both of those films. So, and normally I hate reading during a movie, but I didn't mind it during those, you know what I mean? So, I don't know. It's one of those things.
Rose, what do you got going on? What do you think is going on for 2024? I mean, give me some of these animated movies that you think are gonna get some attention this year.
I really don't know the schedule. Like for instance, I know Dragon Ball is coming back, but it's not going to be an anime. It's going to be a web series, but it's actually going to be like more of in line of what you would see on TV and not like a short web series. I think that could do well. Outside of that, I really don't know what's coming out as far as animated anime movies aside from what Marcus already mentioned. I know Gundam is very popular, so I could see that doing very well. Demon Slayer, I think I heard him mention Demon Slayer earlier. That has been picking up steam. It's a newer series. It's only been around for a couple of years, but I know it's got a fan base, so the dedicated fans will come out and see it at least.
Hey, caught up, but I plan to go watch it with my mother and probably brother. And the weird part is some in America, like some movies, they'll be made, but they won't necessarily connect to the TV show because they don't want to risk it being canon or something like that. Most of the animated movies and stuff like that, they don't care. They connect it with the TV show. This is part of the plot. This is the story.
If you're like Dragon Ball, like Dragon Ball, you have the fucking movie, and then they remake the movie within the fucking TV series.
I know Demon Slayer did that with their Train one. They just chopped it up into 7 episodes and put it on Netflix.
Yeah, Dragon Ball Super did that with Battle of Gods and Resurrection F. They fucking put both movies. They added some scenes to the TV series versions to make it more filler, which honestly kind of didn't need. So they ended up dragging out like an hour and a half long movie into like 12 episodes in itself and turned that into like a fucking 5-hour fucking special when it really didn't need to be one. That's the only bad thing about the anime TV series. Like, you want to make a movie, fine, but you don't have to make it part of your TV series. If you want to air the movie, within the TV series, fine. You don't have to make special remade episodes and chop up the movie into a whole bunch of episodes just to pad it out. Like, there's no reason to stretch an hour and a half into 4 or 5 hours. It's to me, it's just not fun. I mean, I did like some of the added scenes that they added with Battle of Gods, and they did flesh out the Goku and Beerus fight a little more, because obviously you couldn't do as much with an hour and a half, especially when the fight was only like maybe 10 minutes long in the movie itself. But it still didn't need to go for like fucking 11 episodes or whatever the hell it was. It honestly started to feel boring by the time they actually wrapped it up. But I just hope, like, anime movies going forward, they don't really need to do that. Like, they didn't do that with Fairy Tail, thank God. They made them canon still somehow, but the 2 Fairy Tail movies that came out, they left them as movies.
Yeah.
And that was it.
So what are some of your guys' New Year's resolutions for entertainment this year? We did this last year, and I think for the most part, Tex and Cora and Jeremy and I mostly stuck to them. I didn't do as well with mine as I wanted to. Mine was to get more into the horror genre this year. I definitely watched more, but I probably didn't do as much as I could have at times. But I think ultimately we all did pretty well. I'll start with you, Rose. What is your movie related New Year's resolution?
Well, my movie-related resolutions is to finally see some of the movies I've been wanting to see and haven't seen yet, like Gran Turismo and Tetris. Definitely also want to go see all the movies that I'm interested in this year, which is so far 4 of them that are at least on the list, 5 if Mortal Kombat 2 does come out this year. So I'm looking forward to all that. And yeah, as far as entertainment-wise go, I hope to be more entertaining myself when it comes to what I do on the internet. So,
Marcus, what about you? What is your New Year's movie resolution for this year?
Well, part of my resolution is the reason why I asked. So I'm gonna try to watch a few classic horror and horror movies in general, just because I don't normally watch them. Otherwise, honestly, I'm trying to get caught up on stuff. Like last year and the year beforehand, you might know, Frank, but I tried to go out doing trucking, and that kind of ended up being a bust. So I ended up financially trying to recover, and I still sort of am. So I gotta get caught up on watching a few movies and series and stuff like that. So my goal for this year is to get caught up and start watching some of the stuff coming out this year. And I'm happy, like you said earlier, like there's only one Marvel movie coming out. Like I don't know about the TV shows, but it will give me a better chance to get caught the hell up.
Right.
Lady Cora, what about you? What's your New Year's movie resolution for 2024?
I plan on watching all of the Lord of the Rings and Hobbit movies extended editions again because I love them and I haven't watched them in years.
You might have
And
enough time
also-
between now and this time next year.
Yeah.
If you start like as soon as we get out of here, you might have enough time.
And I'm going
Right.
to rewatch the whole 17 seasons of Dallas and make review shows for your channel.
Ooh, nice.
ooh,
I like that.
Like I'm talking like all old season, new season, the movies in between. We're talking, it's a lot. I bought them all on DVD.
I never watched the reboot show that they did. I don't
When
know
I
if it's
get
any
to
good
that,
or
do you want me to screen share? We could watch it and review it together. I own
not.
the
Yeah, when
DVD,
you get to the new ones. Yeah, when you
Yeah.
get to the new ones, let me know.
Yeah.
I don't. It's probably not as good as the old ones,
It
but I
is.
can remember.
It
God,
is. I
my
watched
mother.
it. It's 3 seasons, and they brought all the old people back, and they were very good at making really dense, really interesting characters for all the children that have grown up and become the more primary characters,
Right.
and Swell and JR and all that. It's good.
Yeah.
I was sad when they ended it after 3 seasons, but I'm really excited to rewatch all of that. So
Yeah. Well, that'd be cool.
Tex, how about you? What's your New Year's movie resolution for going into 2024?
Well, I think this might be the only New Year's resolution I've ever actually kept, was to watch more independent horror films. So I'm going to keep that trend going, but I'm going to add to it. I love the early 2000s era of horror. I know a lot of people crap on it and say nothing good was there, blah, 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 whatever. But the early 2000s, you had so many of the gore remake come back into play. I want to go back and comb through that, like from 2000 to like 2010. You had the Final Destinations. You had all the classic slashers come back. You had all of just a lot of fun movies that I really loved. That I want to go back and I want to just take in as many of them as I possibly can. So that's kind of what I'm looking at this year. So, like I said, I got to support my independent, my lesser known people as well. So that's where I'm going to focus 2024 for me.
Yeah, for me, God, it's like I said, I did okay last year. I don't know what I could do differently to watch more movies, for crying out loud, unless I just quit my job and let my girlfriend see movies, so I can sit and watch movies all day. But
that'd be cool.
As I sit here, it occurs to me, I was just bitching about all these people not going and seeing these smaller films that maybe are getting a little bit more limited release than the big blockbuster stuff. So I need to go see more of those. I mean, I try to go see as many as I can, but I mean, I have to work. I have other movies we have to watch and stuff to do to keep the channel going, because some of the mainstream stuff is what drives views. Let's face it. I mean, we're all trying to work the algorithm on YouTube here, but I do need to get out more and check out some of these smaller things. Not necessarily get to the smaller little art house theaters, but I mean, take a Saturday that I don't have anything to do and go to like a 1:30 showing of some small budget limited release thing that had a decent looking trailer that looked interesting. Give the movie a chance. Right. After the rant that I went on earlier about people, this being the year that you guys are going to put up and shut up, maybe I should be the one that leads the charge. You know what I mean? Maybe I should be one of the people out there doing that. And then really just doing more short reviews. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I watched this year that I was kind of like, not worthy of a full-on review, but should I do like a quick review of it or do like a quick live stream? It's 15 or 20 minutes or whatever. And a lot of times I just didn't do it. I need to do that a lot more too, especially because I don't really know how the schedule is going to shake out this year. Also, I want to expand the channel a little bit. I mean, just like at a production level. There's other things I want to try to do this year, and I keep putting things off because, like I said, life gets in the way, or I set a very ambitious production schedule, which is what I did the last 4 months, and it got tough.
We've been going pretty hard, especially with the football and everything else. We've been working at both ends.
4 months have been pretty brutal, and there was a couple that I just couldn't make because I was just exhausted. Yeah. But I do want to expand and do some other stuff. It may be stuff that gets put up on a separate channel. It may be some stuff. I mean, I want to try to get to some Patreon content this year. I don't know what I would put out there though. I mean, I'm trying to figure out what I could possibly do with that. But I want to try to grow the channel more this year. I mean, we finally hit 500, and I felt like once we got to 500 that there would be this kind of exponential growth. That once you get there, that's when YouTube will finally start putting you out there a little bit more, and that helps a lot. But like I said, I'm not counting on YouTube to give us any help at all. I probably won't even ever apply for monetization. I just don't see the point. So
you won't get monetization ability until you get 1,000 subs and 4,000 watch hours in a single year. So,
you can do it now at 500, but you have to have 500 subs and 3,000 watch hours for the last 12 months. It opens up. It doesn't open up full monetization, but it opens up. You can get super chats and the thanks or whatever it is. So you don't get any ad revenue. At least opens up super chat. So that's YouTube's way of trying to keep smaller creators like me from bouncing and going to something like Rumble, which we're already doing anyway. I'm already putting all of our stuff up on Rumble as it is. But yeah, I mean, so something like that. Trying to get more aggressive about trying to grow the channel. And we actually, as soon as we hit 500, we kind of hit some more growth after that as well. I mean, we're already at 530 something right now, 533. So I mean, we hit 500, and then all of a sudden it just kind of kept going. Yeah. So
I have it down here, Frank. So you might catch up to me.
Hey, I just got to catch up to Casey. I can't live with Casey having more subscribers than me. That just doesn't work. But we're at 533 now. Really just spread.
Might want to repeat that, Frank. I think we lost you completely.
TSS says that he's going to try to watch more films in theaters. No, I was just saying I need to do more collaborations and stuff like that. I should have sent Nightwatch a link to this too. I don't know why I didn't. Until a few minutes ago. But TSS says I'm going to try to watch more films in the theaters because I did watch more films this year, but mostly streaming. I only watched two or three films a year in theaters. Well, I mean, I like the theater experience. I know that J-Man was saying a while back on Derailed that he thought the theaters were dead and they were never going to come back. I don't think that's accurate. I mean, just look at the look at once things opened up after the pandemic, how people were going back to theaters in droves. Now, yeah, it's going to be a slow recovery, and the strikes did not help much. But I think people have proven that the theater is still the best way to see a movie. Most movies, anyway. I mean, some of these movies need to be seen on a large scale. You don't want to see them on your phone. You don't want to see them on your TV. You want to see them at a large scale to really intake the visuals and the beauty of it all. There's something about that experience. Yeah, that helped. Yeah, I mean, that's not wrong. I mean, the sound is different. I mean, the whole it's a totally immersive experience when you go to a theater to watch a movie, and you don't get that when you're sitting at home. It's like one of my favorite things I've ever experienced in a theater was when we went and saw Endgame. Theater full of people. Yeah, theater full of people. Me and Jennifer had gotten tickets to like the very first showing. It was a fan event that happened that afternoon, the afternoon before it actually opened. And it's like theater full of people. And that moment where you see like Mjolnir lift off the ground and you know it wasn't Thor picking it up. I mean, everybody collectively held their breath. And when, you know, you see it go back to Captain America and he turns, looks at the camera, holding Mjolnir, the place blew up. I mean, it was like everybody was cheering. And I'm like, you don't get that. You don't get that unless you go to the theater. I mean, all
I had the opposite response.
I have no idea how these people voted. They could all be axe murderers and child molesters for all I know. But I mean, in that moment, none of that mattered. It was like we were also so blown away by this moment. You don't get that experience anywhere else but the theater. So, yeah, that's why I will always go to theaters to see as many movies as I possibly can. There is something magical about going to the theater.
In Avengers Infinity War, whenever Spider-Man gets dusted, that whole Mr. Stark, I don't want to go.
I hate to interrupt for a moment, but do you have those really cool bullet whiskey things in your glass you just drank out of?
I do not. I actually forgot to put them in the freezer earlier. They're actually still sitting right here in the box.
We got the squirrel moment thing to put up.
10 minutes.
Hey, Marcus, squirrel moments are a regular thing on this channel, dude. They happen.
No. After you had last night, I joined.
You missed him talking about how people think of you and me bantering on the show.
Yeah. Y'all are like the comedic relief from all the seriousness.
My bullet whiskey stones that
those are freaking cool.
Got me for there's. I got a whole magazine full of them right here.
I love it.
I love it. I forgot to put them in the freezer. I was even telling myself that this afternoon. I was like, I should really put these in the freezer just so I can use them once. But no.
Yeah. No. When it comes to Cora, Marcus, I never had a sister. Like I never knew what that feeling was like. Like a sister that would nag you and just
always wanted but hate and want to strangle and hug at the same time.
Yeah.
Like I said, I mean, I have one brother. I don't have any other. Well, knowing my old man, I probably have other siblings out there. I only have one brother that I know of. So I imagine Cora is like that nagging little sister that just wants to fuck with you all the goddamn time. That's what Cora is. I love her to death. I'd go to bat for her any day of the week. But fuck, she's just an annoying asshole sometimes. But you know,
I am an asshole. Yeah.
Bad touch, Tex.
Hey! Bad touch.
Hey, you say it's bad touch. I wasn't lying about anything. But no, before that squirrel moment, I was gonna say you had your Captain America moment. I had that one as well. But my favorite moment from those Avengers movies like that was when Spider-Man was getting dusted. That whole Mr. Stark, I don't want to go. I was in a theater full of people. I brought two people with me, but to the right of me there was this family sitting there, and there was this kid, probably 10 years old, had a Spider-Man t-shirt on. I didn't even think about him sitting there as I'm watching this movie. When Spider-Man's death scene happens, this kid is boo-hooing crying. And I verbally laughed out loud because I fucking hate Tom Holland's Spider-Man. I just bust a gut laughing. And this kid looks at me like I've got horns crawling out of the side of my head like I'm the devil in and of itself. And I'm like, oh, Sorry, kid. Because I just
You
thought it
could
was
have at
fucking
least-
hilarious watching.
You could have at least waited until you got out of earshot instead of ruining that kid's childhood. Good God, you monster!
I could do that. That kid probably has therapy because of my fucking dumbass. But I couldn't help it. It was so over dramatic. It was so stupid. The whole Mr. Stark, I don't want to go, and then he's like hugging Iron Man, and then he dies. It was so funny to me. It was one of the best comedy moments of the year by far. But, you know, I just hate Tom Holland. I think he sucks. So
You are a mean.
Damn, I thought he was a pretty decent actor.
No. I'm with Tex on this. He's a scrawny. I just.
he's
no.
not Spider-Man.
No. he's
Spider-Man will
not.
always be Tobey Maguire. That will
Thank
always and
you.
forever be Spider-Man.
Thank
There is no
you.
other Spider-Man.
We
Every
will not
other
fight
answer
about
is
this,
wrong.
Tex.
There we go. See,
I won't even
They're
watch
like
the
the
Spider-Man
siblings are
movies
getting
that are
along.
coming out now.
Hey, what? And
I don't
Marcus,
want to feel like I'm in high school.
it happens every once in a while. It's not all the
I
time,
know.
but just every once in a while. You know what I mean?
Like, I know, I'm used to it. I tune into y'all on Thursdays every now and then.
I'm sorry, Foxtrot.
Okay.
I also
Don't need
to
to
rein it in
apologize.
and not be this way. And he's like, no, it's funny. I'm like, okay.
No, you know, it's
I know we
it's all
annoy
good.
Frank.
It's
I know we annoy Frank.
no, well, I don't know if we annoy Frank because we give him
But you know
content, but he
gets that
probably.
look. And then like he's like, I want to focus on something. I want to go.
Well,
to
see,
the bullet
no,
point."
I think
And
he
then
just.
sits there and he half smiles and he listens to us and he just keeps,
I think he just tunes us out whenever we go off on our little moments
I don't
and
know.
shit.
The thing
You
is,
know,
Frank wouldn't nice even say anything if he was going to.
Oh no!
Well, I know.
There's a production end to this that you need to keep in mind. Number one is if the conversation is good, I'll let it go. Number two is if I need to do some production stuff and I can't really talk while I'm doing it, I will let you guys go. And I'm like, okay, you guys keep filling time with your nonsense while I'm clicking the shit that I need to click.
Yeah.
And then, but once I get to that point where I'm like, okay, I got to move on, that's when I'll be like, guys, I got to move on. Because, look, Corey, you know me, I'm not quiet. If there's something on my mind, it's going to come out. So once I hit that point where I'm like, okay, I got to move on, that's when I'll jump you guys and be like, hey guys, I got to move on. But yeah, so there's some production going on.
Go.
Well, not just that.
Shut up.
But on this side of it, I can always tell when Frank needs 10 minutes to do something because No, I'm not, because Frank will go to me, hey, Tex, what do you think about Halloween for the 15th time you talked about it this month? And he'll just let me fucking talk for 20 goddamn minutes. I know he's doing it. I can see him doing it. And like him and I have like this mind link thing going. I'm like, okay, Frank needs to do, whatever on his computer.
So I'll let Laura pick on me and I'll throw some back and let her talk.
Right. Hey, I'm a team player. You can make fun of me. You can do whatever. I'm a big boy. I can handle it. You're not going to hurt my feelings. It's all good. It's just, I can,
Because you're a fucking devoid emotional Texan.
Yes, this is true. That is a fair and accurate statement. I sign off on all of that. Yes.
Drew would do the same thing on Derailed.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I was just he was just like, I'll go to Frank for a minute because I know Frank's gonna go for a minute while I go, take a piss or do some production shit. So he's just like, Frank, get topic in politics, go. And then I'm just like blah 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 for 20 minutes, and he's like, clickety click, I'll go take a piss and get some more ice and do whatever. And he knows I can carry it. But
speaking of, I just want to say something real quick. I'm gonna be a little emotional. I know you lost your dad. I want you to know something, Frank. One of my favorite derails was the one where your dad came on. You guys were talking politics and talking about the flat tax, and your dad was really great. I knew of him and heard of him, and I just want you to know that is in my mind, and I hope your family is doing okay with that. And I really loved getting to hear what he thinks and how you guys were together. So there you go.
Yeah, we're doing okay. I mean, life has to move forward. It did kind of wipe out the year. There was a lot of plans for things I wanted to do this year. I haven't had a chance to take last Christmas. I bought my son a .22 rifle, and we have not been able to take it out and shoot it once because life got really busy. There was still some stuff that wasn't quite open all the way because of pandemic and COVID and all that. But so yeah, I mean, I had plans to take me and him and my dad and his other grandfather to go shooting, and that obviously we never got a chance to do that. There was it kind of ruined the whole year. A lot of things got kind of pushed back, and we were just kind of like, let's just get through this year. But I mean, we're doing okay now. Mom's doing a lot better. I mean, she's still, after 48 years with someone, you don't just move on. I mean, it's a tough thing for her, but you know, me and my brother and sister are doing okay. All of our kids have kind of done okay with it. You know, my oldest son struggled with it a lot. This was the first significant loss that he had ever dealt with. You know, he's 19, and this is the first one that really hit him. My youngest son, it took him a minute to kind of come to terms with it. This is his first big loss. My daughter, thankfully, because she has this developmental disability, to her, it's just kind of all noise. She doesn't really process it the way everybody else does. So thankfully, it kind of bypassed her. I mean, it's one of the moments where I kind of envy her. But yeah, we're moving forward, doing okay. I mean, yeah, it's not been lost on me at all the last couple of days. That this is the first year I'm going into without my dad. It's weird. It's sad, but it's more weird. It doesn't
What were
feel
some of his favorite
normal.
movies?
It doesn't feel normal. John Wayne.
Really?
John Wayne.
Good man.
John Wayne. He was a
We
big
should
John
do a
Wayne
retro
fan.
review in his honor sometime this year. You pick the movie.
There's a couple of John Wayne movies I like. I like Hellfighters. I mean, I don't like all the John Wayne movies, but I mean, I like Hellfighters. That's a pretty good movie. He actually gave me a copy of The Quiet Man on
Rooster Cogburn,
because
The Alamo.
That's not a bad one.
A whole bunch of good.
True Grit,
Yeah,
the original one.
Yeah, the original. There's a couple that I like. Some of them I just can't jive with. But yeah, he was a big John Wayne fan. He was a big sci-fi fan. He was a big Star Trek fan. One of the reasons I've always liked Star Trek more than anything else, because he was a big Star Trek fan. Yeah, he grew up. He was born in the 50s, so he was a kid watching the original series in the 60s when he was 10, 11 years old. So he was a big Star Trek
fan. He came up with that whole atomic age, nuclear stuff like that. So, you know.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm a big Star Trek fan because of my dad. He was a big Star Trek fan. There's a picture I've got not on me. It's not here, but it's in one of the many picture books at my parents' house of me when I was probably, I want to say 5, 6 years old, decked out in like a blue Star Trek outfit that my dad had got me for Halloween one year. I was Spock-ish. Not the ears, but just like the outfit. And I had Star Trek shirts and stuff when I was a kid. I was a big Star. I actually went to my first Star Trek convention with my dad in 80. I want to say like 84, 85.
Really?
Yes. There was just happened to be.
Did you ever see any of the co-stars or the people who were on the show at least?
George Takei was there. I did not. I did not get it. I think my dad got his autograph on something. I don't remember meeting him. I was young. I was like 8, 9 years old or something at the time. But yeah, I mean, George Takei was there, and this was before conventions became as big as they've gotten now. So it was when they were more of a traveling thing. Yeah, it was more of a traveling thing. I know that they were at the local high school where I grew up in Santa Cruz. They were at Santa Cruz High School. My dad was just like, "Oh, they're in town. We're gonna go down and check this out." So I went with him, and we watched little bloopers, and they had merch and stuff like that. It was way before conventions blew up into what they are now. It was still a very low key, very small thing, but yeah, that was kind of fun. And yeah, that's one of the reasons I've always been a big fan of Star Trek. But yeah, I mean, one of the reasons that I like movies and TV shows is I used to sit with my dad and watch MASH. I used to sit with him and watch the A-Team. I used to sit with him and watch The Fall Guy. I mean, all this stuff that my dad liked, I would sit and watch with him. So that's one of the things that attaches me to the 70s and 80s TV. It's something I'd sit and do with my dad all the time. So it is watch these cool shows. So yeah, it's been kind of a bummer, but I mean, you got to move forward,
Yeah.
And on that note, it's officially New Year's in the West Coast. So California, you don't have a whole lot to celebrate because there's shit in the streets, and
it's misery for me, Vegas now.
You guys still have Gavin Newsom out there in California, Oregon. Still got the gas. That's going or not, but I mean, yeah, I mean, hey, here's to you guys all in the Pacific time zone. Happy New Year to all of you beautiful fuckers out there.
I'm not
enjoy all the good weather while you're shitting in the streets.
I'm not sure I can cheers California being a good upstanding Texan, but I'll wish them a happy New Year's. I can do that much.
Right.
So.
Dude, I can't even cheers California. Like, what a stupid shit to do.
Maybe if President Ling Ling, or whatever the hell his name is, comes to California a lot more often, I think
Isn't that like an Asian dish at the local restaurant? President Ling Ling, isn't it like $5.95 or something like that? It's pretty cheap from what I hear.
What is it? Chop suey. It was actually invented in San Francisco.
Really, I didn't know that.
Now I'm probably getting some of this wrong, but I'll try this again. I know I've read this before somewhere, but it was in the 1910s or something like that. That there was some sailors that were on shore leave in San Francisco. San Francisco has always been a big town for the naval vessels and stuff like that. Sausalito,
Right.
specifically in the Bay Area, is still very big for it today. And some sailors walked into a restaurant in Chinatown where they were getting ready to close up, and they were like, "We want some food." And the guy was just like, "Well, we don't really have anything." So he just threw some shit into a pan, into a wok, and fried it up and was like, "Here." And the guys loved it, and they were like, "What was it called?" And he's like, "It's called chop suey," which I think in Chinese translates to like garbage or something like that, or garbage plate or garbage food or something. He was like, "Yeah."
Isn't there a garbage plate up in New York or something? Don't y'all have that, Rose?
What's that?
Up there in New York in those diners, isn't there a thing called a garbage plate? It's like fries and gravy and cheese and shit.
I mean, I don't go to New York too often, so I mean, maybe out there. But
okay. I didn't know if you knew or not. I didn't realize chop suey translated to garbage, though. That's interesting.
I mean, I've heard of chop suey. My dad makes that shit a lot, but yeah, as far as New York goes, I haven't been there in 10 years.
Yeah, it has since become a dish, but it's not a traditional Asian dish. It was just something the guy was just like, "Yeah, it's fucking chop suey." He's like, "What do these dumb Americans know? They're drunk and they're gonna be back on the ship in a couple hours anyway, so who cares what they know?" But yeah, also fortune cookies were invented in Chinatown in San Francisco. They are
that's what I was fixing to ask. Didn't they invent fortune cookies here too? That's not a Chinese thing either.
Yeah, the Chinese wouldn't even know how to spell fortune cookie.
Very much
right.
not a real thing, but I mean, hey, whatever. Fortune cookies are good too. I just eat fortune cookies.
I'll say this: I ain't never been a Chinese food fan. Now, I did go to one of them hibachi grills last year. That shit's pretty damn good. I like that stuff.
They've got
That's
one here.
Wait, hold on a second, Tex. First of all, that's not Chinese; it's Japanese.
Yeah.
Oh, like I could tell the difference. I barely knew it was Chinese food. You think I knew this stuff? All I knew was the guy's up there doing karate moves with the food. He squirts sake directly into your mouth, so that's cool. And they make like volcanoes and crap go off. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed my time there.
Yeah,
so it was a fun experience.
That is definitely Japanese.
They dangled the
keys
in Tex, and he was just like, "Ooh, dangling keys."
Hey, if you're giving me booze, open flames, and volcanoes made out of onion rings, I am there, buddy. I don't care who I got to deal with, but you will get my business, sir. So it's all good, man.
Yeah, there's one not too far from where I live that we go to pretty regularly. Actually, it was one of my dad's favorite places. Yeah, it was one of my dad's favorite places to go. So.
Well, how do you say it? Did I say it wrong? I don't know. It's hibachi. I don't know.
Hibachi.
Hibachi.
How did you say it, Tex?
Hibachi. Hibachi.
Right.
Hibachi.
Oh shit!
Hell, I don't know. I just read the sign and it looked like hibachi, so I went with hibachi.
Tonight, Tex, how much?
A lot. A lot. It's New Year's. What do you expect?
His voice isn't slurring. No, the only thing wrong with the way he talks right now is that he's Southern. That's normal. That's what we usually get out of him. He's not slurring his Southern drawl. He's fine.
You'll know. Okay. I've gotten to a point in drinking where slurring really doesn't happen much. It's just I'm like in the advanced class at this point or whatever. But it's just I thought it was a fucking hibachi. I don't know what the fuck that shit's called. I just know it's badass. I could give a damn. Who gives a shit? So.
You know what I'm gonna do?
I haven't left that hard since my kill called Casey a retard. I still have that clip on my phone, by the way.
we ought to mess with Tex the way that we used to mess with Casey. I'm gonna make him read like some Shakespeare. I'm gonna make him read like the balcony scenes from Romeo and Juliet. I can hear him in his Texas drum like Romeo, where fart there, yo Romeo.
No, 3 classes higher than Casey in this regard. No.
Where fart y'all, Romeo?
Would love to make Tex read some of the indictment paperwork of Trump in the courts trials that are going on. That'd be great.
Only if I'm allowed to read the Epstein client list as fair and equal balancing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Read the names. I don't give a shit who's on it, so long as they get exposed.
Or Or if we read the Hunter Biden files, then I would read the Trump stuff. Just saying, just
bad
saying.
touch.
You know what I'm
You
saying?
had to, there's a finger coming your way. Too bad my camera's turned off.
You ain't got the balls.
I'm gonna sit here and chill.
Marcus is over there playing with his pussy on fucking camera right now. Look at that shit.
JSP, Happy New Year to you too, my friend. We very much appreciate you coming around
Happy
and
New
hanging
Year,
out.
JSP.
Sith Negan, doing what you do,
Sith Negan.
helping us
Cheers.
make some money for the Abandoned Pet Project. Thank
Hell
you so
yeah.
much. Let's see. The final total, I guess I'll look at this now, and yes, whether we like it or not, stay logged in. Don't log me out of PayPal.
There you go, Tex. Check your fucking phone.
Check my phone.
After PayPal takes this piece, we're going to be donating $675 to the Abandoned Pet Project. That's very awesome for you guys. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to
there it is.
the next one, whatever it may be. I'm looking forward to the next one. I don't know. Maybe
How much
maybe
did you say,
we'll
Tex, Frank?
maybe we'll raise
805?
some money for the United Negro College Fund. You want to do that, Tex? Yeah.
Only if we can review the film about the magical Negroes. Only if we do that for a review. Then I'm down.
No, we can't talk
Why not?
It's the
Hey,
name
it's
of the
fair
movie.
and
He's not
balanced.
saying anything racist.
It's in the name of the movie. I said nothing wrong. I read the name of the film. I said nothing wrong, Cora.
It would be even more racist to exclude them from the review.
Right. It would be racist for us to ignore it and not give them the representation they so longly look
I'm
for.
gonna be busy that
Well,
day.
that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. You know.
You can happily
Yeah,
have
that's
my
fine.
spot any day, Foxtrot. Any day. Your beautiful cat is adorable, all curled up in your lap. It's just fucking precious.
We can have Marcus come on here, play with his pussy while we're talking about a movie. It'll be a great review. Everybody will love it.
Your face.
Well,
Yeah,
it is what it
told
is.
you there, Tex.
Yeah. I may not be the best looking, but I still get laid, and that's all that matters. So I'm happy. I'm good with what I got.
Well, yeah,
it's all good at the end of the
dirt
day.
all the time. Of course, you're gonna get laid down. Fucking fall. Chasing goats and chickens and whatever else the fuck you got going on over there.
Damn right. Hey, some of us salt of the earth people who are proud of who we are. We don't have to be no highfalutin and whatnot. We are proud folk, you know what I mean? So.
Highfalutin. What a great term.
I'm a snooty bitch.
Yeah.
That's the phrase I prefer.
Yeah.
Snooty bitch.
That's not what it
Cora, I do have to warn you that if that nose gets turned up any higher the next time it rains, you might drown. So you might want to put that thing down a little bit.
Well, good thing I'm in Vegas where I get very little rain.
Yeah, when they do. Oh.
Let me tell you, Foxtrot, I'm on Henderson, and my driveway's a slope going down. I will never get flooded where I'm at, but I'm on the Ring Doorbell network. Even within like half a mile to a mile of my house, people's driveways get flooded. It's insane when there's rain. Yeah.
Man, you just wait till whenever I come out there at Vegas and
you know what? That's the week
I need a place to flop out. You know what I mean? So
I'll be gone.
I'm gonna be knocking on your door, be like, "Hey, Cora, I lost my shirt over at the gambling casino. I need to crash on your couch. I'll be sleeping in that driveway that's slanted or whatever."
Every time you come to Vegas, I'll be in Oregon. That's how it's gonna go.
Yeah.
That just means that you can Airbnb her house there, Tex.
No.
Oh, hey,
I think it's the last thing she would volunteer.
Wait a minute. We can. I'll bring my old lady out there. Me and her will get hitched at one of them wedding casinos, and we'll use your house for the honeymoon. And you can just fuck off to Oregon for the weekend.
No.
Oh, we're just all over the house, kitchen, living room, everywhere. It's going.
The bed would be the last place they hit.
What?
They'll be like,
Cora will be walking around the entire house with a black light, just looking for spots.
No.
They'll be like,
just tell it.
I'll make sure there's like the perfect ash print on the middle of the mirror.
No, this is
you know what I mean? Just like right dead center.
I would move into a next door. That's what I do. My neighbors are going to sell soon. There we go.
There you go.
Oh shit!
I want to thank all of you again for being so awesome. And here it is, just so you guys know, I did not steal all your money. I just made a $675
Hell
donation to the Abandoned Pet Project. It's all because of you guys, all because of the support you give the channel.
That's awesome.
Thanks to those of you who donated tonight. We very much appreciated it. Yes, I know the total was $705 in donations, but PayPal takes its piece too. So that's everything that was left after PayPal got paid. So that is everything that we profited from tonight going to the Abandoned Pet Project. Thank you all for being awesome, because we haven't shown this in a couple hours.
And there's Thurman as well. We went from something awesome to something disgusting.
How to use Streamlabs or whatever this is, StreamYard. So yeah.
Casey's got to figure out how to do a lot of things like bathe. Anyway, but but yeah, it's wow. This has been a derailed length episode tonight. It's been
What's wrong with that?
I have not. Usually I try to limit it to about 2 hours, but we had fun tonight. We had a lot of people on tonight. I don't think you've been live this
long since you did that election episode where we were going for like 7 hours.
Yeah, that was a long. Well, I mean,
we should totally do an election episode so I could piss Cora off 30 minutes into it and she leaves and never comes back.
There's a
I could so easily do that.
Answer right there.
November, my friend. November. I will. One of my favorite days ever is election night. It's
I forgot that.
Hey, in that closet right there behind me, I've got my MAGA gear. I'm ready to pull it out. Just saying. Just saying. I can get to it.
Red hat with the horrible words.
Just saying. I can get to it. It's not hard.
If Hillary touch. If Joe Biden made that his campaign slogan, you'd love it.
Yeah. You would.
If Biden wins presidency again this year, I don't know what I'm going to think, because this guy done fucked up this country.
He'll protect you all from the things you don't even think you need to worry about. It's okay. I'll be happy for you.
He can't even wipe his own ass, much less protect us from his
ballot.
You kidding me?
I'm going to dedicate my vote on my ballot to Frank, Tex, Rose, all of y'all.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. You're going to be one of the 5 people still voting.
Joe Biden don't know what day it is, much less that he's even president at this point. I got news for you.
Dude, I don't even think he realized
I haven't yet.
You know what's funny is like we had
but I know I'm right. It's okay.
We had a local election cycle here about 2 months ago, something like that. And it was November, so it was about 2 months ago. Local election stuff, and then of course the whole issue 1 and issue 2 that was really big in Ohio. And I went to vote, and because me and my parents live relatively close to one another, we are almost always go to the same polling place. So and of course most of it's all done on like the iPads or like whatever it is now. So they turned around the sign for me to sign my name.
Wish they use paper ballots.
And me and my dad are always like right there, 1 and 2, because we're both Frank Curtis Gilbert. So I made it a point this year to kind of like look and make sure nobody had signed under my dad's name. I was like, if anybody gets this.
Hey, all I know is
I always vote absentee so I can do it from home.
All I know is for this previous presidential election, I had 3 presidential ballots sent to my house. So I know there was some fuckery going on.
It does not mean they would have counted all 3 if you sent them in.
Bunch of cheaters. I know what y'all did. I know what y'all did.
It doesn't mean they're going to count all 3 if you vote for Donald Trump. If you vote for Joe Biden, they're going to count them all 5 times each.
Do you know what? I'm going to send that same picture I sent to you, Tex, to Frank right fucking now. Get it.
Wait, no, I thought that was special for me. Don't send my special picture to him. It's not. Oh.
Frank just earned that.
Well, I guess it's not special anymore, Tex.
Does that mean we're a throuple now?
I don't know what. I don't know what this is. I'll be real honest with you.
Jeremy texted and said, "Happy New Year, everyone." Let's see. My friend in California that texted me in the middle of the show. I'll call her tomorrow. Yeah, and there's is that a wiener? Oh no, that's your finger. Oh, sorry, I saw that wrong. I saw that wrong.
Hey, I'm not saying Joe Biden cheated, but water's wet, so
you should be happy this isn't a Skype call, Text, and I can't hang up on your ass.
See, only a Democrat would act like that. But hey, you do what you
I'm
need to
not a
do. It's okay.
Democrat. I'm a registered independent,
Mhm.
motherfucker.
Yeah, okay. Uh-huh.
Oh, it's going to be a fun election show this year, I think.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I
I'm
can't
gonna have
wait.
to take a
For that,
Xanax or
shoot.
something.
I might have to go buy a Trump mask. I'm willing to cosplay this in a Trump mask. I'm willing to do that for
Jesus.
I am 100%.
You know what? I won't be part of that stream, but I want to be here to watch it.
I promise you guys right now, the election stream that we do this year in November, I am going to be high as fuck for that entire stream.
I'm that right now. What are you talking about?
I got
it's all
edibles.
good, man.
I am going to go all out. I'm going to get me a bag of whatever fucking ganja I can find. I am going to be blasted.
I don't got edibles. I got some old school, buddy.
Blasted to the bejesus belt for that stream. I don't know any other way I can do it without wanting to lose my mind or tear what little hair I have left out. I'm just gonna get rocked and enjoy the ride, baby. Let's go.
How are you gonna stay awake long enough, Frank, when you got to work the next day?
Whenever
I'll take the next day off. No, every election day, I take the next day off work. I don't give a fuck how much money it costs me.
Yeah, I stay up all night
how
watching
pissed
the
off
results.
I will stay up all night long and watch results. I will stay up till 3 or 4 in the morning and watch results. I don't give a
Same
fuck.
I've been doing this
election
since
nights are
let's
the
see.
funniest, most exciting nights to me.
I can wear my line one. I can wear my line one camo gear that I wear for like hunting and like OPSEC purposes with a Trump mask and just go full out. I think that'll be great.
Ahead of time, I'm going to get some hats made for you two motherfuckers to say I was wrong, Cora is right, and I'm going to send them to you. And when Biden fucking wins, you're going to wear those fucking hats for the rest of the stream.
Hey.
And I'll say this, if Trump wins, I will get a MAGA hat and I will turn my camera on and be on camera with a MAGA hat on.
I'm gonna have so many fucking screenshots of that shit and never let you fucking forget it.
Happen, so I don't have to worry, but I will get a hat and be ready.
Hey,
no. What I'll do is I'll get a picture of that crazy woman in the dressed in that yellow jumper that was like screaming when Trump.
Oh, the one going no.
I'll just copy. I'll do what I did with Casey. I'll just like copy and paste her face over it. So instead of being Thurman is raw, it'll just be like the core like ah.
This is just getting better and better. This is fantastic.
Oh,
I feel
see, even if it's not Trump, I'm liking what old Vivek Ramos. He ain't going to fucking jail. You kidding me? You're fucking high. You're fucking higher than I am.
I am not.
No fucking way.
No,
I am, and that's the point.
He will be convicted, and he will have a sentence, and this is what will happen: they'll have black site jail, and he'll be the only inmate in, or he'll be given house arrest, and he will never be allowed to leave the property until the end of the term of the sentence.
Have you not learned that rich people don't go to prison yet? That doesn't happen for them.
He's literally.
And it doesn't even matter their political affiliations. Rich people don't go to prison.
Rich people don't. Rich people punishments are different than us. Like people like us go to prison. People like them go to like a rehab, and it's just like 3 months of vacation on an island somewhere. Totally different thing.
I stand by this. So
even if it's not Trump, Vivek Ramaswamy. I'm liking this guy. I like what the dude's saying. I like this guy. He's
Is that even?
I've been paying attention to him.
Doesn't sound like one.
I like him.
You don't want this guy. You don't. Even
I like him less and less with every debate.
Do you know what?
I don't know. I'm liking this guy.
I'm going to tell you what's wrong with him. He's not even really running for president. All he's doing is running for Trump's VP. The second the Colorado ruling came out, he put a video out saying, "Do you know what?
I'm telling you,
every one of us should take our names off the ballot unless Trump can put his name back on there." No. He's just sucking Trump's dick to become his vice president. He's not. He's cut his.
I mean, if you know how to suck dick to become VP, you might as well.
Jesus Christ!
Like he's elite as a goal.
All I'm saying is, even if Trump don't make it, I like what old Ramaswamy's saying. I'm slowly becoming a fan of this guy
Did
myself.
you hear
So
what DeSantis
I'm-
is doing? Because there's
DeSantis is nothing.
no, but listen, though,
DeSantis is bad as the
you'll laugh at
Bushes
this.
were. I ain't voting
Listen
for
to
that
this.
piece of crap.
No president has ever been under the height of 5'11", and he's shorter than 5'11". So a couple months ago, he started having these custom cowboy boots made that have platforms in them, and he's literally adding like 2 inches to his height, so he's barely 5'11". And the pictures
That's hilarious.
of his boots show the difference. It's fucking. He's walking around in high heels
That's
with his fucking cowboy boots.
You have to be 5'11" and run for president or something?
Here's one of the reasons
No
why.
no one has become president.
Here's one of the reasons why. Look, there's this expression out there that I don't want to agree with, but I can't help it because people prove it right election after election. They say that everybody's dumb during an election year. And I'm like, and I try not to believe that, because I like to believe that at least the majority of voters have tried to educate their vote. That there's more people out there like me and Cora and stuff that have like looked into these things and said, okay, this is why I'm voting this way for this reason. Whereas most people just go up there and be like, my parents are Democrats, so I vote Democrat, or I don't like Donald Trump, so I vote Democrat, or I don't like
this because that's what I'm registered.
So without really thinking, they just go in there and punch the button next to the R or the D, and then that's their vote. But it's like every year, it's like, people. I hear people say the dumbest shit when they're going to vote, and I'm like,
I'm going to say something bad about Obama.
Turn around and leave the.
I can say many things bad about Obama if you want to go there.
No, but listen. So when he first was elected, on an NBC exit poll that they did across the country, I think at least 25 to 50 locations. And they calibrated the data and shared it on the news. They asked them, who did you vote for? And then the secondary question was, why did you vote for this person? 25% of the people who voted for Obama in that election voted for him because he was black. Not because of his politics, not because he's a Democrat, not because they liked him more than the other, simply because of his race. And that's exactly what Frank's talking about. I'm not putting any person down based on race. But the point here is people vote for reasons that you can vote for whatever reason you want to. Let's be real on it. But it's like, come on, like vote for someone you believe in, or in my case with Biden in this last election, more than 50% of what he was campaigning for I supported, and I didn't support Donald Trump. It wasn't a matter of, I love Biden, or I have to. It was, I thought about it, and people need to think about it. And if you're voting for someone, and by the way, I think some of this is true for like when Hillary was in the primaries and stuff, and when she ran against Trump, people were voting for her just because they want a woman president. Like, why does it have to be Hillary? Why can't wait for a good person to run? So
herpes was more likable than Hillary was. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing with you that she wasn't the right person to be the first female president. I'm just saying that people, like Frank said, people vote for reasons that make no sense to people who, like Frank and I, actually invest in the reasons why we vote.
Well,
and I'm not saying you don't text.
And the point that I was going to make is that, like, not voting for DeSantis because he's under 5'11", like, if that's your litmus test for a good candidate, then you're a moron. It's because it's like I remember when
because of that.
Do you remember? Yeah, kind of. I mean, do you remember when like Al Gore, after he lost the election to Bush, he had grown a beard, and then people were like,
he didn't.
Oh my God, he's not going to run for president.
Court sided with Bush.
Well,
with the electoral
whatever. Bottom line is, it's like he had grown a beard. That everybody was. I hear people in the news talking like, "Oh well, they don't elect presidents with beards." I'm like, who fucking cares if he's got a beard? I mean, does him having a beard make a difference as to whether he raises or lowers taxes? Whether he raises or lowers the gas tax, how he deals with foreign trade, how he would handle something like a 9/11 or something
the
like
internet again,
or reinvents the internet again. It's like, does him having facial hair matter? Because if that matters to you, you are a fucking dolt, and you should not be voting. If that's if that's your criteria.
Elected, being a single man, you should be able to get elected for wearing a beard.
Yeah.
I don't care what your political party is. if there is a litmus test that you have to pass to drive legally in this country, there should be one for voting as well.
Can't, because it's a constitutional right.
I understand that. I understand that, but I do completely agree. Whatever party you're voting for, I mean, just for fair and balance sake, I'll talk about my right wing people. So many of them just, I'm voting for Bush. He's a Texan. Well, he's a Texan in name only. Texas doesn't claim them sons of bitches. They're the biggest warmongers.
They're from Yale, aren't they?
Yeah, they're not. They have land here in Texas. Like, they don't live in Crawford. They just own it. I know people who live near them. They don't stay there, I promise you. But there is stupid voters on every side of the row, left, right, middle, whatever you want to call it. But the American voter is dumb. I mean, not all of them. I mean, some people actually invest and know what they're doing.
I'm not more of them than ever.
I could say the same thing about Hillary and Obama. You can't just pinpoint Trump, but
I'm just saying in recent years, like connecting
with
KKK and things like
captivating figures. Captivating figures bring out people, whether it's Trump, Hillary, Obama. It's not just a Trump. It's do you have the personality to bring people out to your cause? You know what I'm saying? I mean, hell, Chris Christie's not going to get anybody to go vote for his fat ass, whereas 10,000 people will show up for Donald Trump. You know what I'm saying? It's the personality. He's selling. Trump does the same thing that Alex Jones does. He sells you this big wrestler-like personality to get you drawn in, and then he starts talking to you. That's all Trump is doing. So I'm not saying I'm a big right. I'm just pinpointing on Trump here, but you know that realistically, it doesn't matter who wins a fucking election. We're screwed either way. This country's not going to get any better, folks.
Well, unfortunately, Congress is way out of whack.
It is what
now,
it is,
and there's no balance in there. So until Congress is balanced, one way or the other, it doesn't matter who the president is.
The only way to balance this is to pull the Thanos approach and start snapping fingers, and let's just restart this shit. That's the only real fucking answer.
No. See, snapping isn't the case. I think we gotta go back to the old world where if you had a policy you disagreed with someone, well, guess what? Whoever the fuck wins the fight wins.
I'm down for that.
Motherfuckers out of here.
Pistols at 10 paces, baby. So much more dignified.
I'm down. Pistols. I'm down. Slapping people with gloves and shit. I'm down. Let's do this shit. You know what I mean?
Guys, I'm gonna
you want, but can you defend it?
Guys, I'm gonna go ahead and call it now. We've been doing this for 6.5 hours, which is the longest stream I've been on in probably a couple years.
We should do this once a month, Frank. Just a random hangout thing like this.
The random hangout thing I'm with, as far as we're doing it for 6.5 hours, that's a lot tougher to do these days.
No, but instead of one of the reviews, like have Foxtrot and Rose and
and on top of that, part of scheduling this stuff is making sure I'm not going over anybody else, because I had sent Connor an invite, but I knew that he was going live tonight. Fucking, I mean, everybody was live at some point. Ken was live tonight. That's
why I didn't do an end of year stream tonight, because I knew you were doing this.
Was live tonight. Everybody in the community, with the exception of one or two people, had a live stream going tonight. So
Drew
that's why.
Live.
Yeah, Drew wasn't. Drew went out, but I mean, he's just doing the gaming stuff now anyway. He's not doing the hangout stuff anymore. But I mean, so I think next time I do one of these charity things, once we hit 1,000 and we set up another charity stream, it will not be on a night where I think everybody's going to be going live. I'm going to try to schedule it for a time where I could try to get more people in here and make it like a bigger thing. But not that this hasn't worked out a lot better than I thought it would, but yeah, we had some good watch time tonight. Good conversation tonight. It's been a lot of fun. Thanks to all of you for donating. We appreciate it. Just sent a boatload of money, $675 to the Abandoned Pet Project. Thank you guys for coming and hanging out. And there's Thurman is raw, because we haven't seen him in about 5 minutes. But thanks to my amazing co-host. Thanks to Alex the Garbage Man, for coming and hanging out. We very much appreciate it. Who else came and went earlier? American Werewolf from New Jersey was here for the first couple hours or so. Go check him out. His channel is in the description down below. All of you guys, I forget who all was on here and came and went. I don't know.
That's because when I got on, I chased them all away.
Yeah, Rose, come on. Rose is listed in the description below.
I
Go
came
check
back
him out.
later on.
Yeah, you can go check out Fox Pratt whenever we do football stuff, and he can come on here and cry about the Bengals lost season. Thanks to all of my co-hosts for coming on and being awesome today.
Go Cowboys! We're coming for San Francisco.
The Dowager Countess Lady Cora, where can the folks at home find you on the internet, my dear?
I'm allergic to the internet, but I do come here.
She comes here because this is the only place you need to be on YouTube anymore. And to my friend, the shape from the Lone Star State, my man Tex, what do you got going on, sir?
Whatever the fuck we're reviewing here, and I just gotta say, Rose, thank you for allowing me to beat your ass 2 years in a row in fantasy football, sir. It's been a pleasure.
And mine, you beat mine 2 years in a row.
Next year. All right, Rose is the Cleveland Browns of our fantasy league. That's what Rose is. But no, like I said, it was a good fantasy year. Shout out to TSS, Frank, Cora, AJ, Mikhail, Kratos, Deity was there. Who else was in there, guys? All 9 of you that were in my fantasy league this season. Shout out to all you guys. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I can't wait for 24 season. So, with this next time run, I'll make sure to send Marcus an invite so I can beat his ass in fantasy football too. I'll look forward to that. So that's going to be fun.
As long as I ain't taking King for the trash again. At least one spot up. At the bottom, I can only go up.
You won the toilet bowl. Good job, Marcus. Good job. You're the king of the trash. Good job.
Hell
and
yeah.
Of course, to our good friend, the Rose Gaming. What do you got going on your channel, my friend?
Yesterday, or actually this morning, rather, I just did an 11-hour fucking live stream as I was making one more push to hit 20,000 views on the year. And with the YouTube short I uploaded earlier today, that got almost 1,800 views. I blew past it, thank God. And did pretty good with that. Tomorrow, if not tomorrow, then it'll probably be on Tuesday. We're going to look to start the year off right with the next episode of Less Than Serious. We were going to do it this weekend, but let's just face it, this weekend is just a busy weekend. So I figured we'll start the year off hot with the first episode of Less Than Serious of the year on probably the first day of the year. Where we're going to talk about Starbucks losing $11 billion in sales in their recent financial statements.
You know what? They deserve it. They killed a lot of small mom and pop coffee places all across the country.
We're gonna talk about week 17 in the NFL, and we're going to talk about a few other things that I can't exactly remember right off the top of my head. And then, of course, I got more gaming live streams throughout the month and the year and whatnot. It's going to be a big fucking year. Extra Life this year. I know it's a long ways away. November 2nd and November 3rd will be my 10-year anniversary with the organization. So I'm looking to do something really fucking big.
Day.
I am looking to do something really fucking big for that this year. So hopefully all you guys will join me on for that too.
You guys do it the day after Election Day instead, because then we can have a reason to come together and be nice to each other after that stream. Just saying.
But, as we're dragging Joe Biden's old ass out of the White House in his fucking cripple chair and shit.
Actually, that doesn't happen until January after the president's inaugurated. If you would like to know how the dates work.
Yeah, hopefully you guys won't be busy this year, and you guys can join me for my 10-year anniversary with the organization, because I'm looking to do something really fucking big this year. So, nice. With that being said, hopefully, I don't know if Frank's doing a football show this Wednesday. If he is, I'll be over here probably for the last fantasy football, or I don't know. Fantasy football is actually over now.
So fantasy. That's over. Fantasy football it ended yesterday.
I think championship week in most leagues was this week. Some leagues will carry it out until like week 18, but I think this was championship week for most leagues. I think it was championship week for all of them.
So if there's a football stream, I'll be over here. And I've been doing simulcasting lately with Casey on Fridays. While we do Friday as Raw on his channel. I play video games on my channel.
Who's Casey?
Watch.
Yeah, who's this Casey guy? Yeah. It doesn't sound like he's somebody who's very tech savvy and knows how to actually join calls.
You mean that? Oh, what's that fucker's name? Thurman? Yeah, Thurman is wrong.
Yeah, he kept on like.
Yeah, I know Thurman.
Yeah,
Thurman is raw. Does he does like hangouts every Friday and video game
You know
like
what?
very poor video game playthroughs. He
forgot
doesn't
to
do them
ask
well.
you,
He normally
Rose.
rage quits.
Did Thurman
Yeah, see-
get you another copy of Mary Kate and Ashley's video game for Christmas this year? Do you have
No,
three
and
now?
if he would have, I would have fucking burned it because I already have two, and the two.
I
That's
know.
two
I was
copies
hoping you
too
get
many.
three.
I don't need three. I don't even
And
need
one of
two.
And one of them is sticky.
Actually, it was.
Oh,
That's
But yeah, I
disturbing.
just got 8 new video games for Christmas, so I'm going to be looking to start a whole lot of new shit on my channel going
nice.
this year, and I still got a lot of Let's Plays I got to fucking work on finishing that have been taking me a lot longer than they should have. So, I always say come to the channel. There's always something new on it. Maybe not every day, but with the live stream and the uploads that I do, there's always stuff. There's always stuff to watch on the channel every week. I try to put stuff on the channel at least 3 to 4 days a week. So check that out. And if you like actual gameplay and video game videos that are actually recorded semi-professionally and not with a fucking camera pointed at your television, you're gonna want to give me the subscription because I'm on the road to 700
Everybody
subs.
goes up to Thurman and his raw too. Let's not forget him.
I'm on the road to 700 subs, and I'd like to hit 750 this year. That'll be 3/4 of the way to 1,000. I think that'd be a nice number to hit this year.
And to Marcus, I don't know if I got to you or not. Where can the folks at home find you on the internet, my friend?
And Zoe, don't forget Zoe.
Zoe, playing around as a cat toy now. Well, I guess if we're wrapping up the Wednesday night stuff, hopefully here soon between me balancing out school and work, I'm getting City Skyline 2 this Thursday. And I'm hoping to start recording and doing stuff with that. I don't actually have a definite start date because I gotta make sure I cover bills and other stuff first. But otherwise, maybe just here in the chats Thursdays or anytime I get a free time and I feel like crashing while doing some studying for school.
Hell
What are
yeah.
you in school
As for
for?
me,
Are
you
you
will
going to
find
be
me
a
back
doctor?
here.
Or are you going to be a philosopher?
I am going to Full Sail University online, so I won't be going down to Florida. But I will be working on getting a web development Bachelor's of Science degree. I'll be able to make websites and hopefully keep them up and running. So maybe if Frank acts nice enough, I'll make him his own website.
He will create the new
Don't
Wayfarers
lie.
in the
You're
corner
going
of
to
the
college for underwater basket weaving. You told me offline that's what you were going for. Don't lie.
No. Lesbian underwater basket weaving.
Oh, lesbian underwater. Yeah, I forgot about that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that
My
sounds
apologies.
interesting. Well, I see if that's
My
major.
apologies for not. My apologies for not identifying your proper pronouns with the lesbian part. But lesbian underwater basket weaving.
You're better than them. You don't.
No. You see, my pronouns are ass and hole. So as long as those two are pronounced correctly.
And that's why I like you, because you have cool pronouns. I like you for that. So.
You know what,
As
Frank? Though
for
I was
me,
really.
Jesus Christ. Go ahead, real quick.
Shut up, Rosie.
No, I was saying I was really hoping the whole anime thing that you tried starting with a couple of the guys on the channel would have panned out. But if you're looking at doing the baseball thing this year, I'd certainly be interested in working on that with you.
Maybe. I don't know. I've thought about that. I want to try to dip into some other stuff first. I don't really know. But I've got a lot of things. I've got a lot of things in front of me, and I can't do them all at once. So I have to kind of do the grown-up thing.
You don't have a time machine, Frank? Like everybody
I do not
else?
have a time machine. I do not have a time machine like other people have.
You wait till I get a time machine.
No, you're not allowed. You're in the
No, you wait till I get a time machine.
The problem with the time machine is it doesn't create more time. It just helps me travel through time. I need to create more time, and that's kind of a hard thing to do. There's only so many hours in the day. I can't add 5 more hours to a day.
If I ever get a time machine, I'm doing some Kang shit, and I'm going to have 15 of me running around. That's what I'm going to fucking do. You just wait.
No. You would
Well, look at how well it works out for the
Kang
Kang
planet,
variants.
and then nobody could have children after that because they would all be cousins and siblings.
You know, if you subscribe to that theory, though, Tex, you got to remember there is a variant of you out there in some universe that is gay.
I liked it.
No, that's not possible. No, see,
I would
hey,
very much.
when
No,
we found that
That's
one,
the one that. That's
we
the
found
that I
that
wanna
one,
be
and
friends with.
we drowned him, so he couldn't, go further anymore.
Not only would there be a gay
he's
version, but there would be a gay version in California that enjoys Texas toast.
oh yeah, no. See that one got some concrete shoes for Christmas, if you know what I'm saying. So that one didn't make it. So we had to purge that one, but it's all good.
As for me, you will find me here on Tuesday doing whatever movie that we end up doing on Tuesday. I'm still not sure. I'll have to figure that shit out amongst all the millions of other things I have to do tomorrow. Wednesday, probably football, unless something else comes up. And then Thursday, God, like I said, I have no idea what next week's schedule looks like right now. I may have to go see Aquaman tomorrow so that we can review that one on Tuesday. But I'll look at my schedule and see what I've got going on. But I will be doing something else this week, or I may decide to take the week off and just take a breather. I mean, it's like I said, like Tech said, it was a pretty brutal last 4 months. I ended up missing a few, but we did a lot. So, but yeah,
you ain't gonna hurt my feelings with taking the week off.
Yeah, thanks to all of you for all of your help tonight in raising some money for a good cause. Everybody who came and hung out, very much appreciate. We'll see you guys next time. Until then, adios. I don't know where the music is, but I'm gonna leave you here for a minute.
Happy fucking New Year.
2024, the year of Thurman.
The year of Thurman. Thurman is raw.
He'd be real stupid to not jump all over this name because it's fucking hot. Like he'd be an idiot not to.
And go into his chat as Thurman is raw.
You should.
Somebody's using fucking apartment is raw in his fucking YouTube chat now.
Right. Well, we need to force him to adopt the Thurman is Raw moniker. Like, keep saying it till he accepts it.
It'll be fun.
Okay.